The three of them immediately started working. Soon, they cleaned and cut the wild chicken into small pieces, put it into a clay pot, and added water to simmer over low heat. In less than half an hour, a faint aroma drifted from the backyard. This was the first time Miao Jiao Jiao openly cooked chicken soup in the house. She wasn't worried about what others might say. Everyone knew where the wild chicken came from. Plus, she had just been frightened, so drinking some chicken soup to recover was fine. She also had some wild mushrooms left from her trip to the forest the day before. When the chicken was nearly cooked, she added the cleaned wild mushrooms and a handful of red dates, covered the pot, and turned up the heat. After 20 minutes, Miao Jiao Jiao opened the lid, and a fragrant smell filled the air. Inside the clay pot, the soup was golden, the chicken was bubbling, and it looked very tempting. She added a little salt for flavor, stirred a few times, and then stopped cooking. After a while, when the chicken soup was served, the entire Jiqing courtyard was filled with the rich, delicious aroma. The smell drifted to the neighbor's house, making Iron Egg, who was playing at the door, start drooling. Iron Egg's mother was sitting at the door sewing socks. She couldn't help but swallow twice when she smelled the aroma. Seeing her son crying so hard, she went over and patted Iron Egg's bottom, scolding, "Why are you crying? Look at you, so useless. Your mother isn't starving you." Iron Egg's nose was all runny, and he wiped it with his dirty little paw. "Mom, I want to drink chicken soup too," Iron Egg's mother impatiently said. "Ask your dad to go to the mountain and get some." Now, even pork was hard to find in town, let alone chicken. If you really want to eat, you can only catch it in the mountains, but wild chickens are not easy to catch, and not everyone has the skill to do so. The smell of chicken soup is so tempting, it's almost torture. Before, she could still politely ask for some chicken soup for her son to drink. But since last night's incident, after seeing Miao Jiao Jiao's violence, she's afraid of her and doesn't dare to approach. Seeing her son stubbornly rolling on the ground crying, Iron Egg's mother quickly picked him up and took him inside. She closed the door with a thud, tore a piece of paper from the newspaper to block her son's nose, and took a hard candy from the locked cabinet to give him. "Now you can't smell anything. Mom gives you a candy. You can pretend it's chicken soup and eat it slowly." Woo-woo. Little Iron Egg, holding the candy, pouted in grievance. "This isn't chicken." Iron Egg's mother glared at him.
Huh?
Little Iron Egg shivered and obediently put the candy on his tongue to lick, smiling. "Chicken soup is so sweet, Mom." "Good, if you like it, eat it slowly." Iron Egg's mother finally relaxed her stern look. A quarrel over chicken soup was quietly resolved. In the youth commune courtyard, Miao Jiao Jiao and the others each took half a bowl of soup, and after eating 3 pieces of chicken, they stopped. Although the wild chicken soup was delicious, there was little meat. The old people over at the grass shed were many, so Miao Jiao Jiao planned to take the remaining soup over there. As for the others in the youth commune, everyone had finished dinner and politely didn't ask for more. Miao Jiao Jiao had previously bought a large thermos to hold tea. After pouring the chicken soup into it, she and Meng Baobao left the house and went to the neighboring village. When they reached the foot of the mountain at the grass shed in the neighboring village, they saw some elders having dinner. Grandma Wu scooped a piece of fish into Han Lingzhi's bowl and kindly said, "Lingzhi, eat the fish. Grandpa Wu and Grandpa Wang caught it by the river this afternoon. It's very fresh." "Thank you, Grandma," Han Lingzhi replied gently, taking a bite, but his eyes looked a little gloomy. Grandpa Wang saw this and made a few gestures at Grandpa Wu. Then Grandpa Wu cleared his throat and said, "Lingzhi, where did you go this afternoon? You seem a bit unhappy after going out." Han Lingzhi pursed his lips and said, "Went up the mountain." Grandpa Wang, who was impatient, couldn't help but ask. Grandpa Wu asked why you're unhappy. "Why don't you tell us?" "I'm not." Han Lingzhi just started to say he wasn't upset when a clear, pleasant voice came from outside the grass hut. "Grandpa and Grandma, I am Miao Jiao Jiao. May I ask if Han Lingzhi is here?" Although the people living in the grass huts were a bit reluctant to interact with strangers and preferred to live alone to avoid trouble, Han Lingzhi's elders were very important people. They were very open-minded about visitors, and if someone came to see them, they would welcome it. However, their grass hut was in a remote place on the other side of the mountain foot, so even if someone came, others wouldn't notice much. When they heard a girl was coming to see Lingzhi, the elders' faces lit up with happiness. Before Han Lingzhi could respond, Grandpa Wang quickly stood up and hurried outside. Here, come in and sit. Miao Jiao Jiao, holding a thermos, smiled warmly as she entered, followed by Meng Baobao, who was giggling foolishly. Seeing them come in, Han Lingzhi's eyes flickered with surprise, then he lowered his gaze. He didn't expect that he didn't want to eat her cooking, but she had come to find him voluntarily. Wasn't she supposed to be uninterested in him? Miao Jiao Jiao placed the thermos on the table and said, "Comrade Han Lingzhi, thank you for bringing me the wild chicken. This is my chicken soup. I brought it especially for you and Grandpa and Grandma to drink." Hearing this, the three elders' expressions froze. Wild chicken? Could it be that Lingzhi went up the mountain in the afternoon to catch a wild chicken for the girl? Oh my! This was the first time they saw their grandson actively giving something to someone, and it was a girl. Could it be that their grandson has finally woken up to something? The three elders looked at her with wide eyes, staring intently. When they saw her face, their eyes filled with satisfaction and happiness. This girl was truly beautiful, a perfect match for their Lingzhi. Haha, their grandson really had good taste. Being stared at by the elders, Miao Jiao Jiao felt quite awkward. What was going on? Why did they all look like future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Could there be some misunderstanding? She quickly looked nervously at Han Lingzhi, hoping he would say something, but she didn't expect him to even lift his head. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but think to herself, wow, this person is so cold and indifferent. At this moment, the lively and cheerful Meng Baobao stepped in to help lighten the mood. She eagerly opened the thermos and proudly said, "Jiao Jiao's chicken soup is really delicious. Grandpa and Grandma, let me serve you some." Yes. Grandma Wu smiled happily, and the elders finally turned their attention back. Miao Jiao Jiao secretly let out a breath of relief. After the three elders each took a sip of the chicken soup, they immediately looked at her again, their eyes as if they wanted to eat her up. Grandma Wu, Grandpa Wu, and Grandpa Wang. Ah, the chicken soup made by the future daughter-in-law is just too tasty. Grandpa Wang was the first to smile happily. He gave a thumbs up and praised, "This is the best chicken soup I've ever had in my life." But the real point wasn't just the soup. It was that the mischievous young man finally woke up and wanted to find a wife. He and old Wu come from a noble family, and he grew up watching Lingzhi. He always treated him like his own grandson. Since coming to the countryside 3 years ago, this mischievous young man had been going to the mountains every day, no entertainment or friends. Although some girls had been attracted to him because of his looks over the years, they were scared off by his grumpy, bad-tempered face. His father had also written several times to introduce him to someone, but he had rejected all of them. Originally, these old folks worried that his aloof and stubborn personality would make it hard for him to find a wife. But now, he was about to return to the city, and they didn't know where he found such a charming girl. It wasn't like he was just attracted because she looked good. Humph, that mischievous young man was just pretending in front of us earlier. Yes, it really is delicious, Grandpa Wu said happily, looking at Miao Jiao Jiao with increasing satisfaction. In his lifetime, he finally got to taste the soup made by his future granddaughter-in-law. Miao Jiao Jiao, that we have no relationship at all. Why do you imagine it like that? Carrot. Miao Jiao Jiao felt uncomfortable being watched by the elders and wanted to leave quickly. She said, Grandpa and Grandma, you eat first. Ming Bao and I will go now. Hey, Xiao Miao, wait a moment. Grandma Wu grabbed her hand warmly and pulled her onto a bench. She smiled and said, "You've come a long way and must be tired from walking. Sit down and chat with us for a bit." Miao Jiao Jiao just looked up to say, "I'm not tired, I want to go back," but then she saw the elders' expectant and eager faces. Suddenly, her words got stuck in her throat. In the end, she only managed 2 words, "Okay." Grandma Wu smiled kindly and held her hand. She asked gently, "I heard you say your name is Miao Jiao Jiao, right?" "Oh, what a lovely name. It really suits you. It's clear you're a natural beauty from a young age. Haha. Thank you. Miao Jiao Jiao awkwardly smiled. She wondered if the elders still remembered how she looked before, and she wasn't sure if they would still praise her. Grandpa Wu smiled kindly and asked, "Which village are you from? I don't think I've seen you before." Miao Jiao Jiao's eyelids twitched. The next moment, she heard Mingbao quickly answer, "Grandpa Wu, Jiao Jiao is from Shishui village next door. We visited you 2 months ago. Don't you remember?" "Oh, I remember now. There were 3 girls with us then." Grandpa Wu looked at Miao Jiao Jiao again, with a puzzled expression. "I don't recall seeing you among those 3. Next, Grandpa Wang carefully examined Miao Jiao Jiao, and his eyes lit up. He chuckled and said, "Oh, that chubby girl. The one who was a bit darker and heavier before. I didn't expect her to become so beautiful after just a few months." Miao Jiao Jiao felt embarrassed and awkward. Grandma Wu also remembered and gently patted her arm with concern. She said, "Oh, what happened? You've lost so much weight. Did you do some heavy work or something?" Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head.
"No, Grandma.
"I lost weight on purpose." "It's fine." Grandpa Wu and Grandpa Wang nodded. "Yes, you've lost a lot. You've changed a lot." Hearing this, Mingbao looked proud and immediately added, "That's right. Jiao Jiao worked hard to lose weight. She goes for a run in the mountains every night after work to exercise. She does it every day without rest. I really admire her. Even after a tiring day of work, she still makes time to exercise. That must be very hard. I hope she's not overdoing it and damaging her health." Grandma Wu quickly said to Grandpa Wang, "Old Wang, please check Jiao Jiao's pulse. If she really ends up with Lingzhi Cheng, she will be her future daughter-in-law. Naturally, she needs to take good care of her health." Grandpa Wu also felt a little worried. "Yes, Miaohua, let old Wang check you. Don't worry, he used to be the director of the top hospital in the city and is very skilled in medicine." At this moment, Grandpa Wang looked at Miao Jiao Jiao and asked Miaohua, "May I check your pulse?" Originally, Miao Jiao Jiao was planning to say no. Her health was fine, and she didn't want to trouble anyone. But after hearing Grandpa Wu's words, she suddenly changed her mind. The medicine pills sent from her family hadn't been examined by an expert yet. Since Grandpa Wang is very skilled, he should be able to tell something. Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, Grandpa Wang. How about we go to the next grass hut? I have some questions to ask you." Grandpa Wang was surprised but then nodded. "All right, let's go." The others thought Miao Jiao Jiao had something private to ask the doctor, so they didn't ask any questions. The 2 of them went to sit in the next grass hut. Grandpa Wang first checked Miao Jiao Jiao's pulse. Then he looked up in surprise. "Your health is surprisingly good. It seems you have no side effects from losing weight quickly. How did you do it?" Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and replied, "Maybe it's because of my exercise method. I learned some basic martial arts from a master before. After coming to the countryside, I practice every day." "Oh, I see," Grandpa Wang said with admiration. "Chinese martial arts are very profound and can strengthen the body. But most people can't stick with it. Success depends on persistence. The fact that you've achieved this result shows you've worked very hard. Well done." He used to have a friend from a martial arts family, so he knew a little about this. This girl has clear, bright eyes, a determined look, and a straight, spirited posture. She's definitely a good person. Lingzhi's eyes are really sharp. He found a treasure in her. I don't know when I will truly go back home. That stubborn, cold-tempered kid makes the journey very long.
Thank you, Grandpa.
I also like martial arts, Miao Jiao Jiao said politely, smiling. She secretly put the pill from her space into her pocket, pretending to take it out and say, "Grandpa Wang, I just heard Grandpa Wu say you are good at medicine. Could you please help me check if this pill has any problems?" Grandpa Wang took the pill and looked confused. "What is this?" Miao Jiao Jiao told a small lie. "When I first came to the countryside, I wasn't feeling well. I met a traveling doctor, and he gave me this pill. But after taking it a few times, I felt the taste was strange, and I always felt dizzy.
So I haven't eaten the rest.
Can you help me check it?" "All right, wait a moment." Grandpa Wang placed the pill on a piece of paper and crushed it, then carefully examined it. After 15 minutes, Grandpa Wang finally looked up from his research. He frowned and said slowly, "This pill contains several tonic herbs, but taking too many together can do more harm than good. It can cause internal heat and weaken the spleen, making the body worse." He continued, "I also found a special hormone ingredient in it. After eating, it can cause excessive weight gain. Long-term use will build up toxins in the body, which can lead to early death. Note: the above is purely fictional. Please do not relate it to real life." He then angrily said, "Humph. What kind of traveling doctor is this? A complete quack. Luckily, you only took a few, or the consequences would be unimaginable." "Yes, luckily I didn't eat much," Miao Jiao Jiao said, her face looking a little pale. From the original owner's memory, she remembered that when she was 3 years old, she had a serious illness. It was only after taking hormone medicine for a while that she gradually recovered. Due to the side effects of the hormone drugs, her body became increasingly fat and her health worsened. Later, when she was 10, her so-called mother somehow got a folk remedy from a traveling doctor, claiming it was a special pill to cure her illness. Since then, she had been taking one pill every month. Her once fair skin turned dark and rough, and she felt sluggish every day. She still remembers when she was 15 years old, weighing almost 180 jin, about 90 kilograms. She would get out of breath after just a few steps and felt very heavy and uncomfortable all over her body. At that time, she was preparing to start her second year of middle school, but her family, citing financial problems, did not want her to continue studying. They wanted her to go to the countryside to become a young worker. To go to school, she begged in the rain and cried in front of her parents, but nothing changed. Just when she thought there was no hope, a few days before school started, her usually strict mother agreed to let her continue studying. However, she had to save her own money for school fees and supplies. How to save money? She used to eat with her family at the table, but now she had to wait until they finished eating so she could eat leftovers and drink porridge. This way, the family could save some money. In addition to taking care of her younger brother, who was 5 years younger, and doing household chores since she was little, she added another task. Every night, she went downstairs to help the gatekeeper's wife make hair accessories and headbands until late at night before she could go home. The gatekeeper's wife was a distant relative of the deputy director of a textile factory. Seeing that she was old and had no source of income, she found some work for her. The gatekeeper's wife was old and had poor eyesight. Sewing was quick for her, but she often made mistakes. After the original owner started working there, her efficiency greatly improved. Each month, after receiving some money, the gatekeeper's wife would give her a little, which she then handed over to her mother. Although she was not popular at school, she performed very well academically. The school leaders would also reduce her fees based on her family situation. During those 3 years of middle and high school, she was busy every day like a spinning top. She often fainted from hunger because she couldn't eat enough and cried. She managed to save a small amount of money from the gatekeeper's wife, but she refused to buy snacks or steal food to lose weight. However, not eating enough for a long time made her body weak, and she kept falling ill over the 3 years. Finally, she lost 20 jin, about 10 kilograms, as she wished. After that, her weight stayed around 160 jin, about 80 kilograms, and never dropped further. Thinking about this and recalling what Grandpa Wang just said, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart. The original owner was disliked by her family since she was young. Her family often scolded or beat her. She finished high school under very difficult conditions. She used to think that her family disliked her because she was often sick, too fat, or because they favored boys.
But now,
maybe that's not the case. This pill has a problem. The so-called mother must know about it. Why did she do this? Could she really watch her own daughter's health get worse and not feel anything? Or was she intentionally doing it? She doesn't care at all. Maybe she even wants the main character to die. It shouldn't be like this. How could a mother be so cruel to her own daughter? There must be a hidden secret behind all this. After thinking carefully, the only explanation that fits is, she isn't their real daughter. So, that mother must want to hide something by getting rid of her. Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt it was both ridiculous and sad. The main character's biggest wish was to be loved by her family. If she found out that her beloved mother might be fake and only wanted her to die, how would she feel? Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. No matter what, she will find out the truth. She won't let anyone who tries to hurt her go free. Just wait. Someday she will find them. Meanwhile, in the grass hut, Grandma was talking to Han Lingzhi. Lingzhi, why didn't you say anything earlier? Someone went out of their way to bring you chicken soup, and you didn't even thank them? Grandpa Wu agreed. That's right. You're so rude. When Miao Wai comes, remember to thank her. Han Lingzhi's eyes darkened. He nodded lightly. Next to them, Meng Bao Bao sat in the corner, pouting. Such a cold, expressionless face. Luckily, Jiao Jiao doesn't like him, or he'd be worried sick. After a while, Miao Jiao Jiao and Grandpa Wang came over from the next room, looking serious. Seeing this, Meng Bao Bao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up and asked, "What's wrong? Jiao Jiao? Are you feeling unwell?" Grandpa Wu, Grandma Wu, and even Han Lingzhi, who had been lowering his head, all looked at Miao Jiao Jiao. She took a deep breath and smiled, shaking her head.
I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Mang bao bao sight, or hat, okay.
Grandpa Wang didn't say anything to explain to the others. Earlier, when she was over there, Miao Jiao Jiao asked him not to tell everyone because she was worried they might laugh at her if they knew. After all, she is a simple girl who almost hurt herself by taking a stranger's pill. It's quite frustrating to think about. However, Grandpa Wang still reminded her, "Next time, if you feel unwell, come find me. Don't rush to treat yourself." Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a bit embarrassed but nodded politely. "Okay, thank you, Grandpa." Finally, Miao Jiao Jiao sat with Meng Bao Bao and a few elders, chatting for a while. When they finished their soup, she picked up her thermos and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to go, Han Lingzhi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Let me see you off." Miao Jiao Jiao was slightly surprised but nodded. "All right." The three elders in the straw hut looked happy, their smiles impossible to hide. Meng Bao Bao pouted in dissatisfaction. She had wanted to whisper something to Jiao Jiao on the way. This icy-faced person is really annoying. Miao Jiao Jiao thought Han Lingzhi had something important to tell her. But until Meng Bao Bao said goodbye at the village entrance, Han Lingzhi didn't say another word. After Meng Bao Bao happily left, Miao Jiao Jiao saw Han Lingzhi still following behind her and raised an eyebrow. "Is there something?" Han Lingzhi pressed his lips together. It's getting late, and walking alone at night isn't safe. But the strong-willed girl, Miao Jiao Jiao, never beat around the bush. Are you sure? He had already seen her skills. Why worry now? Now, she was famous as a troublemaker in Shishui and Shirta villages. Who would dare to bully her? If it's unsafe, it's probably someone else. Han Lingzhi didn't expect her to ask that and paused for a few seconds. After a moment, he changed his answer. "Grandpa and Grandma asked me to see you off." "Oh, then let's go." Miao Jiao Jiao waved casually. Han Lingzhi relaxed a little and quickly smiled. It seems it will be easier to use Grandpa and Grandma as an excuse in the future. Miao Jiao Jiao walked ahead, with Han Lingzhi following behind. They didn't speak, strolling slowly toward Shishui village. The girl's pretty figure moved lightly as she walked. Han Lingzhi looked at her back and was lost in thought for a while. Today, his mood had fluctuated several times. But it seemed all related to her. When she had an accident, he felt anxious and hurriedly went to catch a wild chicken to see her. When he heard her say she wasn't interested in him, his mood instantly turned cold and completely changed. But when she suddenly appeared again, smiling softly in the grass hut, his heart began to feel happy and excited.
Han Lingzhi frågade slightly.
He couldn't understand why his emotions were so complicated and changeable in just one day. This feeling was both joyful and frustrating, making him very annoyed. He really wanted to talk to her more, but didn't know how to start. This wasn't like him at all. Han Lingzhi always handled things quickly and decisively, never hesitating. Seeing her almost to her destination, Han Lingzhi made a firm decision and suddenly called out loudly, "Miao Jiao Jiao, wait a moment." Miao Jiao Jiao turned around. What's up, Han Lingzhi, expressionless and holding back for a long time, finally said. I want to borrow your commune's toilet for a moment. Miao Jiao Jiao. Going to the toilet is fine, but why make such a loud noise? It startled her. Soon they arrived at the commune, and Miao Jiao Jiao pointed to the dry toilet. It's right there, go ahead. Han Lingzhi frowned and went in directly, with a cold face. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt speechless again. It's just using the toilet. Why act like it's a big grudge? When Han Lingzhi came out, he found no one in the yard. His eyes darkened, and he felt a bit regretful as he headed toward the gate. Just as he reached the door, he saw a small figure practicing stick fighting at the entrance, holding a wooden stick. Han Lingzhi paused, quietly lifting his gaze to look. It was already completely dark outside. Under the moonlight, the girl stood tall and straight, her face calm and resilient, wielding a long stick and jumping quickly to strike. The moonlight cast a silver glow around her, making her beauty look even more pure and elegant. Her movements were sharp and fast, the stick hitting the ground with a cracking sound, raising dust. The dust mixed with the moonlight, and her light figure moved through it like a graceful butterfly, lively and agile. Watching her, a gentle warmth appeared in Han Lingzhi's eyes, even he didn't realize it. Bright as the moon, shining like a pearl, stunning and captivating, she was the only one for him. Such a beautiful girl, if she were to have someone in her life, she would probably be very happy. At that moment, Han Lingzhi suddenly understood his previous feelings. He also realized what it means to feel a flutter in the heart. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear voice rang out beside him. Keep going. Without thinking, Han Lingzhi reached out and suddenly had a stick in his hand. The girl's cheerful laughter sounded. I saw you're good at this. I've wanted to try for a long time. Why don't we have a little competition? Before he could answer, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and rushed forward. Watch out, she shouted, swinging her stick fiercely. Han Lingzhi's eyes flashed, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid her attack. In the next moment, he swung his stick to counterattack, aiming at Miao Jiao Jiao's stomach. Her eyes widened, and she immediately flipped back twice before landing on the ground. Then she quickly charged forward again, swinging her stick. Han Lingzhi's lips curved slightly as he easily blocked her attack with his stick. The two of them fought happily for more than 10 minutes, exchanging blows back and forth, feeling very lively. Finally, as he looked at the stick near her neck, Miao Jiao Jiao raised her hands in surrender. She looked pitiful and made a gesture of giving up. I lost. TT. Seeing her like this, Han Lingzhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hee. His usually cold face softened into a gentle smile, making him look much warmer. His sharp eyebrows and bright eyes sparkled like stars, even brighter than the moon in the sky. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but feel her heart tremble a little. This was the first time she saw Han Lingzhi smile. She exclaimed in surprise. Wow. So you can smile too. Han Lingzhi's muscles stiffened slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, I can. So, he's not called the ice face. Miao Jiao Jiao happily patted the dust off her clothes and tried to hide her emotions. That's good. You should smile more in the future. It makes you look even more handsome. Yeah, okay. Since she liked it, he would smile at her more from now on. Thank you for today, Miao Jiao Jiao said with clear eyes and a smile. I had a lot of fun. Han Lingzhi nodded slightly. Me too. And thank you for the chicken soup. It was very tasty. Miao Jiao Jiao tilted her head and said, but you didn't even drink. Han Lingzhi hesitated and coughed awkwardly. I drank some when you went to the next grass shed earlier. Miao Jiao Jiao scratched her head. Oh, I see. Then you should head back now. Be careful on the way. Han Lingzhi nodded. All right, I'm leaving. Okay. Goodbye. Miao Jiao Jiao waved her hand and walked straight into the youth commune without looking back. She didn't even say goodbye. Han Lingzhi's eyes sparkled with a faint smile as he watched her figure disappear. Then he took a big step and left. The little goldfish. When she arrived, she was sad. When she left, she was happy. So, when will our cool, emotionless guy confess his feelings? When Han Lingzhi returned to the grass shed, the three elders were still awake. Seeing him come back, they gathered around him, all with bright, shining eyes. Grandpa Wang asked hurriedly, "Hey kid, you're back. How did it go? Did you have a good talk with Meow Girl?" Han Lingzhi's face froze. "What talk?" Seeing his reaction, the elders looked disappointed. When Meow Girl came today, she saw Han Lingzhi looking so down, and it was obvious something was wrong. The elders quickly guessed that maybe Meow Girl disliked Han Lingzhi, which made him unhappy. Earlier, when Han Lingzhi said he wanted to give Meow Girl a gift, she didn't refuse. The elders thought there was hope, but they never expected that this young man was just too clueless. Grandpa Wu said, "Meow Girl is a good girl. You need to seize the chance." Han Lingzhi finally understood what Grandpa Wang meant. Now hearing Grandpa Wu's words, a flicker of awkwardness crossed his eyes. Was he so obvious? He had only just confirmed his feelings today. Why did everyone seem to see right through him? Sure enough, experience makes one wiser. Thinking that his feelings had been seen through by his family, Han Lingzhi felt a little embarrassed. His face turned slightly red, and he could only softly reply, Grandma Wu held his hand, her kind face showing a bit of curiosity. "Child, tell us, how did you meet Jiao Jiao?" When he said this, the other two grandfathers looked at him with curious faces. How did they meet?
Han Lingzhi slightly frowned. Then,
his lips unconsciously curled up a little. "We met while hunting in the mountains." He didn't say anything more, leaving the others to imagine on their own. Grandpa Wang looked like he understood. "I see. Did she get into some danger, and you came to save her like a hero?" "Save her like a hero?" Han Lingzhi's mouth twitched a few times. Suddenly, he remembered the scene when he first saw her. A sturdy, short figure, a round face, squinty eyes, and a loud voice telling him to run quickly. At first, he found her annoying, but now he thought, she seemed quite cute. Well, yes, kind of. Saving her from a wild boar, that counts too. Grandpa Wang asked again, "Does Meow Girl understand your feelings?" This question hit the mark. Han Lingzhi's eyes darkened suddenly, and he kept quiet. Grandma Wu looked at Grandpa Wu, who took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Lingzhi, you're grown up now. You should fight a bit more for your happiness." Grandma Wu added, "Yes, if you don't say anything, how will she understand your feelings? Jiao Jiao is so excellent. She must have other admirers. If someone else takes her away, you'll regret it." Han Lingzhi had been living under too much pressure these years. Now that he liked someone, they didn't want him to miss out. They also trusted his judgment. The person he liked and chose must be very good. Today, they also met Meow Jiao Jiao. She not only looks good, but also cooks well and is polite and well-behaved. It's clear she's easy to get along with. If Han Lingzhi really got together with her, they would feel much more at ease. As for family background, as long as they are happy together, it's not a problem. During the chat with the elders, Han Lingzhi quickly recalled his time with Meow Jiao Jiao. Although each encounter was unexpected, he felt they were very special and unforgettable. He didn't know when, but her image kept appearing in his mind. Her voice, her smile, her clever tricks, all deeply imprinted in his heart. I want to see her, talk to her, stay with her, and make her happy and laugh. Han Lingzhi finally realized that he truly liked her. Since he liked her, he should try to pursue her. Although he is usually indifferent, he is still very proactive about what he wants. Now that he understands his feelings, he will definitely take action. Han Lingzhi's eyes shine with seriousness as he says sincerely, "Grandparents, don't worry. I will do my best to win her over. No matter the outcome, he will try his hardest. She isn't interested now, but maybe she will be later. He won't give up just because of a small setback. That's good. You should seize the chance," the elders say with a pleased look. "It would be best if you could confirm your relationship before you leave. If he leaves and someone else gets to her first, that would be bad." Han Lingzhi also seems to have thought of this. His eyes flicker with determination as he nods. "Yes, I understand. Time waits for no one. Tomorrow he will tell her how he feels. After Lingzhi left, Miao Jiao Jiao didn't go to the front yard to read. She simply closed her door and slipped into the spirit spring space, then threw herself onto the big bed in the wooden house. Miao Jiao Jiao hugs a pillow and tosses and turns on the 2-meter-wide bed. She doesn't know why, but her mood has been very excited since earlier. It seems. It started when she saw Bing Face smile. Although she's never been obsessed with looks, when he smiled just now, her heart raced a little faster. Ahem, I have to admit, he's really handsome. Beauty can be a distraction. Beauty can be a distraction. She even told Meng Baobao that she wasn't interested in him before, but now she feels a bit embarrassed. She's still an 18-year-old girl. It's normal for her heart to race when she sees a handsome guy smiling. That's all she can think now. Today's friendly competition was a spontaneous idea, and she didn't expect they would have so much fun. It seems her relationship with Bing Face has quietly changed. From initial indifference to now getting along harmoniously, everything feels so natural. He also looked at her tonight in a strange way, which made her feel a little uneasy. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Forget it. Don't think about it. Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly flipped over from the bed and got up, then ran straight to the yard of the wooden house to start hitting the wooden stakes.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The wooden stakes made loud knocking sounds as she hit them. She was sweating all over before she stopped. After a vigorous workout, her mood also became much calmer. She took a bath, then left her space with a book to study in the front yard. In the afternoon of the next day, after work, Miao Jiao Jiao was finishing cleaning up the dishes. Suddenly, someone came to visit outside the door. Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, have you finished dinner? She looked up and recognized him. Old acquaintance Xiao Chun from the police. They had just met yesterday morning at the town's commune office because of Bai Yan, so why was he here again? Although she was a bit confused, she still invited him in. Yes, I've finished. And you? Is there something you need? Xiao Chun didn't sit down. His ears looked red, and his face was a little unnatural as he cleared his throat twice. He took a scarf out of his bag and handed it to her, looking serious and hopeful as he said, "It's very cold in winter. Yesterday, I saw your neck was bare, and I was worried you might catch a cold. I went to the county department store to buy you a scarf. Take a look and see if you like it." Miao Jiao Jiao looked surprised. This is... Xiao Chun looked nervous, blushing and awkward as he said, "I just want to thank you for saving my life. I wanted to give you a small gift. I hope you'll accept it." Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao was slightly stunned. Saving my life? Didn't he already give me some pastries before? Why is he doing this again? And in this special time period, it's not common to give gifts to girls. Unless... She looked at the scarf in his hand. It was bright red, thick, and soft, clearly not cheap. He had already given her pastries before, and now he was giving her a scarf again. Thinking about his previous actions and his current expression, she suddenly understood something.
So,
he liked her and wanted to pursue her? Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a strange, subtle feeling in her heart. Whether in modern times or this era, it seems he is the first boy to take the initiative to show interest in her. It's not true that she's unhappy, but she feels quite awkward. Xiao Chun Public Security is a kind person, but she doesn't have any special attraction to him. It's better not to give him any hope, just refuse directly. No need, I don't like wearing scarves. I feel it's tight around my neck, and I'm not cold. The excuse about the scarf being tight is false. Whether she wears one or not doesn't matter, and she's not cold. Her current body, after being washed with spiritual spring water, is very strong and not afraid of the cold, but she also dresses warmly in winter. Oh, okay. Xiao Chun Public Security's eyes quickly show a hint of disappointment. Yesterday afternoon, a colleague told her that a new product had arrived at the county's department store. She got up early today to go check it out. She took a long time to choose the scarf, not expecting that women would like it, but she herself didn't. Chun Xing feels a bit annoyed, probably because he was too sudden, which made her dislike him. Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, Don't misunderstand. I really have no other intentions. I'm not the kind of person who acts casually. I hope you won't be mad at me. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao feels a bit amused and says, I'm not misunderstanding or angry. I just don't like wearing scarves. Don't overthink it. She hasn't clearly said she likes her, so if such things happen again, just refuse directly and cut off any budding feelings. Oh, that's good. That's good. Xiao Chun Public Security scratches his head and smiles foolishly, his tense expression easing quite a bit. Miao Jiao Jiao brings over a bowl of water. Here, have some warm water. As a guest, showing politeness is necessary. Thanks. Xiao Chun Public Security responds with a smile in his eyes and takes the bowl, drinking eagerly. Maybe he drank too quickly and suddenly choked on the water, coughing several times. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Are you okay? Miao Jiao Jiao takes the bowl away and instinctively reaches out to pat his back to help. Just then, at the door, Lingzhi's voice suddenly sounds. Oh, Comrade Han, why are you standing at the door? Are you looking for Jiao Jiao? Miao Jiao Jiao's hand pauses, and she looks outside blankly. She sees Han Lingzhi standing there with a fluctuating expression, as if he has been staring for a long time. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyelids twitch. This feeling. It's like catching someone in the act. At this moment, Lin Ju casually called out at the door, Jiao Jiao, can I borrow your scissors? When she entered the room and saw Xiao Chun from the police, she paused and looked surprised. Oh. Xiao Chun from the police is here too. How come two men are here to see Jiao Jiao at the same time? It's a bit awkward. Her loud shout just now probably interrupted their conversation. Xiao Chun, with a slightly red face and looking nervous, stood up and said, Hello, Comrade Lin Ju. Lin Ju responded with a smile. Hello, hello. Thanks to Lin Ju's interruption, the tense atmosphere eased a bit. Miao Jiao Jiao felt relieved and turned to the dressing table to grab the scissors, then handed them over. Here, Sister Lin. Thanks, Lin Ju said with a smile as she took them. She looked at Jiao Jiao again, thinking about staying to chat while fixing her shoes. But when she caught a glimpse of someone's cold expression outside the door and looked inside again, she suddenly decided to leave quickly, as if she slipped on oil, saying, You all chat. I'll go to the front yard first. No need to stay and watch. Better to leave. Lin Ju hurriedly walked to the front yard women's youth workers' house with the scissors in hand. Huang Daidi saw her rushing and said with a smile, Just borrowing scissors, but it looks like someone is chasing after you. Ma Fong, who was inside tidying up the bed, also looked over curiously. You don't know how awkward I was just now, Lin Ju explained, recounting what happened in the backyard with a worried face. I didn't realize Xiao Chun from the police was there either. My shout made the situation freeze. Seeing it wasn't right, I left immediately, Huang Daidi. So you caused trouble and just ran back. Xiao Chun from the police was in the kitchen washing dishes when you arrived, so you didn't see him.
He did. Huang Daidi frowned.
But these two men have been coming to see Jiao Jiao quite often lately. Do they have so many things to talk about? You just don't get it, Ma Fong snorted. They're probably not just interested in Jiao Jiao's looks, they want to pursue her. Thinking about how Xiao Chun, who used to flatter her, now ignores her and instead flirts with someone else, she felt uncomfortable inside. But there's nothing I can do about feeling uncomfortable. After all, she doesn't look as charming as Jiao Jiao. It's a pity, because she has a smart mind. If she were a bit more beautiful, many people would surely pursue her. Next to them, Lin Ju heard Ma Fong's words and nodded with a smile. I guess so. Our Jiao Jiao. Spring has arrived, meanwhile, inside Miao Jiao Jiao's house. Everyone sit down. Miao Jiao Jiao pulled over a stool, inviting the two boys present to sit. When friends visit, it's natural to welcome them inside. The house is open and chatting openly is fine, no need to worry about gossip. Xiao Chun, a police officer, glanced at Han Lingzhi and greeted him first. Hello, Comrade Han. Han Lingzhi responded coldly. He took a piece of oiled paper from his pocket and handed it to Miao Jiao Jiao. Thanks for the chicken soup yesterday. This is a meat patty, made by my grandmother. She asked me to give you a little. No need to be so polite. Please thank your grandmother for me, Miao Jiao Jiao said, knowing it was made by Grandma Wu. She couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes paused slightly. Since tasting Miao Jiao Jiao's cooking last time, he had been thinking about it ever since. He wanted to find a chance to eat more and get closer to her. But unexpectedly, someone else had already taken the initiative before he could act. Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at Han Lingzhi. The person in front of him was handsome and elegant, with an extraordinary aura. Every gesture exuded nobility. Would someone like that, because of Grandma's request, specifically bring a meat patty for a girl? He didn't believe such a reason.
So,
Does Comrade Han also like Miao Jiao Jiao, just like him? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen clenched his fist tightly, a sudden sense of crisis rising in his heart. He realized he had to confess his feelings to Miao Jiao Jiao quickly. If he waited too long and someone else took her away, he would regret it forever. Noticing the gaze on him, Han Lingzhi raised his eyes. His deep, sharp black eyes made Xiao Chen's back feel cold when they met. It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, unable to move. His pupils shrank involuntarily. That person's gaze. So frightening. No, he can't be afraid. If he is afraid, then he will retreat. For Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, he must stand firm and fight to the end. Little Officer Chen cheered himself up inside, gritting his teeth as he kept eye contact. It's just a tougher look, so he can do it too. He'll treat him like a fierce criminal and glare him to death. Feeling the challenge from Little Officer Chen, Han Lingzhi raised an expressionless eyebrow. Then, his eyes suddenly turned cold and fierce. It was as if two sharp swords shot into the other's eyes, piercing straight to the heart. Little Officer Chen trembled all over, his hands and feet trembling twice. But he didn't give up. He kept staring with wide eyes, fixed on him. Miao Jiao Jiao had just gotten up to put the meat pie into a bowl. Now that she sat down, she noticed something was off in the atmosphere. She looked around, feeling a bit confused. What are these two always looking at each other for? Could it be that their eyes are playing tricks on them? Or maybe they like each other? Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, overthinking again. But continuing to hold this awkward silence isn't a good idea. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered, and she waved her hand in front of the two, saying, "Do you two have something to say? If not, I need to go out." This was her way of telling them to leave. Han Lingzhi, "I have something." Little Officer Chen, "Nothing." Both spoke at the same time, still staring at each other. Then Little Officer Chen quickly changed the subject. "I also have something to say." Miao Jiao Jiao. "Then say it quickly." "I'm eager to go exercise. Tonight's workout hasn't started yet, and she can't delay it." Hearing the girl's dissatisfaction in her tone, Han Lingzhi withdrew his gaze first. He spoke in a deep voice. "Grandpa Wang said he has something to tell you and asked me to invite you over. Yesterday, she learned a new trick. Mentioning elders often makes things easier." "Oh, all right then. Maybe the other side found something new about the pill last night? She definitely wants to see." Thinking this, Miao Jiao Jiao turned to Little Officer Chen and asked, "What about you? Do you have something to say?" I. Little Officer Chen blushed deeply and couldn't say anything for a long time. The timing isn't right now, and there's an annoying guy present. He can't confess his feelings. In the end, Xiao Chen only watched helplessly as the two of them left. The little goldfish. Haha, these two grown men are so childish. Oh, on the way, Miao Jiao Jiao suggested, "Let's take that small path over there. It'll be faster." The small path is next to Widow Lu's house, through a reed marsh, and after walking a bit, you'll reach the entrance of the neighboring village. Earlier, Miao Jiao Jiao discovered that Wang Dahu was involved in an affair and murder, and Bai Yan's confession also happened near the reed marsh. She felt uncomfortable about that place, so later, when she went to visit Meng Baobao in the neighboring village, she took a different, longer road. The small path is about 7 or 8 minutes faster than the main road, so if you're in a hurry, it's worth taking. Okay, Han Lingzhi agreed, without hesitation. He had already decided to clarify things with her soon. The two of them, one behind the other, just passed by Widow Lu's house. Just as Han Lingzhi was about to speak, he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from the yard of Widow Lu's house.
"Help!
Help! The cry was soft. Both Han Lingzhi and Miao Jiao Jiao had trained in martial arts and were more sensitive than most people, so they immediately heard it. A few months ago, after exchanging some pickled vegetables like radishes, cabbage, green beans, and garlic at Widow Lu's house, Miao Jiao Jiao sometimes went back there. The reason was simple. Her pickled vegetables were very delicious and had a familiar taste that reminded her of the times in the orphanage when the director's mother often made pickled dishes. The director's mother was a kind and caring person, but she passed away due to illness later. Miao Jiao Jiao missed that taste very much, so she often visited Widow Lu to exchange pickled goods. Although Widow Lu's face was disfigured from burns and she had lost her family, she never complained or blamed others. She lived diligently and quietly. However, the villagers said she was cursed, unlucky with her family and in-laws, and they were afraid her bad luck might spread, so no one wanted to be friends with her. This made her feel very insecure and socially anxious. Widow Lu's house was at the end of the village, far from her neighbors, and she usually worked alone, coming and going quietly. When Miao Jiao went to her place, she was initially a bit uncomfortable and didn't dare to speak much. Later, she was able to chat with Miao Jiao for a few words. Widow Lu is kind-hearted and eager to get close to others. Every time Miao Jiao came to exchange pickled vegetables, she would give her a lot. Sometimes, Miao Jiao refused to take so much, but she said her own vegetable garden had plenty, and even a whole garden's worth of vegetables wasn't enough to eat. After a few months of getting along, their relationship was not very close, but it was okay. When she heard the cry for help from Widow Lu's house, Miao Jiao naturally wanted to go and see what was wrong. She quickly took a few steps back and saw that the door to Widow Lu's house was locked. She tried to push the wooden door, but it wouldn't open, probably because the latch was engaged inside. Since there was no sound coming from inside, Miao Jiao felt a little anxious. Aunt Lu must be in trouble. Usually, her door isn't closed unless it's nighttime. Han Lingzhi looked at the yard and said, "Wait here, I'll climb over the wall and see what's going on." Miao Jiao looked at him and said, "Okay, but be careful." "Yes, I will." Han Lingzhi nodded, then quickly climbed over the wall nearby. Soon, Han Lingzhi opened the door. Miao Jiao hurried inside and saw Aunt Lu lying unconscious in the yard, sweating heavily, with a wooden bucket fallen nearby. "Aunt Lu!" Miao Jiao exclaimed. Just as she ran forward, someone else rushed over from outside the door. "Xiang Mei, are you okay?" This person was a middle-aged man Miao Jiao had seen a few times at Widow Lu's house. His name was Uncle Li. Miao Jiao looked at the scene on the ground and said, "Uncle Li, Aunt Lu probably fell and fainted by accident. I'll call the barefoot doctor. Don't move her yet, to avoid any problems." It had just rained that morning, so the ground was still a bit wet. Some moss-covered bricks could be very slippery. Widow Lu's head had hit the ground, and her shoes had some moss on the soles, so she might have slipped and fallen accidentally. "Okay. Thank you so much." Uncle Li nodded quickly. Just as Miao Jiao was about to run out, Han Lingzhi stopped her. "Let me go. I can run faster. You stay here and watch." Before she could react, Han Lingzhi ran out quickly. Looking at his figure running away, Miao Jiao's eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, the barefoot doctor was called over. After examining her, the barefoot doctor said that Widow Lu mainly fainted because her head hit the ground quite hard, but there were no other serious issues. When Han Lingzhi and Uncle Li carried Widow Lu onto the bed, she woke up. It turned out that after dinner today, she wanted to take a hot bath, so she went to the nearby well to fetch water several times and poured it into a large tub. On the last trip, she casually closed the yard gate, thinking she still needed to boil water, so her steps became hurried. Unexpectedly, she accidentally slipped on the moss-covered bricks and fell. At first, she called out a few times with some awareness, but later she lost consciousness completely. Hearing this, Miao Jiao couldn't help but feel that living alone these days was a bit risky. If something happened, no one would know. For some reason, she suddenly remembered some unpleasant experiences from modern times, and her mood sank quickly. Then, the barefoot doctor prescribed some medicine, saying Widow Lu should rest and observe for 2 days. If she still feels dizzy after that, she should go to the town clinic. After seeing the barefoot doctor off, Widow Lu thanked Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingzhi. Thank you both so much. If it weren't for you, I might still be lying in the yard. Uncle Li looked guilty. This is my fault. If I had helped fill the big tub with water a few days ago, this wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault. Widow Lu's pale cheeks slightly trembled with emotion. It has nothing to do with you. In the future, don't come to my house so often. Uncle Li's face flushed. No, I could agree before, but now that you've been hurt, I must come to take care of you. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingzhi exchanged a glance and politely said goodbye, leaving space for them. Outside the yard, Miao Jiao Jiao pursed her lips and said to Han Lingzhi, "Thank you today." Han Lingzhi's dark eyes moved but stayed still as he looked at her. Are you upset? A quick flicker of discomfort crossed Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes, then she lifted her head and smiled. No. Why do you ask that? Han Lingzhi quietly said, usually when you're happy, your mouth turns up at the corners. When you're unhappy, your mouth is pressed together. Big brother, are you observing so carefully? Psst. Under Han Lingzhi's intense gaze, Miao Jiao Jiao finally gave in. She lowered her eyes and said, Yes, I'm not happy, Han Lingzhi. If something's bothering you, you can tell me. I may not be good at comforting, but I am a good listener. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao looked at him strangely. You seem to be talking a lot today. Seeing his stunned expression, Miao Jiao Jiao's lips suddenly curved into a smile. Haha, just joking. Let's go. She turned and walked ahead on her own. The unhappy things are from the past life. In this life, she will be happy. Han Lingzhi looked at her back with a slight frown, then quickly caught up with her. Miao Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you. Huh? What's the matter? Miao Jiao Jiao turned to look at him. The sun had just set, and the afterglow of the sunset shone on her side face. It looked like she was covered in a golden veil, making her look especially beautiful and charming. Han Lingzhi couldn't help but gasp. His heart was pounding nervously, and cold sweat was forming on his palms. He wanted to speak but couldn't say a word. He knew she didn't like him right now. If he suddenly confessed, the chance of rejection would be high. But if he didn't say it, she would never understand his feelings. Thinking of this, Han Lingzhi's eyes darkened and he blurted out, Miao Jiao Jiao, I like you. I know you don't like me right now, but I hope you can give me a chance to pursue you. I will try to become the person you like. And if you don't like me because of my serious face, I will try to fix that in the future. Miao Jiao Jiao was completely stunned.
What?
What does this mean? The ice-cold face actually likes her? Her mind was completely muddled. This was the first time in her life someone confessed to her, and it was a super handsome guy. Miao Jiao Jiao's face instantly turned red. Why don't I feel disgusted, but instead feel a little excited inside? Yesterday, she just told Meng Baobao that she wasn't interested in him. If they ended up together, Meng Baobao would definitely laugh at her to death. Thinking of that girl's happy and smug look, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a terrible headache.
So, should she refuse or not? And
those questions still haven't been answered. Maybe she should ask first? Right now, Miao Jiao Jiao's mind was a big mess. She completely forgot how she had coldly refused when Shaoqin police officer showed her kindness earlier. She didn't expect that as soon as she faced this big brother, she would feel so nervous. Annoyed, Miao Jiao Jiao scratched her head and said, Before I answer, I have a few questions to ask you. Han Ling's eyes lit up immediately and quickly said, Go ahead. As long as he didn't get a firm rejection, there was still hope. Miao Jiao Jiao, can you tell me about your family background? If his background was too strong or complicated, she would refuse right away. After all, the world of the wealthy is very complicated, and she didn't want to be tied down. Han Ling's expression paused for a moment, then carefully looked at Miao Jiao Jiao's face. He hesitated for a moment and then replied, My family is simple. Currently, I only have my father living in Beijing. He's an ordinary soldier, a bit serious but very honest. You've met my grandparents too, they're very easy to get along with. Once you marry into the Han family, You'll be in charge, and no one will restrict you. Rest assured. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. They haven't even started dating yet, and he's already thinking about her marrying into the family? Big brother, are you thinking too far ahead? And how did he guess her thoughts? This guy is pretty clever. Hanling. I grew up in the military camp, so training in observation and reconnaissance is essential. I can read people's microexpressions and movements. Pretty impressive, right? Omega. Since he's just an ordinary soldier and his family is simple, there shouldn't be any complicated issues, right? That question is settled. Miao Jiao Jiao cleared her throat and asked, and how do you usually deal with those girls who like you? He is very handsome, so he probably has many unkind romantic interests. He doesn't want to deal with these problems every day. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi frowned and honestly replied, just show a cold face and politely refuse. Miao Jiao Jiao asked again, what if they keep bothering you? Han Lingzhi said, after I refuse, most people won't come near me again. Since this is a modest time, girls are shy and rarely do things that might hurt their reputation by bothering others. Miao Jiao Jiao snorted softly. There are some crazy ones who might hold a grudge and hurt the people around you. Bai Yan is just like that. Luckily, she found out. If it had been someone else, the consequences could have been very bad. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi suddenly remembered some unpleasant past experiences. His dark eyes showed a deep, cold look. If anyone dares to hurt my family or friends, I will not forgive them easily. He looked at Miao Jiao Jiao seriously and promised, don't worry, I will stop any trouble before it starts. If someone is reckless, I won't let them go. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a little pleased inside. She realized she was a bit stubborn earlier. It's not his fault that he's handsome and popular. Looking at how cold he was to Bai Yan before, she could tell how he had rejected other girls. Even so, she couldn't help but hum twice. Talking is easy, but actions matter. It depends on how you perform. When Han Lingzhi heard this, he understood her meaning and nodded happily. Jiao Jiao, if you give me a chance, I will make you happy. Miao Jiao Jiao was surprised. She hadn't said anything, so why was he so happy? But honestly, she didn't dislike him. She even felt some fondness. He is good-looking, skilled, and seems reliable. Everything about him suits her. When it comes to feelings, Miao Jiao Jiao never hesitates too much. Since she has made up her mind, she will follow her heart. As for the outcome, it depends on fate. We've known each other for a few months and are friends, but we're not very close yet. I can give you a chance to get to know each other better, our likes and dislikes, what kind of people we are, whether we are suitable to be together. You and I need to think carefully. Let's talk about it later, okay? All right. Of course I can do it. Han Lingzhi immediately broke into a big smile, looking very excited. At that moment, he felt happier than ever before. What do you like? I'll take you to the town to buy it tomorrow morning. Anything except scarves, you can choose whatever you want, Miao Jiao Jiao. It's not even settled yet, and he's already feeling jealous? Miao Jiao Jiao blinked her eyes. Then I insist on a scarf. Han Lingzhi pursed his lips, a dark light flickering in his eyes. You said you want a scarf around your neck. If you don't like it, don't wear it. Thinking about other men who had already given her gifts before him, he felt uncomfortable. For the rest of his life, he definitely wanted to buy her many things, so others wouldn't have a chance. Miao Jiao Jiao held back her laughter and deliberately said, then I like it now. A sly look flashed across her face, and Han Lingzhi immediately caught it. His mood instantly brightened, and he slightly smiled. If you like it, just buy it. I don't mind. Since she liked it, he could compromise. Let's see. I don't want to go to the town for now. At the end of the year, Miao Jiao Jiao planned to go shopping in the town with Meng Baobao and Lin Ju. She wasn't officially dating Han Lingzhi yet, so she naturally couldn't accept gifts casually. The two continued walking forward. When passing through the reed bed, Han Lingzhi spoke. Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry. I lied to you. Miao Jiao Jiao looked confused. What do you mean, Han Lingzhi? Grandpa Wang didn't say he wanted to find you. I lied to you on purpose to get you to come out. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched a few times. I don't like being lied to. Don't do it again next time. Han Lingzhi obediently nodded. Yes, okay. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Is there anything else? Now is her chance to get him to clarify. If he doesn't say, it could be serious later. She was just asking casually, but unexpectedly Han Lingzhi suddenly said, if I tell the truth now, you won't regret what you just said, right? Miao Jiao Jiao. Good grief. Did the ice-cold face lie again? Miao Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth. You go first. I need to see the situation. If it's a matter of principle, she definitely wouldn't back down. Han Lingzhi thought for a moment and decided to be honest. My father is not just an ordinary officer. That's the only thing I lied to you about. Miao Jiao Jiao was surprised. Then his official position. Commander of the Beijing Military District. Han Lingzhi looked at her. I hope you don't feel pressured or restricted because of this. My father is a very good person, and the person I like, he will definitely accept. At this moment, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a bit confused. This ordinary officer and a commander are worlds apart. She immediately thought that the Han family must be a wealthy and powerful family in Beijing. Throughout history, wealthy families often have complicated relationships and schemes. She, being used to a free and easy life, wondered if she could really adapt. She started to regret a little and was about to say it was better to forget it. But when she saw Han Lingzhi's hopeful and sincere eyes, her heart suddenly paused. Since he spoke earlier, Han Lingzhi had been staring closely at her face. From their previous encounters, she was always bold and free-spirited. Seeing her hesitant expression now, it was clear she didn't want to be too restricted. He didn't want to force her, but he also didn't want her to refuse. This opportunity was rare, and he didn't want to miss it. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I make my own decisions. No one can decide for me. Also, my family is very simple. You don't need to care about irrelevant people. If you don't want to deal with them in the future, I will handle it. This was his way of showing his determination. As long as they were together, he would protect her and not let her worry too much. Then Han Lingzhi seriously said, if one day I do something wrong, you can tell me at any time. If you really don't like it, you can leave any time. All these heartfelt words were heard by Miao Jiao Jiao and stayed in her heart. She didn't expect him to make these promises before they even started. It showed how much he valued her. Since he would handle everything she was worried about, she decided to give it a try. Anyway, she wasn't afraid. With the Spirit Spring space in her hands, supplies and money were secure. If any problems really came up later, she could always retreat completely. All right, let's try to get to know each other first. If at any point I feel it's not right, we'll just stop and you must not bother me. She doesn't believe in being completely committed from the start. If it truly doesn't work out, it's better to part ways peacefully. Han Lingzhi's tense expression relaxed a little. Okay, I promise. He promises, but he knows deep down that day may never come. He is determined to be the person she chooses, and he will do his best to make her happy. Since they've talked openly, Miao Jiao doesn't see the point in going to the neighbor's shed anymore. They haven't even officially become a couple or met the family, and it feels a bit strange. Miao Jiao, I'm going home now. I need to work out. Han Lingzhi's eyes darkened. Can you stay a little longer? They've only talked for less than half an hour, and he still wants to spend more time with her. Miao Jiao snorted. No, today you've lied to me twice. I don't want to see you anymore, Han Lingzhi. I'm sorry. I won't do it again next time. Then I'll see you off. Miao Jiao waved her hand to refuse. No need. I'll go by myself. It's too much trouble for you to keep coming back and forth. She turned to leave, and Han Lingzhi followed her from a distance until he saw her enter the workers' courtyard. Then he felt relieved. When he returned to the shed, it was already dark. The three elders were waiting anxiously at the door. As soon as they saw Han Lingzhi, they hurried over and asked, How did it go, kid? What did Miao Jiao say? It was Grandpa Wang, who was impatient and liked to be the first to speak. Did you explain our family situation clearly to Miao Jiao? Let her know she doesn't need to feel pressured. We all like her, Grandpa Wu said calmly, but seriously. What did Miao Jiao say? Is she willing to date you? Grandma Wu kindly advised. If she isn't, keep trying. Don't let her think you're not serious. After they finished speaking, Han Lingzhi smiled slightly and said, She agreed to try and get to know us. Whether it works out or not depends on the future. Of course it will work, Grandpa Wang said excitedly, then deliberately looked serious. If it doesn't work, you're not a real man, Han Lingzhi. Grandpa Wu looked a bit amused and said, All right, Lao Wang. Lingzhi knows his limits. Don't you trust him? Since childhood, he has been very competitive. Every time he went to military training, he performed much better than others his age. It's just a pity that these 3 years were wasted. Grandma Wu's face was full of smiles. She patted Han Lingzhi's hand and said, Good, good, as long as Jiao Jiao agrees. From now on, you should take good care of her and try to get your relationship settled. Han Lingzhi nodded seriously and said, Yes, I will. While Han Lingzhi was being questioned by a few elders, Miao Jiao Jiao also faced the same problem. As soon as she arrived at the educated youth courtyard, Lin Ju pulled her into the girls' dorm. The other girl, full of curiosity, asked, Jiao Jiao, come on, tell the truth. What were those 2 men here for today? Wang Daidi covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Jie, stop asking. Can't you see Jiao Jiao is embarrassed? Ma Fong sat in the corner, secretly listening with her ears perked up, eyes constantly looking over. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't plan to hide anything. Anyway, Han Lingzhi would often come to see her, so everyone would find out eventually. Xiao Chun from the police came and just said a few things before leaving.
Don't think too much, she said.
They didn't explicitly say they liked her, so she couldn't just say anything. Besides, she and Xiao Chun had no real chance, so it was better to keep things clear to avoid misunderstandings. As for Han Lingzhi, Miao Jiao Jiao paused, a faint blush appearing on her ears. It's what you think. He wants to be my boyfriend, but I haven't agreed yet. I'll see how he behaves. Oh, I knew it. Haha, Lin Ju clapped excitedly and laughed. That's great. You two are a perfect match, Wang Daidi also smiled. Yes, with Jiao Jiao's looks, only he can match her. They had all seen Han Lingzhi. He was tall, handsome, and polite. Last time, he even went into the forest with Jiao Jiao to rescue someone. He seemed responsible and capable, so they were very happy for Miao Jiao Jiao. Ma Fong listened for a while, then moved closer. She curled her lips in a dismissive way and said, It's just that he's a bit handsome. That person often has a serious face and looks quite scary. He's not as friendly as Xiao Chun from the police station. Lin Ju looked at her with a blank expression. He doesn't like you, so why are you making trouble here? Ma Fong was afraid of being scolded by Lin Ju. She backed up a few steps and whispered, I'm just doing this for Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao looked serious and said, If you really care about me, just shut your mouth. Although she had joked with Meng Baobao about Han Ling's cold expression before, she also meant it as a joke. Now, they're not just friends, but also trying to get closer. Hearing Ma Fong talk badly about him made her feel uncomfortable. Since she rescued Ma Fong from the forest last time, Ma Fong had been calmer for a while and didn't deliberately oppose her anymore. But Ma Fong's words are really sharp. She likes to complain and argue about everything she sees. If she didn't know Ma Fong didn't have bad intentions, Miao Jiao Jiao would have already taken action to deal with her. Stop talking nonsense all day. Instead of gossiping about others, you should work on improving yourself. Ma Fong didn't dare to argue with Miao Jiao Jiao. She could only quietly stomp her feet in the corner and mutter, Humph. Acting like a good person but actually just a fool. I won't say anything more. Wang Daidi is a gentle person and a good-hearted person. Seeing Ma Fong like this, she spoke to comfort her. Everyone knows what kind of person Jiao Jiao is. She definitely won't suffer losses or make quick decisions. You shouldn't think too much. Humph. Ma Fong also thought about this and regretted what she just said, but she couldn't swallow her pride, so she just snorted and gave up. Miao Jiao Jiao and Lin Ju exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly. After a while, Wang Dinyo, who was learning martial arts, came over. Jiao Jiao Jia, I'm here. Let's start practicing. Okay, coming right away. Miao Jiao Jiao greeted the others with a smile and walked out. Outside, Miao Jiao Jiao took Wang Dinyo to the foot of the mountain to practice. Usually, if time was tight, Miao Jiao Jiao would practice at the youth commune entrance. When she had free time, She preferred the open space at the foot of the mountain because it was spacious and convenient for exercise. Wang Daniu usually starts her practice by standing in horse stance for 30 minutes. After some time training, the young girl now practices confidently. Miao Jiao Jiao is practicing with a wooden stick in an open space. As they train, suddenly a loud scream comes from afar. Widow Lu jumped into the river. Someone help! Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes widen. She tells Daniu to continue practicing alone and quickly runs toward the river. 5 minutes later, Miao Jiao Jiao arrives at the riverbank. Widow Lu has already been rescued. Thanks to the quick help, she is not seriously hurt. She lies on the grass, soaked and staring blankly with tears slowly falling from her eyes. A group of people surrounds her, pointing and talking, but no one steps forward to comfort her. Nearby, a chubby woman loudly explains, "Oh, I was just washing clothes by the river when she suddenly jumped in. It really scared me." Others discuss, "She's quite old now. Why would she do something so reckless? It's really unbelievable. Have you heard? I heard she was secretly meeting with that lame guy from the next village inside her house. Someone from the neighboring village saw them. That gossiping woman is so loud." Now, in less than half an hour, everyone in the village knows about their inappropriate relationship. Isn't that embarrassing? No wonder she jumped into the river. Doing such things in broad daylight, it's so shameful. If this were ancient times, she'd be thrown into a pig cage. Widow Lu looks so disfigured now, yet some people still like her. It's really strange. Hearing these harsh words, Miao Jiao Jiao walks forward, holding her coat to cover Widow Lu, and gently crouches down. She softly says, "Auntie, come on, I'll help you go back." A busybody nearby steps in and says, "Hey, little Miao, you shouldn't get involved with someone with such bad manners. It might ruin your reputation." Hearing this, Widow Lu looks at her with despair. Her lips turn blue, and she trembles constantly. "Miao Jiao, I didn't do anything. I was innocent with him. He only stayed in my house because he was worried about me. We didn't do anything." Miao Jiao gently pats her back and says, "I believe you. I know the truth." Previously, when she went to Aunt Lu's house to exchange pickled vegetables, she met Uncle Li several times. Every time she saw him, he was secretly helping to fetch water or chop firewood. Later, she became familiar with Aunt Lu and heard her tell their story. They were neighbors, grew up together, and had a close relationship. They originally planned to marry and live together in the future. Unfortunately, Uncle Li had an accident when he was over 10 years old and became lame. His family was very poor, so Aunt Lu's family strongly opposed their relationship. Later, Aunt Lu's family paid a high bride price to marry her off to Shishui village. Uncle Li was deeply hurt by this and became very depressed. He didn't find a partner or marry until middle age. Then, Aunt Lu's house caught fire, and she was left to live alone in hardship. Uncle Li worried about her and secretly came to help her. He also asked many times to marry her, but she refused because she was afraid of gossip and worried about bringing bad luck to her family. So she kept saying no. Before, Mia Jiao Jiao had listened to these stories and advised Aunt Lu. She believed that the past was just an accident and not anyone's fault. Villagers liked to gossip, and superstitious rumors were not trustworthy. But Aunt Lu couldn't get over her worries, so her concerns remained. Hearing the villagers' accusations, Mia Jiao Jiao felt very angry. Not long ago, she and Han Lingzhi had just left Aunt Lu's house and knew that Aunt Lu had fallen and needed care. They understood everything clearly. Aunt Lu and Uncle Li were both single. Talking openly in their own home was not considered cheating. Now, there was a sneering laugh nearby. "Xiao Miao, you are praised by the commune leaders, but you shouldn't be with someone cursed like that. It's bad luck." Mia Jiao Jiao's eyes immediately flashed with anger. She stood up quickly. "What era is this? You all are still spreading superstitions. If the commune leaders hear this, guess what they will do?" Hearing this, the person who had just mocked her immediately shut up, afraid to speak. Nowadays, words can't be spoken carelessly. If you're not careful, you might get into trouble. Someone nearby expressed dissatisfaction. So, it's true that Aunt Lu is cheating, and you're not allowed to say anything about it? Miao Jiao Jiao glared at them. Did you actually see it yourself? She was just hosting guests at her own home, and you interrupted her, and even insulted her. Now look what happened. Aunt Lu jumped into the river. Luckily, she was rescued. If she hadn't been saved, all of you who spread those rumors would have been responsible for her death. She deeply understood how terrifying gossip could be. Back in school, because she was an orphan and didn't fit in, and because she worked part-time every day to earn money, people spread nasty rumors about her. If she hadn't been strong-willed, she might have lost all hope long ago. At that time, she had wished someone would step forward to stop the rumors and pull her out of the darkness. But no one did. Later, she relied on herself, slowly regained her strength, secretly learned martial arts, and finally taught those rumor makers a lesson. She knew too well the helplessness and frustration of being wrongly accused and mocked. That's why she despised people who pretended to be kind but spread false stories without knowing the truth. She wasn't someone who liked to meddle, but since she knew Aunt Lu, she had to stand up for what was right. The people around looked embarrassed after hearing her words. Wow, no need to make it sound so serious. We were just talking, that's all. Yeah, she's fine now, isn't she? Why so tense? I didn't say much, just repeating what I heard from others. A thin man snorted. A widow should stay home quietly instead of going out all the time. And you, a young woman, why are you getting involved? Hearing that, Widow Lu turned pale and began trembling. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao immediately turned to the man. I'm a volunteer from Shishui village, and I've been praised by the commune leaders. Of course I'll stand up when I see injustice. And what's wrong with being a widow? Can a widow go out?
Tell me, which law says that?
I've heard from Officer Chen that spreading false rumors without proof can get you sent for labor reform. If you want to go to farm labor camp, just shout loudly. I will write down the list now and talk to the local leaders later. Hearing this, the thin man turned pale with fear but still stubbornly said, You like to argue a lot, girl. I won't fight with women. I won't say more. After being challenged by Miao Jiao Jiao and hearing that spreading rumors could get someone taken away, some onlookers who enjoyed the drama quieted down. Others saw Widow Lu lying on the ground looking miserable and had different expressions, but no longer made sarcastic comments. Nearby, a wise aunt looked around and said loudly, Actually, we didn't see anything. It was that Wong Big Mouth talking. Where is she? Why isn't she here during such a big fuss? Someone chuckled and said, Maybe she hid inside after hearing about the accident. Wong Big Mouth is just a loudmouth and a coward. It's really funny. A kind-hearted aunt stepped forward and said, Come Lu, let me help you up. Let's go home and change your clothes first. It's so cold in winter. You might catch a cold. Miao Jiao Jiao also helped and said, Aunt Lu, let's go back first. After you change, we can all go to Wong Big Mouth's house to confront her and ask why she falsely accused you. Although she had only seen Uncle Li a few times, he was honest, kind, and well-mannered. Before they confirmed their relationship, he and Aunt Lu usually wouldn't be alone together, so Miao Jiao Jiao was sure Wong Big Mouth was just lying on purpose for some reason. Widow Lu's eyes were full of tears as she nodded to Miao Jiao Jiao and said, Okay. She had suffered so much over the years. Even though people often called her a bad omen behind her back, she endured it all quietly, keeping her head down. Finally, things seemed to be getting better, and life was a little easier, but then this false accusation happened again. She didn't mind being scolded, but she really didn't want to drag Brotherly into it. He was so good, and she didn't want him to get hurt. That's why she was confused and thought about ending her life by the river to prove her innocence, just to protect Brother Li's reputation. But after Miao Jiao Jiao's words just now, she suddenly realized a lot. Even if she jumped into the river, the rumors probably wouldn't stop. It might be better to confront the person involved directly. Maybe there was still a chance to clear things up. Miao Jiao Jiao supported Widow Lu and loudly addressed the crowd, saying, Although some people have said unkind words, I believe most of you can tell right from wrong. I also believe everyone is kind and helpful. Let's all go to Wang Dazue's house together. Then we can openly discuss what really happened and see who is at fault, okay? Okay? Everyone agreed with a nod. If anyone didn't agree, it would mean they weren't kind, which is not acceptable. A large group of people headed toward the end of the village. When they passed the youth cadre compound, Lingzhi and others heard about the situation and quickly followed behind. When they arrived at Widow Lu's house, while a few caring women helped her change clothes, Miao Jiao Jiao, Lingzhi, and Huang Daidi hurried to the kitchen to cook a small pot of soup. After she finished changing clothes and tidied her hair, the soup was almost ready. Widow Lu drank 2 large bowls, and her face gradually looked better. She looked around at everyone in the house with gratitude and said, "Thank you all." Everyone nodded politely, saying there was no need to thank them. After tidying up, everyone inside and those waiting outside in the yard set out together toward Wang Dazue's house. Meanwhile, at Wang Dazue's home, Wang Dazue's mother-in-law, Lu Posey, looked grim as she glanced toward Wang Dazue's room, then went to the living room with a serious face. "Gun, look at your lazy wife. After dinner, she just went to bed and didn't even clean up her dishes. Tell me, why is she like this?" Lu Gunzi impatiently scratched his foot. "I won't go. If I do, she'll probably scold me again. It's just washing a bowl, a few minutes work. You can clean up, it's no big deal. You unfilial son." Lu Posey's face turned red with anger. "I'm old now, and she doesn't take care of me. Instead, she makes me serve her? What kind of curse did I bring on myself? I raised the son with my own blood and sweat, and now he only helps outsiders, not his own family. My life is so hard." Boo-hoo. As she spoke, Lu Posey sat down on a chair, pretending to wipe tears and crying. Seeing her familiar act, Lu Gunzi was speechless. He looked at her for a moment, then went into his room and closed the door, seeking some peace. Seeing this, Granny Lu paused, with no tears in her eyes, and gritted her teeth as she said, "This ungrateful, heartless thing. I really wasted my time raising him." In Big Mouth Wang's house. When Lu Gunzi entered, he asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Why are you going to bed so early?" He lifted her quilt and saw Big Mouth Wang hiding inside, eating something that made a crunching sound. Big Mouth Wang wiped her hands on her clothes, quickly covered herself again, and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm freezing. What are you eating?" "I smell something strange," Lu Gunzi said with disgust, waving his hand. "Is it pickled garlic? Why are you hiding here to eat? Why don't you take it out?" Big Mouth Wang sneered and said, "It's just a small bowl. Why should I take it out? If I give it to your mother, she'll just scold me." That small bowl was stolen earlier from Granny Lu's house. In the evening, feeling greedy, she went to Granny Lu's house and saw the disabled man from the neighboring village feeding water to Granny Lu. The scene was obvious. Clearly, they had some secret relationship. After the disabled man left, she appeared and asked Granny Lu for some pickled garlic. But Granny Lu, usually easy to talk to, refused this time, making excuses that she wanted to save some for others. Feeling annoyed, she insulted Granny Lu, calling her and Uncle Li a pair of adulterers, shameless in broad daylight. Seeing Granny Lu's face turn purple with anger, she left the house proudly. Messing with her wouldn't end well. Later, she met Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen from the same village, and they started gossiping and talking nonsense. When they left with looks of disdain and gossip, her anger eased a bit. Later, she sat in her house for a while, still craving pickled garlic, so she sneaked back to Granny Lu's house. This time, Granny Lu wasn't home. She quietly went into the kitchen, dug out a small bowl of garlic from the jar, and hurried back to hide in her room to eat. By the end, her feet were cold, so she curled up in bed and kept eating. Thinking of this, Big Mouth Wang glared at her husband. "Look at you. I just warmed up the quilt, and you made it cold again. Tonight, it'll be cold when we sleep." Lu Gunzi chuckled happily and moved forward. "It's okay, wife. When the time comes, we'll do that thing, and it'll be warm." De Mouth Wang snorted with laughter. "Only you can say that." Seeing her reaction, Lu Gunzi quickly prepared to take off his pants and get into bed. "Come on, wife. Let's finish quickly and then go to sleep." Just as they were lying under the blankets, getting ready for something, suddenly there was a loud noise outside in the yard.
Da motruang.
Come out here. What's going on? What's going on? Wang hurriedly put on his clothes, looking impatient as he went outside. When he saw Widow Lu standing among the noisy crowd in the yard, his eyes twitched, and he felt a bad premonition. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Chen stepped forward first. Wang, earlier you told us that Widow Lu was secretly seeing someone. Do you have any proof? Wang, tell us quickly. You almost caused Widow Lu to jump into the river. Explain yourself. Although Widow Lu was timid, her eyes burning with anger, she also stepped forward. Wang, I have no grudges against you. Why are you falsely accusing me? When Wang heard that Widow Lu had actually jumped into the river, she trembled slightly. Seeing her standing there alive and well, she quickly changed her tone and looked arrogant. Tonight, I saw you at your house, and I saw the lame Li from the neighboring village bringing you water. You were lying in bed, looking dissatisfied. It's obvious you two did something. She thought she could scare people with the story about jumping into the river. How petty and disgusting. You're talking nonsense. Widow Lu was so angry she almost burst. That's not true. I was just feeling unwell and lying in bed. Miao Jiao Jiao stepped out with a cold face.
I know about this.
Tonight, Aunt Lu accidentally fell in the yard. We even called a barefoot doctor to check on her. The doctor said she should rest in bed for a day or two. As for Uncle Li, he's from the same village as Aunt Lu and knows her well. He came to visit and saw her like that. He helped by bringing water, and there's nothing wrong with that. Hearing Miao Jiao Jiao's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that Widow Lu and the lame Li had done nothing wrong, and Wang was just spreading false rumors. It was truly despicable. Everyone looked at Wang with angry eyes. Wang, feeling guilty, shrank back in fear. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she stubbornly said, even if it didn't happen today, I saw that crippled man Li come to see Widow Lu more than once. They must have something going on. Wang Dazue's husband, Lu Gun, and mother-in-law, Lu Posey, shrank into the corner, too scared to step forward and speak. At that moment, Lida hurried over from outside, walking unsteadily, and said excitedly, It's my fault. Don't blame her. He had just been with Lu Mei for a while before she drove him away. After returning from chopping wood at the foot of the mountain, he heard someone say that the Widow Lu from the next village had jumped into the river. Hearing this, he rushed over in a panic. When he heard the fat woman say those insulting words, he was so upset that he wanted to take all the blame himself. I'm a single man, and I saw her as a lonely widow with no one to rely on, so I wanted to start a family with her. But she never agreed, and nothing ever happened between us. She's innocent. Everyone listened to his words and remembered what Miao Jiao Jiao had said earlier. They understood the full story now. It turned out that an old bachelor liked Widow Lu and wanted to be with her. There was nothing wrong with that. Moreover, they were just talking and chatting inside her house. Even if they were together, it was all out in the open, not secret affairs. It was only Wang Dazue causing trouble, talking nonsense and making everyone think the worst. Seeing everyone's expressions, Miao Jiao Jiao realized they understood everything, so she stepped forward and scolded Wang Dazue. Wang Dazue, you must apologize to Aunt Lu today. You spread rumors that caused her to jump into the river. You are responsible. Wang Dazue wanted to argue, but seeing everyone's serious faces, he reluctantly said, It's my fault. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Miao Jiao Jiao frowned and said coldly, I hope you take this as a warning. If it happens again, I will report you to the village leaders to deal with you properly. If this had happened to her, she wouldn't rest until she had beaten the person half to death. But this was about Widow Lu, and she couldn't interfere too much. After all, she would be living in the village in the future, and the other party probably just wanted to settle things peacefully. Got it. Wang Dazue looked pale and forced a smile, acting very cautiously. Aunt Lu, I want to apologize. Widow Lu felt relieved and responded, It's okay, just be careful in the future. As long as the rumors stop, she didn't want to pursue it further. Finally, this farce came to an end. The incident with Widow Lu and Uncle Lee is a setup related to something about the female lead later on, so I hope everyone can understand. The story will be revealed gradually. Tomorrow, I plan to share some sweet moments. Stay tuned, everyone. Omega. The next morning, Lingzhi woke up early and made a special trip to the county town. Although Miao Jiao Jiao said yesterday that she didn't need a gift for now, he still wanted to buy her something. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. When he arrived at the county, the department store had just opened. The staff were preparing things and hadn't yet sat at the counters. Seeing the tall, handsome figure walk in, the sales assistant, Xiao Hong, immediately changed her casual attitude and stepped forward to ask, "Hello, sir. Do you need to buy something?" Lingzhi responded coldly and expressionlessly, "I'm just looking, thank you." Xiao Hong straightened her back, showing off her attractive figure in her stylish outfit, and softly smiled. "I'm an employee here. I'm familiar with the store's products. If you need anything, just ask me. I can take you around." However, Lingzhi didn't even give her a glance and simply brushed past her. Xiao Hong paused, her smile fading instantly, replaced by a look of annoyance and anger. Seeing this, the other sales assistants, who were busy tidying up, exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. Haha, Xiao Hong, being the manager's niece, often acts arrogantly and doesn't usually serve customers proactively. But now, after making an effort, she was completely ignored. It was hilarious. Seeing everyone's mocking expressions, Xiao Hong scowled and scolded. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? You all just stand around and smile foolishly early in the morning. When the manager comes, you'll see." Hearing her threatening words, the others quickly lowered their heads and resumed their work. Seeing this, Little Red snorted arrogantly and walked proudly toward Lingzhi. Although the man was dressed simply and modestly, his demeanor was unmistakable. He must be from a big city. She needed to show off a little. If he noticed her, maybe she could marry into a big city. The county's department store was similar to the supply and marketing cooperative in the town, both 2 stories tall. The first floor mainly sold daily necessities and food, while the second floor had clothes, accessories, and jewelry. The place wasn't very big. Lingzhi first looked around the first floor, then was about to go upstairs when Little Red stopped him. "Comrade, are you going to the second floor to look at clothes? I can take you there. I know where the ready-made clothing shops are." Lingzhi looked down and said calmly, "No need. Please step aside." Little Red didn't move. She smiled, brushed her hair behind her ear, and spoke softly, "There's no need to be polite. Our manager always says, serving customers well is our duty, and it's what we should do. Step aside." Lingzhi raised his head coldly, his gaze sharp as an ice blade, and said mercilessly, "Don't make me say it a third time." Little Red was frightened by his look and hurriedly moved aside, saying, "Please, please." After he took big steps up the stairs, Little Red clutched her chest and exhaled heavily, snorting through her nostrils. "Humph, what are you so proud of? Wearing ragged clothes and having no money. If you look down on me, I might just look down on you too." Lingzhi quickly looked around the second floor, finally deciding what to buy. At this moment, all the shop assistants had sat behind the counters. He first went to the jewelry section. He placed the money and tickets on the counter and said, "Please hand me that red hat and the white scarf." The clerk quickly took the items and handed them to him. "Here you go. Please take them." Then he moved to the clothing section nearby, pointing directly at the red coat on the top shelf. "Please take that down so I can see it." The clerk was surprised but used a clothes-pulling stick to retrieve it, smiling. "You have good taste. This is a new arrival from Shanghai just a few days ago. We sold a few, and only this last one remains." Lingzhi held the clothes in his hand, turning them over and examining them carefully. Thinking about Jiao Jiao's figure, he guessed they would fit well. Then he took some money and a receipt from his pocket. "Please wrap this up for me," he said. The clerk smiled and replied, "Sure, just a moment." After buying these 3 items, Lingzhi simply carried them and left. He had also wanted to buy her a pair of shoes, but he didn't know her size, so he gave up on that idea. Miao Jiao Jiao. Cough cough, this is like wrapping her from head to toe. She must be feeling jealous. When the man left, Xiao Hong, who had been sitting in the skincare section on the first floor, quickly got up, and went to the second floor. She asked the clerk selling clothes, "Hey, what did that man just buy?" The clerk looked at her in polite attitude and was reluctant to say, but after thinking for a moment he answered, "He bought a red coat and also bought a hat and scarf from the next aisle." Xiao Hong gasped, "What? That coat is so expensive. He could afford it. The hat and scarf together only cost a few dollars, but that red coat was from Shanghai, costing at least over 100 yuan. She had been eyeing it for days, but never had enough money to buy it. She didn't expect this man, who looked ordinary, to be so generous with his spending. At that moment, Xiao Hong felt regretful. If she had just persisted a little longer earlier, maybe something could have happened between them. That red coat could have been hers. She wondered when they would meet again. Thinking of this, Xiao Hong sighed. If only I had spoken to him a little more earlier. The two sales clerks overheard her words and exchanged glances, a look of disdain on their faces. Could this person be mentally ill? That red coat was a style for young women. A man buying a women's coat. What does that mean? It must be for his partner. If he already has someone, why is he trying to get close to others? It's simply shameless. It takes 2 hours by bus from the county town back to the village, and then over half an hour on foot to reach the village. When Lingzhi returned to the village, it was nearly 11 a.m. He hadn't finished work yet, so he first went back to the grass shed, put his things down, and then went to the nearby woods to chop 2 bundles of firewood. After finishing chopping, the sun was already high at noon, marking the end of work time. Lingzhi didn't eat lunch and directly carried 2 bundles of firewood, holding a gift in his hand, walking cheerfully to the neighboring village. When he arrived at the youth commune, he met a group of young people finishing their work. Lin Ju deliberately winked at Miao Jiao Jiao and said, "Wow, Comrade Han came so suddenly, and he's carrying 2 bundles of firewood. Is he here to cook and get a free meal?" "Yes," Lingzhi replied quietly with a serious face, looking at Miao Jiao Jiao with anticipation and asking, "Jiao Jiao, is that okay?" Surrounded by teasing looks, Miao Jiao Jiao's face looked a little uncomfortable. She cleared her throat and said, "Since you're here, let's go, okay?" Lingzhi's eyes brightened, and he followed her inside. The female young people didn't react much, since Miao Jiao Jiao had already told them yesterday. But the male young people reacted quite strongly. Wang Gang and Cui Dazhuang looked confused. This feels a bit off. When did these two become so close? Jia Yu's expression was still quite normal this time. When he had shown friendliness to Miao Jiao Jiao before, she hadn't given him a friendly look at all. Although he felt a little upset inside, he didn't dwell on it. His gaze fell on Ma Fong's figure ahead, and a few traces of helplessness flashed in his eyes. These days, whenever he tried to chat with Ma Fong, she would always give him a cold reply. Sigh. It's making him feel annoyed and a bit discouraged. Miao Jiao Jiao opened the door, helped Lingzhi unload the firewood from his back, and complained, "It's so heavy. If you're coming, why carry so much firewood? I can chop it myself." Lingzhi placed the firewood at the fire starting spot, dusted himself off, then turned to look at her. His tone was very serious. "From now on, I will handle all the water fetching and firewood chopping in your house." "That's what I should do." Miao Jiao Jiao felt a little embarrassed by his obvious hint. She deliberately said stubbornly, "If I don't agree to be your girlfriend, won't you be at a disadvantage?" After saying that, she secretly glanced at Bing Kuai's face to see his reaction. Lingzhi kept looking at her, just catching her series of expressions. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she slowly said, "It's okay to suffer some losses. Being able to fall into your hands is also worth it." Humph. Miao Jiao Jiao deliberately turned away so he wouldn't see her blushing. "Since you're here for meal, help light the fire. I'll cook the dishes, okay?" Lingzhi nodded. Then, the two of them silently divided the work and started. Miao Jiao Jiao first cooked a pot of coarse rice in a clay pot. Usually, she made porridge and ate it in her space. Since guests had arrived, she couldn't just serve anything casually. She went to the backyard vegetable garden and picked 2 eggplants and a bunch of green beans, making a dish with eggplant and green beans. The garden was originally set up by some old, educated youths. At first, when Miao Jiao Jiao took vegetables out, she would tell Lingzhi and others and exchange a few other things. Now, after a few months, she lived in the backyard, making it easier to manage the garden. She took care of watering and fertilizing, so she was quite free to take vegetables. But she didn't take vegetables often, mainly for showing to outsiders. If she really wanted to eat greens, she had a big handful irrigated with spiritual spring water in her space, which tasted much better. Miao Jiao Jiao also took some eggs to the neighbor Tai Dan's house. Yesterday, she saw him catch several fish from the river, so she exchanged one for her. She asked Han Lingzhi if he could eat spicy food. He nodded, saying yes, so Miao Jiao Jiao made a spicy braised big crucian carp. There was still some pickled vegetables from Widow Lu's place. Miao Jiao Jiao made a dish of pickled green beans with eggs, and finally, she prepared a bowl of tomato and egg soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup in total. They weren't fancy, but they looked and smelled delicious. Han Lingzhi sat nearby helping to light the fire. Watching Miao Jiao Jiao's busy, pretty figure, a faint haze appeared in his eyes. This warm, homely feeling of everyday life was like a dream, making him feel unreal. Happy and unhappy memories flooded his mind in an instant. He finally remembered the scene when he went to the countryside and saw Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu looking withered and exhausted. Suddenly, Han Lingzhi felt a cold chill run through his body.
He
still deserves happiness? Facing such a beautiful, hardworking girl, being with her, would he be happy? A deep doubt rose in his heart, until suddenly, a warm object was placed into his palm. Han Lingzhi slowly looked up. The girl in front of him looked annoyed and said, "Eat, Han Lingzhi. I called you several times, but you didn't answer. I had to put the bowl in your hand, right?" The painful memories that hadn't come to mind for a long time suddenly resurfaced, catching him off guard. Miao Jiao Jiao was still a bit upset at first, but when she saw Han Lingzhi's strange expression, she felt confused. His thin red lips were pressed tightly, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He exuded a cold aura, seeming to keep others at a distance. What's wrong? It was just cooking, but his mood changed completely from before. She asked, "What's wrong?" Han Lingzhi shook his head. "Nothing, let's eat." Miao Jiao Jiao looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Han Lingzhi, do you remember what you promised me yesterday?" "I remember," Han Lingzhi said, lifting his dark eyes. "You said you don't like being lied to." Miao Jiao Jiao snorted softly. "That's right. You clearly have something on your mind, but you lied and said everything's fine." Han Lingzhi lowered his eyes. I don't know how to say it. He still couldn't tell her about that painful past. If she knew that his own mother had caused his aunt's death, and he hadn't taken revenge, she might laugh at him for being a coward. He wasn't ready to show her his bad side. He was afraid it would scare her away. He didn't want to see that happen. "When the time is right, I will explain everything to you," he said. Seeing his brows furrowed tightly and his serious expression, Miao Jiao Jiao didn't ask further. She said, all right. It's okay. Hurry up and eat. The food is getting cold. Everyone has secrets and unhappy pasts. There's a long future ahead, and one day, they will open their hearts." Miao Jiao Jiao noticed he hadn't picked up his chopsticks for a while and deliberately said, "You can serve yourself. I made so many dishes today. If you can't finish them all, you're not allowed to come over and eat for free next time." Han Lingzhi paused, then looked up at the girl in front of him. Although her tone was impatient, the slight smile at the corner of her mouth revealed her thoughts. In his heart, he suddenly felt warm. He nodded seriously. "Okay, I will finish everything." To prepare for the next meal visit, he must work hard to finish his tasks. After saying that, he picked up a big handful of eggplant and green beans and quickly shoved them into his mouth. His eyes immediately lit up. This flavor is truly amazing. Seeing his happy face, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but feel proud and raised her eyebrows. This time, she didn't dilute the spiritual spring water too much, but used a mix of half well water and half spiritual spring water to cook the rice and dishes. Plus, her cooking skills made the taste naturally excellent. The handsome man in front of her might become her husband someday. So, She decided to use delicious food to win his heart early. That should work, right? A little clever trick, hee hee. Han Lingzhi enjoyed this meal very much. Last time, Xiao Qinggong told him that after eating at her place, he always felt a bit uneasy. Even after drinking her homemade chicken soup, he still felt a little jealous. Now that he finally got to eat her homemade dishes, he felt very happy. Especially when, halfway through, he asked, back when Xiao Qinggong ate here, how many dishes did you make? Hearing that she made 3 dishes, he felt even more satisfied. At least he had one more dish, which meant Jiao Jiao cared more about him. After finishing the meal, Han Lingzhi eagerly washed the dishes. From now on, you just focus on cooking. I'll handle the fire and clean up. Miao Jiao Jiao paused for a moment. Then a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although this person is thinking a bit too far ahead. But I have to admit, that sounded pretty nice. She really doesn't like washing dishes. Even though there's not much oil or water, she always feels her hands are greasy. Small goldfish. Just a side note, I'm the same with my partner, ahem ahem. After tidying up, Han Lingzhi finally took the things from the table. Miao Jiao Jiao had seen it long ago. Though she was curious, she didn't look and just waited for him to bring it up. Jiao Jiao, this is a gift I got for you. Open it and see if it fits. If not, I'll go buy another one. Miao Jiao Jiao first opened one of the packages and found it was a red beret with a 5-star badge. When she took it out, Han Lingzhi explained nearby, this hat comes in 2 colors, and there's also an army green one. Since that color is everywhere, I chose the red for you. Yes, I like this color too. Even if I didn't like it, I would have to say I do, or it might hurt feelings. Miao Jiao Jiao set the hat aside and took out a white scarf from the bag. This white scarf is the same style as the one Xiao Chen's police friend had before, just a different color. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He was really jealous. She glanced at Han Lingzhi. Seeing his eyes fixed on her, she couldn't help but joke. Why is it white? I like red. I don't want this. She deliberately looked serious and threw the scarf at him. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi's heart tightened and his eyes darkened. He grabbed the scarf from her hand, pressed his lips together, and was about to say, next time, I'll buy a red one. But then he caught her mischievous smile in her eyes. It was obvious she was doing it on purpose. Han Lingzhi's eyebrows twitched a few times. Only she could make him feel so emotional. But he actually enjoyed it. Seeing her face soften from serious to gentle, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but hold her forehead. This guy's mood swings are really fast. Just joking, don't be mad. Miao Jiao Jiao took the scarf back from him and smiled as she put it around her neck. Actually, it feels pretty comfortable. As long as you like it, Han Lingzhi's eyes lit up with a smile. That smile almost made Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkle. Cough cough. Let me see what the last one is. She quickly looked away. This guy, he's fine when he's serious, but once he smiles, he causes trouble. So annoying. Finally, there was a large shopping bag. When Miao Jiao Jiao took out the red coat inside, her eyes lit up immediately. This coat style is similar to a modern knee-length wool coat, a bit looser. But it's much better than a military coat, and it shows off her figure when worn. A red hat paired with a white scarf, and then a red coat. This outfit is timeless in modern times, let alone in an era dominated by white, black, gray, and green. Wearing this when going shopping in town will definitely attract a lot of attention. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, is this your first time buying clothes for a girl? Han Lingzhi replied, yes, it is. You are the first. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, surprised that the usually cold and serious Han Lingzhi could have such good taste when buying girls' clothes for the first time. Isn't it said that guys in this era are generally straightforward and simple? These clothes are of good style and quality, especially the coat, which costs at least 100 yuan, considered a small fortune in this time. They're not officially a couple yet, so giving such expensive clothes might not be very appropriate. Miao Jiao Jiao initially didn't want to accept, but then thought that since he bought them, it wouldn't be right to refuse. She said, yesterday I said I didn't want you to buy me anything, but you still did. Please don't do that next time. When we go to the county town together later, I'll buy you some clothes. Whether or not we become a couple, exchanging gifts is important, and she didn't mind spending a little money. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi's eyes lit up instantly. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. So happy, for all. Jiao Jiao is going to give me clothes. Miao Jiao Jiao picked up the coat, smiling as she said, let me try it on now. You can see how it looks. Han Lingzhi nodded with a smile. Yes, go ahead. Then Miao Jiao Jiao went to the bed, took off her thick cotton coat and put on a red coat. Since arriving in this era, Miao Jiao Jiao adapted to local customs, keeping her hair in 2 braids. She put on a beret in front of the mirror, tidied her hair, and then wrapped a white scarf around her neck. Feeling a bit nervous, she walked over to Han Lingzhi and asked, how do I look? Is it nice? Han Lingzhi looked up and was momentarily stunned. The red beret paired with the white scarf made her fair, jade-like face look even more radiant and flawless. The red coat accentuated her slender figure, making her look even more charming. The girl stood in front of him, smiling happily, like a morning rose, shining brightly. Han Lingzhi was completely captivated. Seeing his dazed expression, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile proudly. Look, she can also be charming with her beauty. Carrot. Jiao Jiao, you look so good in that outfit. You're really beautiful. Han Lingzhi was lost in thought for a moment. When he spoke, his eyes kept looking at Miao Jiao Jiao. Seeing the young girl blush after being praised, he felt very happy. Next time we go to the county to buy clothes, you should wear this outfit. Is that okay? Then he would change into the clothes she bought, and they could walk together on the street wearing each other's gifts. It would be a very lovely scene. Sure, Miao Jiao Jiao agreed without hesitation. With such beautiful clothes, she definitely wanted to wear them out early and show off. All right, it's a deal. Han Lingzhi stood up reluctantly. I'm going back now. You should rest soon. You have to work in the fields this afternoon. Okay, be careful on your way. Miao Jiao Jiao took off her clothes and packed them up, then saw him off from the village collective yard. After he left, she quickly ran back to her room, closed the door, and entered the Spirit Spring space. She took a few sips of Spirit Spring water, and her excitement gradually calmed down. Looking at her face in the mirror, which was flushed red, Miao Jiao Jiao patted her cheeks hard. Come on, Miao Jiao Jiao. Be stronger. Don't fall for him so easily. Soon it was December, the day for grain distribution. It was a day off. Early in the morning, all the villagers gathered at the warehouse. The scene was lively, with villagers holding various tools, burlap sacks, baskets, backpacks, carts, and so on. Miao Jiao Jiao thought that with so many people and the crowd, her small amount of grain wouldn't be needed urgently, so she didn't get up early to join the crowd. Wang Gang, Lin Ju, Huang Daidi, and other old educated youths shared her idea. In previous years, the grain distribution mornings involved long lines. There were often disputes among villagers over fairness, causing chaos at the scene. It was better to go a bit later. The village chief was also the team leader. He was a good person and treated both villagers and educated youths equally, so they weren't worried about getting less grain. Ma Fong, Jia Yu, and Cui Dezhuang were new educated youths this year. Seeing the grain distribution scene for the first time, they were naturally interested, so they went to the warehouse early in the morning. On the scene, the village chief stood on the platform, managing the situation. The accountant and the scorekeeper sat behind the table, calling people to receive their grain. Widow Lu was neighbors with Wang Dazue, so they stood together in line. After a while, the accountant called out, Wang Dazue's family, come to get your grain. Wang Dazue pulled her husband's arm, pushed through the crowd, and shouted, make way, make way. It's our turn now. When they reached the front, the accountant and the scorekeeper checked the work points book. They then arranged for the grain to be set aside for the helpers. Here. Next, Widow Lu. Widow Lu quickly stepped forward. After the points were checked, she waited nearby for her share of the grain. Wang Dazue took her grain, but didn't leave. She deliberately stood to the side, watching how others received their share. Seeing that Widow Lu had more potatoes and sweet potatoes than their family, she became upset. Village chief. This isn't fair. Our family of 2 has fewer work points than Widow Lu alone. We got much less mixed grain, Although Lu's family had 3 members, her elderly mother, Lu Posey, was too old to work in the fields. She stayed at home cooking and cleaning. Lu's husband, Lu Gunzi, and Wang Dazue were lazy and liked to slack off. They only earned about 6 or 7 work points each day. So at the end of the year, their grain was usually less than others. But no matter how little, it should still be comparable to Widow Lu's share. Hearing Wang Dazue complain loudly, the accountant was displeased. His face darkened as he said, "What's all this nonsense? You want more staple food, so naturally, you'll get less mixed grain. Stop causing trouble." Other villagers started talking among themselves. Wang Dazue really knows how to cause trouble. She doesn't look at the situation. Everyone's watching, no one would cheat. Exactly. Didn't you see the village chief's face turn dark? Our village always distributes grain fairly. Wang Dazue is just someone who easily offends others. That's right. A few days ago, she was spreading rumors about Widow Lu outside. Later, she had to apologize after being beaten. She's really a troublemaker. Listening to the teasing voices around, Lu Gunzi felt ashamed. He pulled Wang Dazue's clothes and whispered, "Wife, stop talking. Let's go." Wang Dazue had been secretly angry at Widow Lu for losing face a few days ago. She had already planned to make things difficult for Widow Lu during the grain distribution. However, when she shouted out, no one helped her. Instead, she received a lot of angry looks and scolding. This made her hot temper impossible to bear. In a moment of rashness, she blurted out, "Even if Widow Lu eats less main food and more coarse grains as a widow, how much can she really eat? She should contribute a little to help those in need." As soon as she said this, everyone present almost burst out laughing with anger. Was she crazy? People earn their grain by working hard and earning credits. Why should she give her share to others? Widow Lu's face turned red with anger. A few days ago, after Wang Dazue falsely accused her of having an affair, she hit her head and felt dizzy. Later, she jumped into the river, which made her feel unwell. At that time, she just wanted to keep the peace. She and Wang Dazue were neighbors, seeing each other often. Making a big fuss wasn't good, so she didn't want to pursue it further. But she didn't expect that even after she had backed down, the other person wouldn't let go. These days, she was feeling better and had thought a lot. Usually, Wang Dazue would occasionally come to her house to borrow things. She turned a blind eye. But the day she refused to give her sour pickles, Wang Dazue started spreading rumors and slandering her all over the village. Thinking about how Brother Li cried and begged her to live well and not to think of ending her life that day, her heart felt like it was being torn apart. She originally jumped into the river because she was worried about Brother Li's reputation, but in the end, she ended up bearing the blame. How could she betray someone who had been so kind and caring to her? In the past 2 days, she had come to understand things better. She had planned to talk to Brother Li properly after the grain was divided. But unexpectedly, during the grain distribution, Wang Dazue came to bully her again. Although she was gentle by nature, she had already died once. What was there to fear? She immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Why should I give my grain to strangers? If you're so kind-hearted, you can give yours." Wang Dazue, already upset, saw someone she looked down on shouting at her and immediately started insulting her. "You're a jinx, a bad omen. You've caused a family's misfortune, and now you have the nerve to yell here? Your face is really thick." After saying this, she proudly glanced at Ma Fong. "Today, there are no more annoying troublemakers helping you. Now you dare to stand up yourself. I'll beat you to death. Don't you dare insult Jiao Jiao." Widow Lu was used to being called a bad omen and didn't mind. But when she heard Wang Dazue insulting Miao Jiao Jiao, she immediately became furious and rushed forward. Miao Jiao Jiao is her lifesaver. She is also a friend who feels like family. She won't allow anyone to humiliate her like that. "Come on, who's afraid of whom?" Wang Dazue was broad and strong. Before Widow Lu could scratch her face, she was slapped. Ma Fong, standing behind, gritted her teeth with anger and rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge forward. Jiayu quickly stepped in to stop her, shouting, "What are you doing? Why are you getting involved in a fight?" Ma Fong glared at him, furious. Didn't you hear that fat woman insulting Jiao Jiao? Jiao Jiao is our lifesaver. If someone insults her, I have to go help fight. After saying that, she rushed forward, jumped onto Wang Dazue's back, and started pulling her hair. Hey, hey, hey! Jiao couldn't stop her from behind, stomping his feet in worry. Cui Dazhuang was already stunned, eyes wide with surprise. Isn't Ma Fong usually against Jiao Jiao? Why did she suddenly change? Jiayu, who was watching hesitantly from behind, suddenly heard Wang Dazue shout to Lu Gunzi nearby. Lu Gunzi, you son of a gun, hurry up and help. Pull that dead girl off me. Hearing this, Jiayu's eyes tightened. Without hesitation, he rushed forward too. When Miao Jiao Jiao, Lin Ju, and others were slowly heading to the warehouse, they saw the scene. Ma Fong was like a shrew, clinging to Wang Dazue from behind, tearing at her hair. Widow Lu was in front, holding Wang Dazue's waist and punching her stomach hard. Wang Dazue was being attacked from both sides, crying out loudly. She desperately swung her chubby body, but couldn't get free. Meanwhile, Jiayu also started fighting Lu Gunzi. Both of them were weak fighters, evenly matched. Cui Dazhuang wanted to step in to help, but Jiayu stopped him. No, I want to beat him myself. This was her chance to show her strength in front of Ma Fong, and she couldn't back down. The village chief saw Wang Dazue and the others lose the fight. He just shouted a few words from the side and didn't ask anyone to step in and stop the fight. Other villagers also stopped worrying about the grain. They gathered around in circles, watching the scene. Some brave people shouted nearby, "Hit him! Bite her!" A kind-hearted aunt saw Miao Jiao Jiao and the others coming and quickly explained what had happened. After hearing this, Lin Ju's eyes flashed with anger. She looked at Miao Jiao Jiao and asked, "Jiao Jiao, should we go help them?" Miao Jiao Jiao smirked coldly and said, "Wait a little while. Let Ma Fong and the others get tired first." 5 minutes later, Ma Fong finally couldn't hold on and slipped off Wang Dazue. Miao Jiao Jiao immediately stepped forward to catch her, then pulled Lu Widow out of the chaos. "Big Sister Lin, Sister Didi, please take care of them," she said. Then she directly stepped forward and kicked Wang Dazue hard, sending her flying. Wang Dazue, just catching her breath, suddenly felt like a firecracker exploding as she was flung out. She almost hit the mud wall and shouted loudly, "Ah! Help!" Her loud cry was piercing, and many people covering their ears looked on with glee.
Bang!
Wang Dazue's big body crashed into the wall and then fell to the ground. A cloud of dust rose up. She clutched her stomach, crying out in pain. Miao Jiao Jiao walked over coldly, stopping beside her. She looked down from above and said, "It seems you haven't learned your lesson from a few days ago. Since you like to spread rumors and cause trouble with your mouth, I'll send you to the Commune leaders to have a good talk." Hearing this, Wang Dazue's face turned pale, and her whole body trembled like a sieve. She stiffened her neck and still wanted to argue. "I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you accusing me? Humph. You've committed many crimes." Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes were cold as she said each word clearly. Spreading rumors about Aunt Lu is defamation, and insulting her as a bad omen is superstitious crime. Just these two charges together will definitely land you in big trouble. Do you believe it? When the people around heard this, they nodded in agreement. Wang Dazue is impulsive and reckless in both speech and actions. She has offended many villagers before, and everyone hopes she will be punished. But Wang Dazue is truly scared now. She quickly crawled to Miao Jiao Jiao's feet, begging desperately, "Please don't tell the Commune leaders. I will change, I promise I will change." Miao Jiao Jiao snorted coldly, "I don't believe you. Just a few days ago, you said you wouldn't talk nonsense again, and now you've already forgotten. Oh, I'm doomed. I am guilty. Please, kind sir, have mercy on me." Wang Dazue kept hitting her own mouth, slapping herself more than 10 times, but Miao Jiao Jiao didn't say a word. Finally, she burst into loud crying. "Ah, little Miao, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me." It was almost noon, and less than half of the grain had been distributed in the village. The village chief had to step forward to stop the chaos, saying, "That's enough. Everyone disperse and go back to eat." Those who haven't received grain can come back this afternoon. Seeing that the crowd was still watching, the village chief sniffed and was about to say that if they didn't leave, he would deduct work points. The crowd immediately started to leave in a rush, some walking, some sneaking away. In the end, only a few people, including Miao Jiao Jiao, remained. The village chief was satisfied and withdrew his gaze, turning to look at Miao Jiao Jiao. He advised her, "Handle it yourself, just don't make it too serious. There are always 1 or 2 families in the village that are troublemakers, but since they haven't done anything too serious, there's nothing they can do. Since Xiao Miao is knowledgeable about the law and capable, it's best to leave it to her." After saying this, the village chief quickly left, ignoring Wang Dazue's frantic crying. Once the crowd had dispersed, Miao Jiao Jiao called over Widow Lu and said, "Aunt Lu, you decide what to do." The person most hurt was Aunt Lu. Whether to send Wang Dazue to the commune leaders or to let her go was a decision that depended on her. Hearing this, Wang Dazue immediately hugged Aunt Lu's leg, begging, "Aunt Lu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again." Aunt Lu looked coldly at her, ignoring her fake tears, and said directly, "I forgave you once. How did you repay me? Do you think I will believe you again?" Then she turned to Miao Jiao Jiao and said, "Jiao Jiao, let's go to the town and visit the commune. I want to see Wang Dazue punish myself. People who are kind often get bullied. No matter how well she behaves or how humble she seems, she still ends up being mistreated by bad people. Since that's the case, she decides not to be a good person anymore. From now on, if anyone dares to bully her again, she will fight back." "Okay, I'll go with you later," Miao Jiao Jiao said happily when she saw Lu Aunt finally understood. At the same time, Jia Yu also finished his fight. Although he was weak, he was young, so he managed to knock Lu Gun down to the ground. After the fight, he limped over to Ma Fong and struck a pose he thought looked cool. "Cough cough, I'm pretty strong, right?" Ma Fong wanted to say. "Strong? You took so long to win. What's so great?" But then she saw his face was swollen and bruised. Suddenly, she couldn't speak. She just thought to herself, very strong, but since he helped her, she decided to tell a little lie. In the end, Lu Gun was taken away by his mother. Wang Dazue was by Wang Gang and Cui de Zhuang, while Miao Jiao Jiao and Lu Widow followed along. The 4 of them went to the town. After returning from the town, Miao Jiao Jiao and her friends first went to the village chief's house to report Wang Dazue's situation. At the commune office, Wang Dazue couldn't help but be scared by Miao Jiao Jiao's warnings. In just a few words, he explained why he spread rumors. When the leaders heard that Wang Dazue was just arguing over a jar of pickled garlic, they looked very serious. Taking the opportunity, Miao Jiao Jiao added details about today's grain distribution scene. The leaders' faces grew darker as they listened. Finally, the leaders decided to send Wang Dazue to a nearby pig farm to work cleaning pigsties for 2 months as a warning. Luckily, Lu Widow's attempt to jump into the river didn't cause any deaths. If someone had died, Wang Dazue's crime would have been much worse. But when Wang Dazue heard she would be sent to the farm for reform, she was so scared she cried and shouted, eventually fainting from the shock. The leaders showed no sympathy. They arranged for some soldiers to go to Lu Gun's house, pack Wang Dazue's belongings, and immediately send her to the farm. When hearing about Wang Dazue's final outcome, the village chief didn't have many thoughts. He believed that mistakes should be punished, and it served as a warning to the gossiping villagers. After Miao Jiao Jiao and the others left, the village chief's wife came out from the nearby house. She clicked her tongue and said, "Look at how impressive this young girl Miao is." She managed to teach Lu Widow, who usually never protests and keeps silent, to be so bold and lively. Although she's honest and kind, her temper is a bit too fierce. She might have trouble getting along with her mother-in-law when she gets married, she added. After being bullied for so long, even a timid person can stand up, the village chief said, watching their figures walk away. "You don't need to worry. This girl's personality will bring her great luck in the future." Back at the youth camp, Lu Widow repeatedly thanked a few young people before leaving. Not long after, she brought some items to visit again. "Thank you all for your help today. Please accept these things. Meow jiao jiao, and the others looked and saw 10 eggs, 2 large bunches of greens, a big bowl of pickled radishes and garlic. They wanted to refuse, but Lu Widow set down the items and left quickly, not giving them a chance to say no. Big sister Lin Ju didn't mind and directed Miao Jiao Jiao and Huang Dai Di to take the items to the kitchen. She smiled and said, "Since we received our grain today and have vegetables for dinner, let's add some food for the 2 injured friends." Because Ma Fong and Jia Yu were feeling a bit unwell from fighting, they were resting in their rooms. Their room doors were open, so they overheard the conversation.
Both of them smiled at the same time. See?
Fighting can be useful sometimes. Miao Jiao Jiao also looked at these two with new respect, especially Ma Fong. She never thought that one day Ma Fong, who had always opposed her, would actually fight to protect her. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Maybe it was because she had previously saved them from bandits in the mountains, so they felt grateful. It's been 4 months since she arrived in this special era. During this time, many small and big things have happened. Jia Yu, who was fake and oily, from the beginning pretended to be self-centered and selfish, but now she was too scared to come near her and started working seriously every day. Although Ma Fong is still loud and impulsive, she no longer speaks recklessly without thinking. On the other hand, Bai Yan, who has always been seen as reserved and cold, surprised everyone with her wild act of setting a house on fire that night. This shows that appearances can be deceiving. Some people seem bad but are actually very timid, while others look kind but are secretly very dark. Now that Bai Yan has left, the others in the youth commune are getting along peacefully. Miao Jiao Jiao boiled 4 eggs in the kitchen. After cooking, she gave 2 to Jia Yu and kept the remaining 2 for herself, going into the girls' dormitory. Ma Fong was lying on her bed reading when she saw Jiao Jiao come in. She snorted but didn't say anything. Jiao Jiao sat beside her and said, "Come here. I boiled 2 eggs to help reduce your face swelling." "You're so kind," Ma Fong said, though she moved closer. "Don't burn me, I'm afraid." Before she finished, Jiao Jiao quickly placed a hot egg on her swollen cheek.
Ma Fong yelled, "Ow! Ow!"
"Be gentle." Jiao Jiao's lips curled slightly. "If I don't do it quickly, it'll cool down and won't work as well. Don't you want to get better faster?" Ma Fong huffed and puffed, grinding her teeth, but not arguing. "Humph, this ungrateful person. If I'd known she'd turn on me, I wouldn't have gone to fight." After the eggs cooled, Jiao Jiao took one and cracked it open, peeling it quickly. She handed it to Ma Fong and said, "Here, eat. Since you're hurt, I'll take care of you." Ma Fong felt a bit better but still teased her. "Humph, do you think I'm disabled? My hand's not hurt." She then bit into the egg fiercely, eating half of it in one go. After finishing the second half, Jiao Jiao finally said, "Thanks for today." No matter what their past conflicts were, Ma Fong's actions today deserved her thanks. Ma Fong was chewing her egg when she suddenly heard this. She was stunned. The usually fierce and unstoppable Jiao Jiao was actually thanking her? Why is she so happy inside? Nung, but she refuses to show it, so Miao Jiao Jiao won't see her laugh at her. Ma Fong pursed her lips a few times, thinking about how to respond. After a while, she finally said, "I'm just quick to stand up for what's right, not for you." "You're overthinking it." Seeing her opponent's guilty look, Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow but didn't expose her. "You rest well. I'm leaving now." When she left, Ma Fong immediately looked proud. "Humph. Looks like I'm pretty good at lying." In the evening, Li uncle from the neighboring village hurried to the youth village. "Thank you all, comrades, for helping Lu Mei today. I caught a wild rabbit in the mountains this afternoon. I skinned it and chopped half for you. I hope you accept it." Lingzhi and others, who hadn't eaten meat in a long time, looked at the fresh rabbit and swallowed a few times, feeling shy, but finally accepted it. Half an hour later, the scent of spicy rabbit meat wafted out of the youth village, making little Tai Dan next door cry with longing again. Tai Dan's mother skillfully pulled him into his room. She closed the door and stuffed a newspaper in his nose. She took a hard candy from the cabinet and handed it to him. Here. This is better than meat. Under her mother's strictness, little Tai Dan shrank his shoulders. Finally, he licked the candy and sniffled, saying, so good. In the youth village, dinner was finally ready and everyone sat down at the table. They looked at the fragrant rabbit meat with bright eyes. Start eating. Dinner time. With Wang Gang's command, everyone except Miao Jiao Jiao quickly grabbed a piece of rabbit meat. Delicious. So spicy. Wow, so tasty. Haven't had meat in a long time. I really miss this flavor. Everyone ate happily, praising continuously. Miao Jiao Jiao had eaten meat many times in her space, so she only took a symbolic bite and didn't eat more. Since she moved out, she rarely ate with everyone in the front yard. Eating alone for a long time can sometimes feel lonely. Now, sitting together at the table, everyone is happily eating, which feels quite warm and nice. After the meal, Miao Jiao Jiao greeted everyone and then went to the neighboring village to find Meng Bao Bao. A few days ago, she promised to try to get along with Han Lingzhi, so she needed to tell that girl about it. Meng Bao Bao is her best friend. She is clingy and easily jealous. If she didn't tell her about this in time, she would face her friend's strong disapproval, which would be very upsetting. When she arrived at Meng Bao Bao's uncle's house, they had just finished eating. Seeing Miao Jiao Jiao come over, everyone smiled and said, Jiao Jiao is here. Hello, uncle and auntie, Miao Jiao Jiao greeted, then followed Meng Bao Bao into her room. Jiao Jiao, come eat some snacks. Meng Bao Bao had just finished eating and was stuffing a small cake into her mouth. She also handed one to Miao Jiao Jiao, saying, it's really delicious. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and pinched her soft cheek. You little foodie, always eating all the time. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Meng Bao Bao grinned and tilted her head happily. My big uncle said that being able to eat is a blessing. Gaining a little weight isn't a big deal. Anyway, I look pretty good. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head with a smile and then said, I have something to tell you. You must not shout or tell anyone. What is it? Meng Bao Bao blinked her big eyes and promised, I won't shout. Miao Jiao Jiao cleared her throat twice. Cough cough.
That.
Bing Kualian said he likes me and wants us to be a couple. Before she finished, Meng Bao Bao suddenly shouted. Both little chubby hands grabbed her arms and shook them hard. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Tell me clearly what's going on. Miao Jiao Jiao thought to herself. Isn't she already explaining? Look at how anxious she is. Don't be in such a hurry. Stop shouting. Let me finish first. Okay. I won't shout. Meng Bao Bao covered her chest, her eyes shining brightly, showing her white teeth as she smiled. Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up. Miao Jiao Jiao recounted everything that had happened earlier. When she heard that Miao Jiao Jiao agreed to try to get along with Han Lingzhi, Meng Bao Bao immediately jumped with joy. Oh, intersection, intersection. Oh, haha, I told you last time. You two are a perfect match and you didn't believe me. As for the serious face and cold attitude, as long as she treats Jiao Jiao well, she doesn't mind at all. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and asked her, why are you so happy? Of course I'm happy. You're about to start a relationship. Meng Bao Bao hugged her arm and rubbed against her happily. It's great. The villagers finally won't say you can't find a partner. Also, I will write to my mom soon and tell her this good news, so she won't try to match you with anyone else. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. This girl really worries so much. Miao Jiao Jiao said, I'm still in the process of getting to know him, so it might not work out. Don't get too excited yet. Meng Bao Bao winked and said, you've agreed to try with him, so you probably like him a little. It will work out. Miao Jiao Jiao was surprised, then her face turned a little red. You really? Hee hee, I knew it. I guessed right, Meng Bao Bao said proudly. Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled. Don't talk about me. How about you? How's the letter exchange with the guy you introduced to your mom going? When she heard this, Meng Bao Bao's face frowned. Oh, don't mention it. I stopped writing to him. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. What happened? Meng Bao Bao pouted. He's just a fool. He can't hold a proper conversation. I don't like that. Miao Jiao Jiao asked. Like what? Meng Bao Bao explained. I asked him in a letter what the most popular and tasty pastries in Beijing are. He said he didn't know because his mom usually buys pastries for him. Later, I told him in my reply that Lao Fuji in Beijing sells the newest pastries and candies. If he doesn't know, he can go check it out. Guess what he replied? Miao Jiao Jiao asked. What? Meng Bao Bao said. He said his mom told him they aren't a wealthy family and can't afford such expensive pastries and candies. Miao Jiao Jiao guessed. He probably thought you were asking on purpose, hoping he would buy some and send them to you, so he got upset. Meng Bao Bao blinked and nodded. Yes, that's what I thought too. My mom said that men and women should treat each other equally, and only through mutual effort can true feelings be seen. I even went to the county town and spent over 20 yuan to buy him a military cap and leather shoes to send to him. He was so happy when he replied. I was thinking that he should also give me something, so I politely asked about the type of pastry he liked. To my surprise, he was so stingy he didn't buy anything at all and pretended not to know, blaming his mother. I was so angry. It's a pity I only had about 20 yuan saved up for buying pastries. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. Miao Jiao Jiao. This girl seems to be a white and black type. Sometimes she's so naive. Don't be so naive in the future. It's not good to spend money before you even see the person. Meng Bao Bao quickly nodded. Yes, I've learned my lesson this time. I won't let my mom introduce anyone for me. I'll think about it when I go back to Beijing. Miao Jiao Jiao. You want to go back? Your family should be able to find a way to bring you back. Meng Bao Bao shook her head. No, I mean in the future. I'm really happy here in the countryside now. I don't want to go back. Miao Jiao Jiao asked curiously. Is your family very strict with you? No, Meng Bao Bao pouted. There's a fiery sister-in-law at home who often secretly disagrees with me. I really dislike her. Miao Jiao Jiao was surprised. Don't tell me you're hiding from her just because you went to the countryside. Sort of, Meng Bao Bao sighed. Ever since she came to our house, there's been a lot of trouble every day. I think it would be better if I left. Miao Jiao Jiao was speechless. Who is it that said they came to the countryside to build a better country? So, she once admired the other person's pure heart and praised her. Meng Bao Bao blushed. You still remember our first conversation? Ahem, she was caught, and she felt a little embarrassed. They think of the Meng Bao Bao quickly changed the subject. These days, it's a day for sharing grain, and we have a break. Do you have plans tomorrow? If not, let's go to the county town to shop and watch a movie. She hadn't gone shopping or watched a movie with Jiao Jiao before. If she didn't act now, Jiao Jiao might become someone else's partner later, and she'd have less time. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. Sounds good. She wasn't very interested in shopping, but she was quite curious about movies from this era. They chatted for a while longer, and then Miao Jiao Jiao went back. The next day at noon, after having lunch at Miao Jiao Jiao's place, Meng Bao Bao and she walked together to the town, then took a bus to the county seat. Perhaps because it was the time when food and money were distributed in the countryside, the streets were very crowded and lively. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao first went to a department store to look around. Since they didn't need anything, they didn't buy anything. Then they went to the only cinema in the county, Jiefang Cinema. Watching movies was considered a luxury at that time, but many young people loved to seek new experiences. Coincidentally, it was a holiday when food was distributed in various towns. So many people went to see movies today, and the line for tickets was very long. There were big signs outside listing the movies playing that day. Some of the titles included Happy Family, Red Star Shines, and The Fairy Match, among others. After waiting for more than half an hour, they finally reached the ticket counter. Meng Bao Bao wanted to see The Fairy Match, and Miao Jiao Jiao had no objections. A movie ticket cost 1 dime, and they bought 2 tickets for 2 dimes, paid for by Meng Bao Bao. Miao Jiao Jiao then bought 2 bottles of orange-flavored soda from a small stall nearby, costing 8 cents each, totaling 16 cents for both. When they finished drinking the soda, they would return the bottles. Each of them carried a bottle and slowly entered the cinema. Once inside, they saw a dark sea of heads, almost full house. After finding their seats, the movie started shortly after. At that time, people cherished watching movies, so the cinema was very quiet and no one dared to make a sound. The Fairy Match was an old film, adapted from a traditional opera, transformed into a song and dance movie. The story was quite familiar, about the daughter of the Jade Emperor, the seventh fairy, who was moved by the kindness of a mortal named Dong Yong and descended to Earth to marry him. The opera was well known, but the film focused on scenes where the seventh fairy praised the virtues of fishing, chopping wood, farming, and reading through song and dance. This was a celebration of hardworking people's lives, which resonated with the audience and was their favorite part. Life was very hard in those days, so people loved joyful, lively movies. By the end, when the seventh fairy and Dong Yong were forced apart, many emotional women in the audience quietly started crying. Sniff, Jiao Jiao, I feel so sad. Meng Bao Bao covered her mouth and sniffled as she cried. When Miao Jiao Jiao first entered the cinema, she was quite curious. But as the black and white style, poor acting, stiff plot, and other issues appeared, she quickly found it boring. She half closed her eyes and started to doze off. Suddenly, Meng Bao Bao's cry jolted her awake. She looked around, confused, then glanced at the big screen. On the screen, the seven fairies were slowly rising, tears falling down their cheeks. Husband farewell forever. Dong Yong collapsed on the ground, stretching his neck, waving his arms desperately, and looked pained. My wife. Don't go. Miao Jiao Jiao frowned as she watched. The seven fairies were flying so low, Dong Yong could have easily run forward and caught them with a jump. Why did he fall at such a critical moment? Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. She wondered why she was so bored to think about these things. Sorry, she couldn't empathize. She had seen too many touching movies in modern times. And after experiencing the cold-blooded apocalypse, she was immune to such emotions. Seeing the girl crying non-stop, Miao Jiao Jiao gently patted Meng Bao Bao's back and softly comforted her. Okay, don't cry. They will be together again soon. Meng Bao Bao stopped crying, but they're not together now. She started sobbing again. The girls around, who had stopped crying, were now sniffling because of Meng Bao Bao. Miao Jiao Jiao. Like most of the men present, she just rubbed her forehead in frustration. From now on, she should watch fewer touching movies with this girl. Really? Her head was about to explode from all the crying. After the movie, they returned the soda bottles at the door. Meng Bao Bao's eyes still shimmered with tears. Her big eyes were swollen like walnuts, and she looked listless with her head hanging low. Seeing that she still hadn't stopped crying, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly grabbed her arm and hurriedly said, let's go.
I'm starving.
I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for a meal. What do you want to eat? Braised pork or a big chicken leg? As soon as she heard something delicious, Meng Bao Bao immediately perked up. She wiped her eyes hastily. Chicken leg? I ate there last time and it was so tasty. After saying that, she excitedly pulled Miao Jiao Jiao and headed toward the state-run restaurant. Hurry up, if we're late, there won't be any left. Originally, Miao Jiao Jiao was walking forward, but she was pulled along by Meng Bao Bao. Miao Jiao Jiao. This girl really changes her mood quickly. She is truly a genuine foodie. At the entrance of the state-run restaurant, there was a small blackboard. It listed today's specials: meat buns, water dumplings, braised pork, fresh base, and seasonal vegetables. But there were no chicken legs. Meng Bao Bao wasn't disappointed. Her eyes still sparkled as she said, braised pork is fine too. Let's go to the window and order. I want a portion of braised pork, fresh base, and stir-fried loofah. Miao Jiao Jiao placed the money and order slip at the window. The server sniffed and nodded, took the money, and told the kitchen to prepare the food. In this era, working as a waiter at a state-run restaurant meant you were supported by the government, so they naturally felt superior and acted quite proud. When the food was ready, the waiter called them to pick up their dishes at the window. After eating, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao walked to the bus station to catch a bus back to the town. On the way, Meng Bao Bao, full and happy, started singing a song from the movie Heavenly Match. It was the first time Miao Jiao Jiao heard her sing, and she was a bit surprised. Bao Bao, you sing pretty well. Why haven't I heard you sing before? Of course. My teacher once praised me as a little oriole, Meng Baobao said proudly, smiling a little. Then she suddenly remembered something and looked sad. Ever since she failed the military district art troupe exam in Beijing this March, she didn't want to sing anymore. Miao Jiao Jiao looked puzzled.
Why?
You didn't pass this time, but you can try again next time. Meng Baobao looked distressed as she recalled. I used to have 2 very good friends in Beijing. We all loved singing, and were among the best in our age group. We promised to get into the military district art troupe's singing team together. But 2 days before the exam, when they came to visit me, something unexpected happened. I was very scared and quickly called my parents to visit. The doctor couldn't find anything wrong and said it might be caused by eating something spicy or irritating. At this point, Meng Baobao's eyes suddenly turned red. She said, "The day after tomorrow, there's an exam for the military arts troupe. The person with dizziness has milder symptoms, so it's okay. But the one with a sore throat can't speak at all and can't sing. This condition will last for several days, so she can't take the exam." The next afternoon, the dizzy person suddenly came to my house and accused me, saying it was because she ate something at my place that caused this. She said I was jealous because they sing better than me, so I deliberately put something in their food to harm them, hoping I could stand out and get accepted. I quickly explained that I also ate the food and felt fine, but she didn't believe me. She searched my house thoroughly. Then she found a sachet under my bed, which contained some spicy herbal medicine. This sachet was something I embroidered out of boredom some time ago. At that moment, I really couldn't defend myself. Meng Baobao was crying uncontrollably now. Sniff, sniff. Jiao, jiao. She turned to Miao Jiao Jiao, hiccuping between tears. I really didn't do that. I don't know why there was something inside. I feel so wronged. Miao Jiao Jiao took a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped her tears, softly comforting her. I believe you. Don't worry. Take your time and tell me everything. I'm listening. Not long after, the person with the sore throat found out about this. They said that because of our long friendship, they wouldn't tell their families, but from then on, they cut ties with me and stopped talking to me. I suddenly lost my 2 best friends. That time was really very sad for me. Sniff, sniff. Later, on the day of the exam, the person with dizziness successfully joined the singing team of the military arts troupe. The one with a sore throat couldn't sing, so she signed up for the dance team. Although she wasn't accepted, her mother used connections to get her into the logistics team of the arts troupe. As for me, I was so upset and depressed that I made a mistake while singing and didn't pass the exam. Plus, my sister-in-law often mocked me at home, so I impulsively went to the countryside to become a young worker after graduating from high school. Miao Jiao Jiao. So, in the end, you didn't tell your family about this. Meng Baobao lowered her head in disappointment. Yes. I was afraid they would blame me. Miao Jiao Jiao was speechless. That's not even your fault. Why are you afraid? You should have told your parents right away so they could help investigate. Meng Baobao pouted. But all the evidence points to me. If I tell them and they can't find anything, it would be the same. Miao Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes at her. Come on, your family loves you. They would believe you. How do you know they can't find anything? Meng Baobao was anxious and started to cry. I was nervous at the time. I thought, even if I didn't do it, maybe they ate something bad at my house. I was afraid to tell my mom and get scolded. Miao Jiao Jiao pinched her little face and sighed. You really are sometimes so timid. From what she was saying, there was no way she didn't understand. She was definitely tricked by someone. Meng Baobao sniffed. I didn't want to, but I was so panicked then. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. So, you still haven't figured out who did this? Meng Baobao shyly shook her head. Ever since that happened, I haven't dared to think about it. This is the first time I'm telling you. Miao Jiao Jiao analyzed. Why did that dizzy person come to your house in the afternoon? Because your parents and brother were at work then. She was just waiting for you to be alone at home to confront you. You are too innocent and naive, so you broke down mentally and lost your mood for exams. And among the 3 of you, she was the only one who made it into the singing group. She benefited the most from this. So, I think she deliberately set you up and caused trouble. Meng Baobao immediately shook her head. Impossible. She would never do that. She's really kind and good-hearted. Miao Jiao Jiao said. Would a bad person write? I'm a bad person on their face? Maybe she was pretending before, but she did something behind my back that made me think she wanted to set me on fire. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Meng Baobao, upon hearing this, seemed to believe it a little more. She looked pained and said, "But why? I just can't figure out why she would do such a thing. They've been good friends for many years, like close sisters." Although more than half a year had passed, she still felt sad when she thought about her former friend's deliberate betrayal. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, "When you signed up for the exam, did you hear that the singing group in the art troupe had limited spots?" Meng Baobao nodded immediately. "Yes, the teachers at school told us that. But they also said if we performed well, we might all get in." Miao Jiao Jiao asked, "Who do you think is the best among you?" Meng Baobao hesitated and said, "The girl with the sore throat is the best. I am about the same as the girl who feels dizzy, but the teachers often praise me." Miao Jiao Jiao shared her guess. "I think that girl is afraid she might be ranked lower than you and not get in, so she deliberately did this to hurt you, and also damaged another person's voice." Her methods are really clever. Meng Baobao still looked confused. "But there are more than just us three taking the exam. Even if she doesn't get in this year, she can try again next year." "Why would she do?" Miao Jiao Jiao asked. "Is her family well off?" Meng Baobao shook her head. "Not really. They live in a dirty alley, and she has younger brothers and sisters who also need to go to school." Miao Jiao Jiao shrugged. "That makes sense. You all graduated from high school this summer, right? If she doesn't get into the art troupe in March, she will have to find a job after graduation. But without connections, it's not easy to find good work. Since she can't find a job quickly, she might have to go to the countryside as a young worker, but she probably wouldn't want to do that. So, she had to do something to change her fate. After thinking it over, she came up with the idea of setting someone up. By removing two competitors at once, her chances of being accepted would be higher. Do you think she would give up such a good opportunity? After hearing all this, Meng Baobao frowned and remained silent for a long time. Although she was starting to believe most of it, she still found it hard to accept. Miao Jiao Jiao saw her like this and didn't try to comfort her. Some things can only be truly understood once you think about them yourself. Miao Jiao originally thought that the girl would be upset and sad for a long time. But after they arrived at the station and got on the bus, Meng Baobao suddenly hugged her arm and giggled. "Jiao Jiao, you seem to know everything. You're so amazing. Maybe I should follow you in the future, then I won't be afraid of being bullied." Miao Jiao. This girl's emotions really are like a goldfish's memory. They come quickly and go just as fast. She really lives happily. A few days later, New Year's Day in 1975 arrived. The village chief still gave everyone a day off to celebrate the holiday. Coincidentally, that day was the day Miao Jiao was delivering goods to the town's black market boss, Hao. The last delivery was in early December, which was her first time, and it went very smoothly. Miao Jiao had a good impression of Hao. He was straightforward and honest. So this time, when preparing the delivery, she brought a little more of each item. There were 600 jin of coarse rice, 500 jin of polished rice, 500 jin of white flour, 300 jin of soybean oil, 600 jin of vegetables, 300 jin of brown sugar, 500 jin of various fresh fruits, and 300 jin of meat. When Hao and his people arrived and saw all these supplies, their eyes lit up. "Oh, long time no see. Tu ge." Hao smiled warmly, took a cigarette from his pocket, and respectfully offered it. "Here, have a smoke." At this moment, Miao Jiao was dressed as a boy. She didn't refuse and simply smiled as she took it. "Thank you." While his men were inspecting the goods, Hao stood nearby and chatted politely with Miao Jiao. He gave a thumbs up and praised, "Your goods are really excellent. Not only are they high quality, but they taste great too. I just got them recently, and they sold out quickly." Hao actually wanted to ask her how her supplier managed to grow so many top-quality products, but he held back. That kind of question was private after all. It was part of the business secrets. If he asked and made her unhappy, she might stop trading with him, which wouldn't be worth it. His boss above has given strict orders, telling him to carefully manage this major source of goods, so he must not offend this person. Thinking of this, Brother Hao flattered him. You are really capable, managing so many goods alone. We all admire you. Miao Jiao Jiao replied casually. Haha, you're flattering me. I'm just a small delivery girl. There are many people above me who are much better. Hearing this, Brother Hao guessed that she probably has someone watching nearby. No wonder the other party came alone last time to deliver goods. It turns out there are others keeping watch and guarding around. It seems this person has a strong background, so he needs to be more careful. Brother Hao thought for a moment and changed the subject. I've collected quite a few receipts this time, and I also brought some other things for you. You want them, right? Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, after this delivery, it will probably be after the new year. I specifically asked for a lot of goods from above, so we can all have a prosperous year. Brother Hao chuckled. That's great. This year will definitely be a big, lucky year. They chatted for a while longer, and finally, the goods were counted and confirmed. Brother Hao was still very generous, giving her 3,500 yuan plus a bunch of other items. After agreeing on the next delivery time, and once the group took the goods away, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly left the place. Her savings before were about 1,800 yuan plus some other items. Today's earnings brought her total to around 5,300 yuan. She now has dozens of various tickets, stamps, gold, silver, jewelry, and jade sets. Miao Jiao Jiao plans to stop collecting these items after the next delivery. Her main goal is to make money. Then she will buy a courtyard house in Beijing and buy land in Ji province and H province in the south. She will wait to collect rent and increase her wealth, becoming a landlord. In a familiar alley corner, she entered her space, removed her makeup, and carried a small basket filled with pastries and 2 jin of meat, walking quickly back home. Just as she reached the town exit, she ran into a familiar person, Xiao Chun from the police. Xiao Chun was on his way to Shishui village to find her. Seeing her, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over with a smile. Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping in town and heading back? Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, what's going on? Officer Xiao Chun scratched the back of his head and smiled. I was just about to look for you, and here you are. Miao Jiao Jiao asked, what do you need me for?
Well,
Officer Xiao Chen's ears turned slightly red as he hesitated. Last time, I didn't finish what I wanted to say to you. Just as he was about to continue, a calm voice came from the side. Jiao Jiao, I'm here to pick you up. Officer Xiao Chen's expression changed. He looked up, it was Han Lingzhi. Wait, what did he just call her? Jiao Jiao? So familiar? Last time they didn't seem that close. How did things change so quickly? Miao Jiao Jiao was also a bit confused. Why was this serious-looking man here? Han Lingzhi walked over with a gentle smile in his eyes. Jiao Jiao, you came to town alone and didn't tell me. I even went to your place for nothing. Miao Jiao Jiao thought, do I have to report everywhere I go now? And he seemed a little different today. I just came to buy a few things, she said. The village isn't far from town. You didn't have to come all the way here. Han Lingzhi raised an eyebrow. How could I not? It's not safe for a young woman to come alone. You promised to give our relationship a try, remember? From now on, wherever you go, I'll go with you. That way we can spend more time together and get to know each other better. Then he turned to Officer Xiao Chun. Officer Xiao Chun, do you still need anything? If not, Jiao Jiao and I will head back. Left standing aside, Officer Xiao Chun froze as he listened to their conversation. Wait, did Han Lingzhi mean they were going to start dating?
so,
He got there first? Seeing the slightly challenging look in Han Lingzhi's eyes, Officer Xiao Chun felt a chill in his heart. He regretted it so much. If only he had confessed earlier, even if it meant losing face. Now he had no chance at all. Since Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao had already agreed to try being with that man, there was nothing more he could do. In the end, he could only say helplessly to nothing important. You two should head back. Then he walked away quietly. There was no point staying, he'd only be a third wheel. He really liked her, but he knew it was too late. Everyone else has someone to be with, and he can't deliberately ruin that. Feeling very upset. On the way back, Miao Jiao Jiao turned her head and asked, Did you come specifically to see me today? Han Lingzhi nodded. Yes, today is a holiday. My grandparents originally wanted to invite you over for dinner, but they thought it might cause some trouble, so they asked me to come here and eat with you. Miao Jiao Jiao was slightly surprised and quickly understood the reason behind it. Although Han Lingzhi's elders have a strong background, they were placed here for certain reasons. To avoid suspicion, they won't show too much closeness with others. After all, they are not officially a couple yet. If they visit the thatched hut too often, villagers might gossip. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. So, you mean you're coming over again just to eat for free? Han Lingzhi smiled and looked at her. You could say that, but I also brought food to share. Miao Jiao Jiao was curious. What kind? Han Lingzhi said, I left it at your door. You'll find out when you get there. Miao Jiao Jiao thought. This guy still knows how to keep her in suspense. Back at the youth commune courtyard, Miao Jiao Jiao looked at the chubby thing tied at the door and brightened her eyes. Is that a bamboo rat? Have you seen one? Han Lingzhi's lips curled slightly. I spent the whole afternoon digging a hole and found two. I left one for my grandparents and I brought the other for you. I have seen one. Miao Jiao Jiao lied without blinking. Of course, she hadn't seen one in this era, but in modern times, she had read about bamboo rats in animal books. Bamboo rats are large, with lots of meat. Their meat is rich in crude protein, tasty, and nutritious, rare wild game. Yum! Just thinking about it makes her hungry. Miao Jiao Jiao said. Today is a holiday. I plan to have dinner with the people in the front yard. You don't mind, right? This means the bamboo rat also has to be shared with others. Han Lingzhi shook his head. It's fine. As long as you decide. The first rule of dating. Whatever the other person says, agree without arguing. Miao Jiao Jiao took the pastries from her basket and placed them inside the house. She cut half of the 2 pounds of meat and said, Take the bamboo rat, and let's go to the front yard to talk to Sister Lin and Brother Wang. The two of them went to the front yard. Miao Jiao Jiao put the sliced meat on the table and said to everyone, The butcher shop in town just got fresh pork today, and I managed to buy some. Since it's a holiday tonight, let's have dinner together. Lin Ju quickly waved her hand. No need for that. Didn't we just have rabbit meat a few days ago? You should keep this meat for yourself and eat it slowly. We can just have something simple together. And remember, you should save your money. There will be many things you'll need it for later, so don't spend too freely. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. I haven't really used the reward money the commune leader gave me. Since it's a holiday, I thought we could all enjoy a nice meal together. Don't worry, I'll be careful with money from now on. Among all the young people living in the compound, she was the wealthiest, since everyone knew she had received a 100 yuan reward from the commune leader. After living here for several months, most people treated her kindly, except for a few who had been distant at first. Jia Yu and Ma Fong hadn't gotten along with her before, but after the recent grain distribution incident, their relationship had improved. Today, she had earned quite a bit and was in a good mood, so she wanted to be generous. Using the holiday as an excuse, she took some pork from her secret stash. There really was pork for sale in town today, to share with everyone as a gesture of gratitude for their friendship. Wang, the eldest, spoke first. You shouldn't be the only one spending money. How much did this meat cost? We'll all chip in and pay you back. That's right, everyone agreed. Even Ma Fong and Jia Yu, who usually liked to take advantage of others, nodded in agreement. After everything that had happened, they knew it was better to go along with the group. After all, the eggs from Widow Lu and the wild rabbit from Uncle Li had been shared thanks to Miao Jiao Jiao, and they hadn't forgotten that. Miao Jiao Jiao said, How about this? Comrade Han is eating with us today, and he brought a bamboo rat from the mountain as a share. I'll provide the meat, and we won't need to use any grain from me. Each of you can bring some coarse rice, and we'll cook together. You can prepare the other dishes. How does that sound? Although it seems fair, can a small amount of grain compare to meat? Lin Ju has a good relationship with Miao Jiao Jiao and understands her desire to take care of everyone. She nods and says, All right, then you two should eat more tonight. Miao Jiao Jiao smiles and replies, Of course. Huang Daidi looks curiously at the bamboo rats on the ground and asks, These rats look a bit chubby. Are they edible? Han Lingzhi remains expressionless and says, Yes, they are. Lingzhi looks a bit hesitant and says, but we've never cooked them before. How do we do it? I don't know either. Miao Jiao Jiao glances at Han Lingzhi and smiles. How about you cook the bamboo rat tonight? Han Lingzhi nods and agrees. Sure. Ma Fong scratches her head and suggests, maybe adding wild mushrooms to stew with the bamboo rat would taste better. Miao Jiao Jiao agrees. Definitely. Jiayu gets excited and says, Ma Fong, let's go pick some wild mushrooms at the mountain entrance now. It's a good chance for two people to be alone. Not to be missed. Ma Fong looks annoyed but then responds, all right, let's go. She was just asking out of curiosity, but this fool directly said he wanted to go pick mushrooms. Not agreeing might seem rude, especially since they ate the meat, so they should help out a bit. Wang Gang and Cui de Zhuang exchange glances and raise their hands, saying, let's go together. We can also gather some firewood. It's winter, and sitting around the fire to eat will be warmer. Go ahead. Dai Di and I will pick some vegetables in the backyard to prepare. Lingzhi nods first, then looks at Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingzhi. As for you two, just get the bamboo rats ready. Seeing everyone preparing for tonight's dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao smiles and says, all right, let's get started. At the mountain entrance, Jia Yu and Ma Fong search for a while and finally find some wild mushrooms in the bushes. They squat down and start picking mushrooms without speaking. After a while, Jia Yu finally can't hold back and looks up. Ma Fong. What? Ma Fong doesn't look up and continues picking mushrooms. Jia Yu hesitates and says, I have something to tell you, Jia Yu. After waiting for a while without hearing any sound, Ma Fong finally impatiently lifted her eyes. Say something. Why are you so slow? Jia Yu was about to speak when Ma Fong suddenly shouted, help! There's a centipede. She immediately stood up and ran far away, leaving Jia Yu standing there, confused and stunned. Fainted. The mood he had carefully built up was instantly shattered.
Oh.
Until they returned home, Jia Yu's face was a bit bitter. But when he saw the table full of delicious dishes at the end, a hint of happiness returned to his face. Stir-fried wild mushrooms with bamboo rats, potatoes braised with pork, sour beans with meat, stir-fried eggplant and beans, smooth egg custard, pickled radish with garlic, tomato and egg soup. After being in the countryside for so long, this was the first time the table was filled with so many dishes. The smell of delicious meat made his mouth water. Meal is ready, Big Brother Wang Gang announced, and everyone immediately started eating quickly. They seemed afraid someone would finish all the food. While they ate happily and loudly, next door at Xiao Tian's house, it was very quiet. Oh, it turned out Xiao Tian's father had gone to town and brought back a few big bones. The family was holding the bones and gnawing on the remaining meat, munching happily and contentedly. Xiao Tian's dull face finally showed a happy smile. Woo-woo. It wasn't easy. He finally got to eat meat. No more crying out of hunger. Nung in the youth commune courtyard. Everyone had the most satisfying dinner ever. Right after eating, Meng Baobao came over humming a little tune, carrying some pastries. Jiao Jiao, Sister Lin, I brought some delicious food for you. Lin Ju smiled warmly. Baobao, just come in. Why are you being so polite? Meng Baobao happily placed the pastries on the table and said, today isn't a holiday, but I thought everyone should try the pastries from my home. They taste really good. Ma Fong's eyes twitched, and she quickly squeezed between them, smiling. Can I have one? Jia Yu also took the opportunity to move closer. He didn't say anything but kept staring at the pastries with his eyes. Meng Baobao looked at the two people and nodded, saying, eat up. I brought this for you to enjoy. Since they had helped Jiao Jiao fight before, she decided to be generous this time. Huang Daidi went to the kitchen and boiled a pot of hot water. She added some brown sugar from the storage and then came out, saying, Baobao, come drink some brown sugar water to warm your stomach. Thank you, Sister Daidi. Meng Baobao smiled and took a bowl to sip. She said, Sister Daidi really knows how to care. She knows my hands are cold and made this to warm me. Huang Daidi smiled happily. Haha, your little mouth is so sweet. Wang Gang and Cui de Zhuang also came over, smiling and chatting with Meng Baobao. Miao Jiao Jiao sat nearby, watching Meng Baobao surrounded by everyone, and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. She never expected this girl to become the favorite among the young people in their courtyard. It's really surprising. Han Lingzhi kept looking at Miao Jiao Jiao. Seeing her smiling happily, the corners of his mouth also slightly lifted. Everyone was joking and laughing when two people entered the room, Lu Widow and Uncle Li. Everyone greeted them happily. "Aunt Lu, Uncle Li, you're here." They looked shy and happy, and Miao Jiao Jiao immediately sensed something was wrong, her eyes brightening with joy. Lu Widow and Uncle Li exchanged a glance. Then Lu Widow spoke to everyone. "It's like this. I and Brother Li are planning to hold a wedding celebration in a week. We hope all of you can come." Since that night when the warehouse distributed grain, she and Brother Li had a long talk and shared many heartfelt feelings. In the end, she overcame her psychological barriers and accepted him. Now that she had accepted, they decided to get married as soon as possible. They agreed to go to the town today, on New Year's Day, to register their marriage and then plan the wedding banquet. Thinking about the helpful comrades in the young people's courtyard who had supported them, they came to invite everyone to join the celebration. Lingzhi was the first to clap happily. "Wow, really? Congratulations." Others also looked happy, saying, "Congratulations." Miao Jiao Jiao felt very excited inside and sincerely said, "Aunt Lu, Uncle Li, congratulations. I wish you happiness forever." Thank you all." Lu Widow and Uncle Li had tears in their eyes, filled with joy. Uncle Li said, "Han Jiqing, Meng Jiqing, you should come over too. Han Lingzhi and Meng Baobao are from neighboring villages, both near Uncle Li's village." Before, Uncle Li had met Han Lingzhi several times while hunting in the mountains. Their relationship isn't very close, but they know each other casually. Meng Baobao's eldest uncle is the village chief of the neighboring village, and he often takes care of Uncle Li, so they also know each other. Han Lingzhi. Okay. Meng Baobao nodded happily. Sure. After chatting for a while, Han Lingzhi and Meng Baobao went back home. Miao Jiao Jiao thought there might not be enough pickled vegetables at home, so she went with Widow Lu to exchange some at her house. When they arrived at Widow Lu's house, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly needed to use the bathroom, so she borrowed the outdoor toilet there. When she came out, she faintly heard Uncle Li sighing in the yard, saying, "Sister Xiang, you've had a hard time." Widow Lu smiled and shook her head. "We've been through tough times before. This is nothing." Curious, Miao Jiao Jiao stepped forward to ask what was going on, and then she learned the story. Widow Lu's family also lives in the neighboring village, but her parents have passed away, leaving only 2 brothers. However, since a fire many years ago, her brothers have avoided her, worried she might bring bad luck to the family. Their wives always look at her with disdain, which makes her feel cold inside. This time, she didn't plan to invite her family to Uncle Li's wedding, since they haven't been in contact for a long time. Uncle Li's family is poor, with few relatives visiting, and his only sister married far away and couldn't come back. Widow Lu and Uncle Li planned to invite the village head's family and a few friendly neighbors to join the celebration. If it weren't for the young people from the Jiqing courtyard and others, they probably couldn't even fill 2 tables. The wedding feast is quite small and a bit lonely, which makes Uncle Li feel guilty toward Widow Lu. After hearing all this, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a bit touched. These 2 people, both over 50, have gone through hardships and finally found each other. Although they are older, who doesn't want a lively wedding celebration? Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao comforted her. Although there are fewer people, everyone knows each other and is genuinely happy for you. If too many people come, some who don't matter might eat and leave without saying anything, or worse, gossip behind our backs. Having fewer guests also has its benefits. It's easier to clean up afterward, less tiring, and it saves money. When Miao Jiao Jiao said this, Widow Lu and Uncle Li both looked relieved and nodded in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. There had always been unpleasant rumors about Widow Lu in the 2 villages. If she and Uncle Li were seen together, who knows what stories people might make up. It would be better to invite only close friends and make sure they enjoy the meal. What others say wouldn't matter. Thinking this way made them feel much more at ease. However, Miao Jiao Jiao continued, even with fewer people, we can still make it lively and cheerful. Widow Lu looked at her curiously. What do you have in mind? Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. I do have some ideas, but I'll need to discuss them with the others first. I'll give you an answer later. Widow Lu's face lit up. All right, don't feel pressured.
Just do your best.
Miao Jiaojiao nodded. Okay. After chatting a bit more, Miao Jiaojiao took the pickled radish and went back. When she returned to the youth courtyard, the others were chatting in the living room. She stepped forward and said, I have something to discuss with you all. Let's see what you think. Miao Jiaojiao first explained Widow Lu's situation. Then she said, since there are many of us, why don't we prepare a few small performances to make the event more lively? Lingzhi's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. We're already going to the banquet, and I felt a bit embarrassed about it. I just talked with the others. We plan to chip in and buy 2 pounds of brown sugar as a gift. I thought it might seem a bit simple, but if we add some performances, it'll be much better. Huang Daidi frowned slightly. That's a nice idea, but we don't really have any special talents. Miao Jiaojiao said, here's what we can do. Meng Baobao can sing, so she can start with a song. Then I'll do a short martial arts performance, and finally, we can all sing a cheerful song together. 3 acts should be enough. That's a great plan.
Lin nodded happily.
She wasn't a good singer, but she didn't mind singing casually with everyone. The others thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Miao Jiaojiao said, all right, let's first decide on a song for the group performance. Do you have any suggestions?
P.S.
The following songs are fictional and not related to real release dates. Cui Dazhuang raised his hand first. Unity is strength. That's my favorite song. Lin Ju shook her head. No, that's a military song. It doesn't really fit a wedding celebration. How about the moon on the 15th? It's very touching. Wang Gang scratched his head. That one's about missing a loved one. It might sound too sad. I think our fields would be better. It praises our great country and has a good meaning. Miao Jiaojiao nodded.
Good idea.
It's cheerful and pleasant, and everyone likes it. Then after work each evening, we can practice for 2 hours. 5 or 6 days should be enough.
Great.
Lin Ju and the others agreed with smiles. After the discussion, Jia Yu muttered with a bitter face, I can't sing at all. This is going to be tough for me. Ma Fong glanced at him with a sympathetic look, as if she felt the same way. The next day, Miao Jiaojiao went to the neighboring village to find Meng Baobao and asked her to help with the singing. When Meng Baobao heard the news, she jumped with joy. Sure. I haven't sung properly in a long time. I'll need to practice a lot. Ever since Miao Jiaojiao helped her realize that what happened before was likely someone's deliberate trick, her attitude had completely changed. She was no longer afraid to sing. Performing on stage had always been her dream, and she still wanted to join the army's art troupe. Back in school, she had taken singing classes and trained regularly, but after that incident, she hadn't practiced for nearly half a year. So when the army art troupe held its exam this March, she didn't feel confident. Besides, without a recommendation letter, she couldn't even apply. Last year, in 1974, she had joined the exam only because the troupe's director held a joint competition with more than 10 universities in Beijing. She and 2 of her friends stood out and were selected to take part in the exam for the army art troupe. Thinking of this, Meng Baobao felt a little sad. Whenever I think about being tricked by that person, I feel upset. I really want to go back and confront her. Miao Jiaojiao comforted her. Don't think too much. When we go back to Beijing, you'll have a chance to face her directly. Even though so much time has passed, it's still important to clear things up. Holding it inside is too painful. Yes, yes, Meng Baobao said while hugging Miao Jiaojiao's arm. You're so kind to me. I don't want to go back so soon. We'll see how things go. After staying in the countryside for a long time, she realized she had become lazy and lost her fighting spirit. Miao Jiaojiao said, think about what song you want to sing first. The wedding celebration is in a week, so you need to practice quickly. Meng Baobao nodded eagerly. I've decided. There's a song called Happy Family that fits well. Miao Jiaojiao replied, all right, practice it well once you've decided. Don't make any mistakes. Meng Baobao patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, I will complete the task. After chatting with Meng Baobao for a while, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the cowshed at the foot of the mountain to find Han Lingzhi. When the three elders saw her coming, they couldn't help but smile and kept talking to her. Finally, Han Lingzhi said he wanted to speak with her alone, so they let her go. Miao Jiao Jiao first told him about Widow Lu, then said, "We've prepared a big group singing performance. You're also attending the wedding, right? Would you like to sing with us?" Although she knew he might refuse, she still wanted to ask. To her surprise, Han Lingzhi nodded and agreed. "Yes, I'll sing." Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes showed surprise. "I thought you wouldn't agree. He's usually calm and not very social, so she thought he wouldn't want to do something like this." Han Lingzhi looked at her seriously with his dark eyes and said in a deep voice, "Because you're here." He wouldn't refuse her request. This short sentence struck deeply inside Miao Jiao Jiao's heart. At that moment, she looked at his handsome face. A strange and sweet feeling arose in her heart. So, being liked by someone felt like this. Unexpectedly, it was quite nice. Thinking this, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but blush. "Well, you can come over every evening after dinner for the next few days, and we can practice together." After saying that, she turned to leave. "I have something else to do, so I'll go now." "Jiao Jiao," Han Lingzhi called her. "Yes, what's up?" Miao Jiao Jiao turned around. Han Lingzhi asked, "When are we going to the town to shop?" He was eager to see her wear that outfit when she went out. He also wanted to know when she would agree to be his girlfriend. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. "Maybe around the New Year. We can go to the town then to buy some snacks and New Year's treats." Han Lingzhi nodded happily. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Miao Jiao Jiao waved her hand. "All right, I'm leaving now." "See you tomorrow," Han Lingzhi replied. "Okay, goodbye." Until her figure disappeared from sight, Han Lingzhi turned back. When he got home, his grandparents held his hands and asked him many questions. When they heard he agreed to perform a song with Miao Jiao Jiao in front of everyone, the three elders were stunned. They looked at each other, still unable to believe it. Is this really their quiet, introverted grandson who likes to be alone? He's always been a reserved person. Even his father probably couldn't get him to go on stage to sing. But they never expected that the appearance of a girl would change him so much. It's truly a miracle. Miao Jiao Jiao took a small path back home, passing by the widow Lu's house. She also stopped by to inform her about the plans they had discussed. When she heard that a few young people from the village wanted to put on a few small performances for her wedding celebration, the widow Lu was overjoyed. Nowadays, not to mention town weddings, even county weddings rarely have performances. As a widow with a damaged reputation, she never thought she would enjoy such treatment one day. It was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing, and she was thrilled. "Jiao Jiao, thank you so much." "Thank you all." The widow Lu knew all this was Jiao Jiao's idea. Since knowing her for a few months, Jiao Jiao had always come to her house to chat, cheer her up, and comfort her. She also knew about Li Ge. Jiao Jiao had once advised her to let go of the past and to be with Li Ge happily. She kept stubbornly insisting and refused to agree. If she hadn't nearly drowned in the river before, she might still not understand. Fortunately, at that time, Miao Jiao Jiao stepped forward to help her stand up to the noisy villagers. That was when she finally realized clearly what she truly wanted. If it weren't for Miao Jiao Jiao, she might have remained trapped in her past shadows and never moved on. Now, she was so dedicated to helping her, which moved her deeply. Lu Widow thought about this, and tears filled her eyes. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly comforted her softly. "Auntie, you don't need to be so polite to me. Besides, you've always taken good care of me." Every time, she brought delicious pickles from the big thunder bowl. Miao Jiao Jiao always remembered that. A few days from now is your and Uncle Li's big day. No crying now. Sleep early these days so you'll have the energy to entertain guests. Lu Widow wiped her tears with her sleeve. Okay, I remember. Miao Jiao Jiao said. "All right, I'll go back now. Rest early." The next evening, after dinner, everyone gathered in the youth camp to practice. Meng Baobao loved singing since she was young, so she was very familiar with the lyrics and tune. She was chosen to guide everyone in practicing the chorus. Meng Baobao said, "Here are the lyrics. I copied a few copies by hand. Let's read them together, 2 by 2. Lin Ju and Huang Daidi, Wang Gang and Cui de Zhuang, paired up. Originally, Ma Fong wanted to practice with Miao Jiao Jiao, but then Jiayu suddenly came over and said, "Why don't we share a lyric sheet? Miao Jiao Jiao and Comrade Han are trying to date, so it's not very polite to disturb them." Ma Fong replied, "All right." Hearing their conversation, Han Lingzhi looked at Jiayu with a serious gaze for the first time. This male comrade is quite on point. Little goldfish. If Binkwai Lian knew that the original Jiao Jiao once liked Jiayu, what would he think? Oh, intersection, intersection. Oh, haha, then everyone stood in the yard. Arranged as follows. Cui de Zhuang, Wang Gang, Lin Ju, Huang Daidi, Han Lingzhi, Miao Jiao Jiao, Ma Fong, Jiayu. Meng Baobao stood in front of them like a little teacher, hands behind her back. He confidently said, "I'll sing our song, our fields first, so everyone can remember it." Miao Jiao Jiao was the first to applaud and cheerfully said, "Great. Let's welcome our singer, Meng De Ge, to perform." Others also cheered with smiles. "Welcome, Meng De Ge." Cough, cough. "Jiao Jiao, stop joking." Meng Baobao blushed from Miao Jiao Jiao's teasing but stayed calm and said, "All right, I'll start now." As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Baobao took a deep breath and closed her eyes briefly. When she opened her eyes again, she gently parted her red lips and began to sing. "Our beautiful fields, our fields, green rivers flow through endless rice paddies like rolling waves." Soft, cheerful singing came from Meng Baobao's mouth. Her voice was as pleasant as a yellow oriole, clear and melodious. Everyone present couldn't help but breathe a little easier and became immersed in the music. After finishing the song, everyone burst into thunderous applause. "Great. Well sung." Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes shone with happiness and admiration. This girl really has talent. A few days ago, when Meng Baobao sang, she only hummed a few notes. She thought it was just her good voice. But she didn't expect Meng Baobao's singing skills to be quite good, instantly lifting the atmosphere and making it very enjoyable. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Bao Bao, you're amazing." He, thank you for the compliment." Meng Baobao's small round face turned red with embarrassment, but she couldn't help but smile brightly. "All right, let's sing along with the lyrics again." Since everyone had heard this song at school before, they roughly knew the tune. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement and started singing together. After singing 3 times through, Miao Jiao Jiao suggested, "Let's each sing one line at the beginning, then sing the chorus together. It might sound better." "Sure." Except for Ma Fong and Jiayu. Everyone agreed. Ma Fong slightly pursed her lips. "I don't sing well, so I think I'll just sing with everyone." Jiayu quickly raised her hand. "Me too. I really can't sing well." Miao Jiao Jiao was just about to say anything is fine when Lin Ju spoke up. "Jiao Jiao wants to give everyone a chance to perform alone. Why don't you all try first? If it doesn't work out, that's fine too." Ma Fong and Jiayu said, "All right." Then Meng Baobao started things off, beginning with Cui Dazhuang on the left and ending with Jiayu on the right. Everyone sang a cheerful song about the countryside. Except for Meng Baobao, no one else was a professional. Wang Gang, Lin Ju, and the others sang just okay, not great, but acceptable. When it was Han Lingzhi's turn, everyone turned to look at him. He didn't talk much and often kept a serious face. Except for Miao Jiao Jiao, most people felt a little nervous around him. They were curious to hear what his singing voice sounded like. A deep, magnetic voice filled the room, and everyone froze for a moment. That voice was surprisingly beautiful. Listening to Han Lingzhi sing and looking at his handsome side profile, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but feel a little dazed. A scene suddenly appeared in her mind. Under a bright blue sky, Han Lingzhi held a bouquet of red roses, looking at her with warmth and hope. "Jiao Jiao, I'll sing you a love song. Will you be my girlfriend? Would you say yes?" Han Lingzhi, I didn't expect you to imagine something like that. Miao Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Meng Baobao waved her hand in front of Miao Jiao Jiao, who was standing still like a statue. "Hey, come back to your senses. It's your turn to sing."
Huh.
Miao Jiao Jiao snapped out of it and saw everyone looking at her with teasing smiles.
Linje låghet lodly.
Looks like Jiao Jiao was completely charmed by Comrade Han's singing. Even her ears are red. Huang Daidi joked, no doubt about it. Our Jiao Jiao's heart is fluttering, huh? Han Lingzhi lowered his head slightly, looking at her with a faint smile. You kept staring at me just now.
What were you thinking about? Cough, cough.
I wasn't thinking about anything. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered with some unnaturalness. She pretended to scratch her head and said, I was just daydreaming for a moment. Yes, just daydreaming. Everyone else burst into laughter together. Miao Jiao Jiao felt very embarrassed. She secretly glared at Han Lingzhi. It's all his fault for singing so beautifully. It almost made her lose her focus. We agreed not to fall for him so quickly, but it seems like she already has. Han Lingzhi saw the girl pretending to be angry and found it both funny and helpless. But being able to get her attention made him feel happy inside. Miao Jiao Jiao cleared her throat and started singing. The lumberjack cuts down trees one by one, building houses, mines, and factories. When she sang solo, everyone was surprised again. How can she sing so beautifully? If Meng Bao's voice is as clear and sweet as a songbird, then Miao Jiao Jiao's voice is like a bubbling spring, pure and melodious. Different voices, but both equally impressive. Not only does Miao Jiao Jiao know martial arts, but she also sings so well. She's truly talented. Han Lingzhi kept his eyes fixed on Miao Jiao Jiao. His eyes were full of tenderness and joy. He never expected her voice to be so beautiful. How many secrets does she have that he doesn't know? After finishing these two lines, Miao Jiao Jiao noticed everyone looking at her with strange expressions. She asked, What's wrong? Did I sing badly? Her heart was pounding. In her previous life in the modern world, she liked humming while practicing martial arts. But singing in front of others was something she had never done. This was her first time. Meng Bao was both surprised and delighted. Wow, Jiao Jiao, you sing so well. I'm so happy. She never thought her good friend could have such a beautiful voice. Maybe they could sing together every day from now on. Linju also smiled and said, Yes, Jiao Jiao, you did so well. We never noticed before. Others asked curiously, Yeah, Jiao Jiao, are you hiding your talent on purpose? No, this is actually my first serious singing. I haven't sung much before. Miao Jiao Jiao's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. After all, she was still an 18-year-old girl, and being praised like that naturally made her happy. Next, it was Ma Fong's turn to sing solo. She stepped forward, took a small breath, and began the first line of the song. Behind the forest lies a light. When she reached the word light, her voice suddenly went too high. Then her voice cracked completely. Light. Blue mountains. Hearing that, everyone in the room covered their mouths, trying hard not to laugh. Seeing this, Ma Fong's face turned bright red. She stomped her foot and said, Oh, I told you I can't sing alone. Jia Yu frowned and said helplessly, I'm even worse.
Cuidați teased loudly. Comrade Jia.
A man shouldn't say, he can't do it. Yeah, that's right. The others chimed in, clearly enjoying the joke. Jia Yu. He had no choice but to go up and sing. He lifted his chin and started shouting the lyrics. People are exploring how many treasures are buried there, high in the sky. Eagles are flying. He managed to finish the two lines, but not a single note was in tune. His voice twisted and turned like a winding mountain road, harsh and off-key.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Gang and Cui Dezhuang bent over, laughing so hard they held their stomachs. Lin Ju and Huang Daidi leaned on each other, laughing until they almost fell backward. Meng Baobao clung to Miao Jiao Jiao's arm, laughing nonstop. Miao Jiao Jiao tried to hold it in, but she couldn't. She burst out laughing too. As for Ma Fong, there was no need to mention her. Just a moment ago, she had been embarrassed about her cracked note. The next second, she was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, her head thrown back like a goose. Her laughter was the loudest in the room. Jia Yu usually had thick skin and could handle being teased, but when he saw Ma Fong laughing like that, he completely lost his composure. His face turned red and purple with embarrassment. The calmest person there was Lingzhi, the one with the expressionless face. He didn't even twitch his eyebrows, let alone smile. Noticing Lingzhi's calm expression, Jiayu suddenly felt touched. Although this man looked cold on the outside, at least he still showed him a bit of respect. Unlike others. At this moment, Miao Jiao suddenly asked Lingzhi, "Why aren't you smiling?" Lingzhi replied coldly, "Your singing was too bad. I didn't find it worth laughing at." Jiayu, "That hurt, big brother." After experiencing Ma Fong and Jiayu's terrible singing, everyone agreed they didn't need to sing alone anymore. They didn't want to be laughed at during the wedding banquet. Since they were all from the youth commune, it was also embarrassing for them. After practicing for an hour, Miao Jiao and Meng Baobao went separately to rehearse their own performances. In the following days, everyone gathered after work to practice singing together. It was always happy and full of laughter. Because they practiced with the courtyard gate closed, passing villagers who didn't know what was happening would listen curiously. One gossiping aunt asked during work, "What are you singing in the yard? Are you going to perform somewhere?" Everyone from the youth commune shook their heads with smiles and only said, "It's related to Aunt Lu's wedding banquet." They didn't tell her the details, just let her guess out of curiosity. That was also Miao Jiao's idea. She had discussed it with Aunt Lu beforehand. The wedding banquet would be at Widow Lu's house, and after dinner, everyone would start performing. They wanted to build up curiosity with the opening act. Once the performance started, those curious people would definitely come over. Aunt Lu would prepare some sunflower seeds, peanuts, tea, and other treats to entertain everyone. It would be a lively scene. This way, they also helped create a festive atmosphere for Aunt Lu's wedding and fulfilled her dream. After hearing what the youth said, the women in the village spread the news from person to person. Eventually, the whole village was talking about how the youth would perform at Aunt Lu's wedding banquet. Everyone was looking forward to that day arriving soon. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, the village chief's wife smiled as she brought out a bowl of brown sugar water and handed it over, saying, "Little sister-in-law, you're not leaving this time, right? The new year is in half a month. When that time comes, bring your husband over and we'll celebrate the new year together before you go." The person in front looked to be about 30 years old, dressed in a military green uniform, with a pretty face and a very elegant demeanor. Her name is Wang Rong, and she is the younger sister of the village chief. Wang Rong looked tired and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't need anything. I just came back to visit for a couple of days. I have to go back and work soon." The village chief's wife replied, "Oh, you're so busy, even during the new year. You must be tired. Here, drink some sweet water first. I'll go make some food for you." Wang Rong nodded and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." The village chief sat in a chair, smoking a dry pipe, and looked at her. He asked, "Why do you look so worried? Is something wrong at home or with work?" Wang Rong sighed, unsure whether to tell him or not. Seeing this, the village chief frowned slightly. He said, "If you have something to say, just tell me. We may not be able to help much, but we can try." Wang Rong looked sad and said, "Brother, this is something you can't help with. I just feel very upset inside." The village chief knocked on his pipe and looked up. He said, "Since you were a child, you've never been good at hiding things. Holding it all inside makes you feel worse." He paused and then added, "Your sister-in-law isn't here now. Just talk to me. Maybe I can help." "All right." Wang Rong knew there was little he could do, but she still wanted to complain a little. "It's about work. I have a student I think very highly of, and she got into some trouble." Wang Rong is a dance teacher at the county city cultural troupe. One of her students, a talented girl, was planning to take the city cultural troupe exam in March. Based on her situation, she should have been able to pass. But a few days ago, rumors spread that she was involved with a married man. Although there was no solid proof, the matter caused a big fuss in the county. Because it affected the reputation of the troupe, the leaders expelled the girl. They also scolded Wang Rong and deducted her salary for a month. They told her to watch her students more carefully and not let anything happen that could harm the troupe's reputation. After this incident, another dance teacher, who usually didn't get along with Wang Rong, started mocking her openly every day. This made her very upset. So she took 3 days off to come to the countryside and relax. In the end, Wang Rong sighed and said, "It's a pity about that student. Honestly, I find it hard to believe she would do something like that. The girl's family is in a difficult situation. Her father is paralyzed and bedridden, her mother is weak, and she has a younger sister about 10 years old. She finally managed to settle into a stable job with a cultural troupe and save some money to help her family, but then this incident happened." After hearing this, the village chief frowned slightly. "So, are you worried about your job or about that student?" "Both, I think. I feel responsible because I didn't notice her situation. At that time, she was busy preparing for the New Year dance performance at the county, and only after the incident spread did she realize what was happening. Unfortunately, it was too late." The village chief took a puff from his pipe and said slowly, "It's not your fault. To be honest, if that girl had no problems, no one would spread rumors." Wang Rong frowned and sighed. "I don't know. I just feel something's wrong, and I feel very uncomfortable inside." Since she had spent 2 years with that student, she knew her quite well. The student was very kind and innocent, and normally wouldn't do something so reckless. But it was too late now. She couldn't stop the leader's decision in the troupe. Before the girl went home, she secretly gave her 10 yuan to take back, as a last bit of help. "Since everything is settled, don't think about it anymore," the village chief continued. "You should focus on how to perform well in front of the troop leaders. This job is hard to get." "Yes, that's right." Wang Rong nodded. "The few students I have left don't have much room to grow. I hope we can find some good talents for the county troops exam in March." Hearing this, the village chief seemed to remember something. He looked up and said, "The day after tomorrow, Lu's widow has a celebration at her house. She invited me, so you should come too and join the feast." Wang Rong was surprised. Lu's wife is getting married? She had visited Lu's widow before in the village and had a good impression of her. She also felt sad about the fire at Lu's house. The village chief nodded. "Yes, she married Li Bobo from the neighboring village. Both are hardworking people, so they should get by." Wang Rong nodded. "That's good. It's not easy for anyone." Just then, the village chief's wife came over holding a bowl of vegetables. Hearing the two discuss Widow Lu, she smiled and said, "This Widow Lu is quite lucky. She became friends with a few young people from the youth camp. I heard that on her wedding day, some of the young people even performed shows." "Shows?" Wang Rong was curious. "What kind of shows?" The village head's wife said she didn't know. "The young people practiced secretly, keeping the door tightly shut so no one could see. She asked some gossiping questions, but the young people wouldn't say much. They could only wait to see the fun on the day itself." "That's so mysterious." Wang Rong smiled. "I'll go see it the day after tomorrow. I'm quite looking forward to it." The village head's wife quickly waved her hand. "It's just some young kids messing around. It probably won't be very good. Since you work in the art troupe, you probably won't be interested." Wang Rong shook her head, not minding. "It's fine. I just want to go congratulate Sister Lu." Seeing this, the village head's wife didn't press further. Actually, she was a bit unhappy that her younger sister-in-law was going to Widow Lu's house. Although she didn't believe in superstitions, the fact was that Widow Lu's husband's family had been wiped out in a big fire. It was fine when she went with her old husband, but she was worried it might affect her younger sister-in-law. Since the other side didn't mind, she decided not to say anything. Soon, the day of Widow Lu's wedding celebration arrived. Early in the morning, Widow Lu and Uncle Li cleaned the house thoroughly. After tidying up, some neighbors came over to help. Everyone helped put up lucky character window decorations, couplets, fetched water, chopped firewood, and washed vegetables. By noon, they finished, and Widow Lu invited a few people to eat. She cooked a big pot of noodles with some greens, served with sour radish, and it was very tasty. In the afternoon, everyone started preparing food for the evening banquet. By evening, the invited guests arrived. "Congratulations, Aunt Lu." Lingzhi carried 2 jean of brown sugar, smiling happily as she held hands with Miao Jiao Jiao and entered the yard, followed by others. "Oh, Lin, the young girl. Jiao Jiao is here. Welcome, everyone from the youth camp. Today, Widow Lu dressed up specially. She had been living alone in this small yard for over 10 years. She was very active in work and always earned the highest work points. She is very frugal and doesn't eat much grain, so at the end of the year, she can get some extra money from the grain distribution. Over the years, she has saved up a small amount of money. Uncle Lee has been going to the mountains often since he was young, hunting wild game and secretly selling it at the black market in town. Plus, he works hard to earn work points, and over more than 20 years, he has saved quite a bit of money. After they opened up to each other, both of them shared their savings. When they added it up, they had several hundred yuan. So, for the wedding banquet, they were not stingy and planned to do things properly. A few days ago, when they went to register their marriage in town, Widow Lu and Uncle Lee also went to the supply and marketing cooperative. In the 1970s, the three main wedding gifts were a bicycle, a watch, and a sewing machine. Uncle Lee had previously been involved in the black market and had industrial coupons and bicycle tickets. He originally planned to buy all three items himself, but Widow Lu refused. She had been taking care of him all these years, and she didn't want him to spend so much money alone. So, she suggested she buy the sewing machine as part of her dowry, and Uncle Lee could buy the bicycle. As for the watch, they decided to skip it since young people like to wear watches, and it wouldn't be suitable for them to wear such things while working in the fields every day. After deciding, they bought the two biggest items from the supply and marketing cooperative amid many admiring looks. Then they bought a yard of red cloth, a few yards of army green fabric, and some cotton. When they returned home, Widow Lu quickly sewed two sets of clothes. One was hers, a red, festive cotton jacket and army green cotton pants. The other was Uncle Lee's. Both top and bottom were army green cotton clothes. At that time, everyone had a special admiration and respect for army green. Wearing army green clothes for the wedding was the best choice. They also had some leftover red fabric, which she used to sew two red silk flowers, both pinned to their chests. By late afternoon, they had finished most of their preparations. Both of them took a quick bath and changed into their new clothes. Then they happily stood at the door to welcome guests. Lingzhi smiled sweetly and said, "Aunt Lu, you look so beautiful today." Because her left face had been burned, Widow Lu usually covered half of her face with her hair, only revealing her left eye. Her hair on the right side was fully styled, but overall, she looked a bit gloomy. This time, encouraged by Uncle Lee, she finally styled her left side hair up for the first time. Although the scar on her left cheek looked a bit scary, she had previously asked an experienced village woman to tighten her face with a string. In the afternoon, she also applied some ointment, dabbed on lipstick with a tissue, and styled all her hair into a bun at the back of her head. With her cheerful smile, she looked fresh and happy, and the scars didn't seem to matter at all. Miao Jiao Jiao also nodded happily, saying, "Yes, Auntie, you look really beautiful today." "Thank you, thank you." The Widow Lu blushed slightly, her eyes shining with joy. Uncle Lee, dressed in a military green cotton coat, walked over lively and cheerful. He held a pack of cigarettes and offered a few to the young men present, saying, "Welcome, everyone. Here, have a smoke." These days, cigarettes are rare and many young men secretly pool their money to buy and smoke them. "Uncle Lee, we don't smoke," Wang Gang and others quickly declined. Miao Jiao Jiao glanced at Han Ling, noticing he wasn't interested either, and felt a bit pleased. Yes, not smoking is best. Smoking can turn teeth yellow and make the mouth smell bad. Later, kissing would also taste strange. Small goldfishes comment, "They're not even officially dating yet, and they're already thinking about kissing? So eager?" Uncle Lee looked up and saw the village chief's family approaching. He quickly said, "Feel free to stay. I'll go greet the others." "All right, you go ahead," everyone replied, sitting down at a table in the yard. There were sunflower seeds, peanuts, and wedding candies on the table. Everyone helped themselves, and Lu Widow carried a pot of brown sugar water over, filling each bowl with warm syrup. She said, "Dinner will be a while yet. If you're hungry, have some red sugar water first." Everyone nodded happily, saying, "Got it. You go ahead and do your work." After a while, some people from the neighboring village arrived, including Meng Baobao and her uncle's family. Meng Baobao ran into the yard and, upon seeing Miao Jiao Jiao, immediately rushed over, shouting, "Jiao Jiao, I'm here." Ma Fong, who had been sitting next to Miao Jiao Jiao, quickly moved to another seat.
Thanks.
Meng Baobao said gratefully, then sat down, hugging Miao Jiao Jiao's arm and saying, "I was so nervous today." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said to her, "Everyone is a little nervous." "It's okay. Just your best to sing well." Lingzhi replied, "Yes, today our main goal is to make the atmosphere lively." Meng Baobao looked around curiously. Wow, the red window flowers on the window are very pretty. Today is really lively. Originally, Widow Lu had reserved 2 tables, but worried there might be too many people, so she arranged 3 tables. The table on the far left was filled with people from the youth courtyard. The middle table was the main table, with the village heads from 2 villages and some elderly men sitting there. The right table mainly had women and children. By now, most people had arrived, and all 3 tables were full. The yard was filled with the sounds of people chatting, cracking sunflower seeds, and eating peanuts. After a while, some helpful neighbors, the Annies, started bringing out dishes from the kitchen with smiles. Today's banquet dishes were all bought early in the morning by Uncle Lee from the town supply and marketing cooperative. He also checked the black market. The ingredients were fresh and of good quality. Each table was full of 10 big bowls of food: radish stewed with duck, braised potatoes, steamed base, carrots stir-fried with cured meat, green pepper with eggs, chicken soup, and more. When all the dishes were served, everyone was stunned with surprise. Most of the dishes were meat. They only get to eat a little meat once every 6 months. Seeing so much meat at once made them all very happy. It seemed that Widow Lu and Li Bozi had saved quite a bit of money, and life would surely be good. With excitement and joy, everyone started eating as Uncle Lee called out to begin. For a moment, the scene was very quiet. Only the quick sounds of eating, slurp slurp, could be heard. Everyone at the banquet ate until their faces were greasy and were very satisfied. Except for a few men at the middle table who were still joking, eating peanuts, and drinking, the other 2 tables had mostly finished eating. A few aunties quickly cleaned up the other 2 tables. At this moment, Uncle Lee, smiling, pushed out a brand new bicycle from the living room. He had bought it a few days ago, just as it was getting dark and not many people noticed. Now that everyone saw the bicycle, their eyes lit up with excitement. In this village, only the village chiefs, team leaders, family owns a bicycle. Other families cannot afford such expensive items. Earlier, a few women at the table on the right were talking about Widow Lu bringing a sewing machine as part of her dowry, and they all looked envious. Now, seeing Uncle Lee's bicycle in his hands, they were filled with jealousy and admiration. Seeing her husband still drinking loudly at the dinner table, she felt very angry. Look at Uncle Lee, how good he is at earning money. When she goes home, she must scold her husband properly. Wow, this bicycle is a Phoenix brand. Big brand. I heard it's very expensive. Exactly, Sister Lu will enjoy a good life with Brother Lee from now on. I'm so jealous. My husband isn't that capable. Widow Lu sat next to Miao Jiao Jiao, chatting with everyone. Hearing these comments, she kept smiling but didn't show any displeasure. Uncle Lee pushed his bicycle over and smiled as he approached her. "Xiangmei, come on, I'll take you for a ride around 2 villages. We can also hand out some wedding candies." He had been longing for this wife for a long time. Now that he finally married her, he wanted to show off a little. Widow Lu's face turned red.
Oh,
I feel a bit shy. If those gossiping people saw her, they would surely say something about it. Miao Jiao Jiao said, "Annie, today is a happy day. It's nothing to be shy about." Others cheered. "Yes, go ahead. Let the villagers see."
Haha.
Feeling a bit embarrassed by everyone's teasing, Widow Lu could only agree. She smiled at everyone and said, "We'll just go around once and come back. Everyone can keep eating and chatting. The young performers have prepared some shows, so don't miss out." Okay. Be back early." Widow Lu took a bag of hard candies, sat on Uncle Lee's bicycle, and left. In less than half an hour, they returned with happy faces. It seemed that giving out candies was a good idea. In this era, Being able to eat sweets was a luxury, and the villagers wouldn't say anything bad about it. Soon, the people at the main table had finished eating too. Everyone moved the tables and chairs to the side, leaving a large open space in the yard. Earlier, when Widow Lu handed out candies, she had invited the villagers to come to her house to watch a performance. In a short while, the entire yard was filled with curious villagers. Jiao Jiao, what should we do? There are so many people, I feel so nervous. Meng Baobao took a deep breath, her heart pounding. Relax a little. Just pretend these people are wooden dolls, and don't pay attention to them. Miao Jiao Jiao gently patted her hand. Let's go, it's time to go on stage. The two stood up and walked to the center of the yard. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled at everyone and said, "Today is Aunt Lu's happy day. My fellow young comrades, and I will perform a little show. Please give us some applause and encouragement." As soon as she finished, Lingzhi and others started clapping loudly. Other villagers also smiled and clapped, making the atmosphere lively. Miao Jiao Jiao continued. Next, Meng Baobao will sing A Happy Family to wish Aunt Lu and Uncle Li a happy marriage and a long life together. Good, good, good. The village elders smiled happily and clapped first. They loved hearing such joyful songs. It was so cheerful. After Miao Jiao Jiao stepped aside, Meng Baobao cleared her throat nervously and prepared to sing. On a nearby table, village chief's younger sister Wang Rong sat next to the village chief's wife, secretly watching Miao Jiao Jiao from a distance. She asked, "What is the name of that girl young comrade who just spoke?" "Her name is Miao Jiao Jiao," the village chief's wife whispered mysteriously. "Don't be curious about her. She looks pretty, but she's quite temperamental. No one in the village dares to provoke her." Wang Rong wanted to ask why, but suddenly a song started. "My home is a warm harbor, my home is a place of joy, la la la." When Meng Baobao's cheerful singing began, everyone fell silent. Her voice was clear and bright, instantly drawing everyone's attention. People looked at Meng Baobao as if enchanted, listening to her sometimes high, sometimes gentle voice. They felt the warmth of a happy family. At first, Wang Rong didn't pay much attention, just listening casually. But as the song went on, her eyes widened with surprise. Her voice and singing skills were much better than some students from their county art troupe. She had a very good relationship with Wu, the singing teacher from the troupe. Before coming to the countryside, Wu had complained to her about how hard it was to find talented singers nowadays. And here was one right in front of her. Thinking of this, Wang Rong's eyes sparkled with a determined look. This talented girl must be helped to join the county art troupe. After a song finished, thunderous applause erupted around. The villagers kept praising. "That was so good. This girl has real talent. Yes, I didn't expect her to be so good at singing despite looking young." Other villagers smiled at Meng Baobao's eldest uncle and said, "Village head Lu, your family has produced a talent." Lu Zhenxing looked at his outstanding niece in the yard and smiled with his eyes squinting. He raised his nose proudly and said, "Of course. My Baobao has many talents," village head Wang snorted. His younger sister still worked in the county art troupe. He wasn't proud, but this old man seemed to be so full of pride. Just as he thought this, he saw his younger sister enthusiastically walk over to Lu Zhenxing. "Village head Lu, that's your niece. She's really impressive," village head Wang. Soon, it was time for Miao Jiao Jiao to perform martial arts. She held a long wooden stick, bowed to everyone, and said with a smile, "Next, I will perform a stick routine. I hope you all like it." Then, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the center of the yard to start her performance. Wow, wow, wow. She first showed a spinning stick technique. The stick in her hand seemed to turn into a blur of shadows. Everyone watching was wide-eyed, dazzled by her skills. After finishing the spinning, she placed the stick on the ground and did a cool backflip in the open space. "Wow, beautiful." Everyone cheered loudly and clapped. "She is extremely beautiful, with skin as white as snow and features as delicate as a painting. Girls like her always stand out in any crowd." Honestly, for a moment, she even considered taking the exam for the county arts troupe. With her looks, even if she isn't good at singing or dancing, she would still be a beautiful sight on stage. But after a moment of thought, she decided to give up. People without talent, no matter how good-looking, won't go far in the arts troupe. However, seeing this girl perform today surprised her. She didn't expect her to perform martial arts and do it so well. Mastering martial arts like that takes strong willpower and persistence. It shows that this girl has good character. Looking at her again, she has a slim figure, quick and agile like a flying swallow. Her body also seems quite flexible. Thinking about this, Wang Rong had another idea. Even if this girl doesn't have basic dance skills, her perfect figure and effort might make learning dance easy. After this banquet ends, she plans to find a good time to talk with her. In the center of the yard, after Miao Jiao Jiao finished her staff performance, cheers erupted around her. The loudest cheers came from the children. Throughout history, children have admired martial arts and hope to be as powerful as ancient masters. Seeing Miao Jiao Jiao perform today, all the children's eyes sparkled, eager to run up and ask her for guidance. Today, Wang Daniu brought his sister Wang Erniu to cheer for Miao Jiao Jiao. Seeing how impressive her master was, she hugged her sister, giggling and shouting happily, feeling very proud. Next, all the people in the youth commune gathered on stage for a big group singing. The female youth sat in front on chairs, while the male youth stood behind in a row, so everyone could see clearly. First, Meng Baobao started singing as the lead, then Cui Dazhuang, then Wang Gang. When Han Lingzhi sang, Meng Baobao's older brother Lu Zhensheng was especially surprised. This young man had been in their village for over 3 years, but he was always expressionless. Unexpectedly, today he was smiling and singing. The contrast is really striking. When everyone heard his voice, they were a bit surprised, and it was quite nice. Wang Rong nodded with a smile in her eyes. This young man has a good voice, but it still can't compare to Meng Baobao's singing earlier. After Han Lingzhi finished singing, it was Miao Jiao Jiao's turn. When everyone heard Miao Jiao Jiao's voice, they were all stunned. Even Wang Rong was confused. Is this really the voice of the most beautiful girl? Although her technique was not perfect and her emotions were a bit lacking, her pitch was accurate. Most importantly, her voice was truly amazing. It was clear and pure, like a bubbling spring, leaving a lasting impression. I didn't expect that during her short time in the countryside, she would meet 2 talented singers. Haha, old Wu, you should thank me this time. Miao Jiao Jiao was actually the dance talent Wang Rong had initially chosen. Her eyes shone brighter with excitement. This girl sings beautifully. Maybe she's even better at dancing. Thinking of this, Wang Rong couldn't wait to have a good chat with Miao Jiao Jiao. After everyone finished singing together, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. A young man in the crowd shouted loudly, "Anyone else? One more. Yes, yes. One more." Others looked at them expectantly. "No more. Thank you all for your support." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and shook her head. "We only prepared 3 acts, and it's about time. Today's main stars are Aunt Lu and Uncle Li, to bless them." At this, Miao Jiao Jiao paused. Other young people shouted in unison, wishing them a happy marriage and eternal happiness. Congratulations! Congratulations! Although some people were a bit disappointed, they still clapped loudly and smiled to show their blessings. Looking at everyone's smiling faces, Widow Lu and Uncle Li exchanged glances, their eyes red. "It's so wonderful." This wedding feast turned out to be much better than they expected. Today was truly unforgettable. After the wedding feast ended, Meng Baobao was sleeping at Miao Jiao Jiao's place today, and her older uncle and aunt had already left. After saying goodbye to Han Lingzhi, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao held hands, and a group of people headed towards the educated youth courtyard. A tall figure hurriedly walked over from behind. "Two ladies, please wait a moment." Wang Rong smiled kindly as she looked at Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao. "I have something I want to talk to you about. Can we sit in your place?" Miao Jiao Jiao paused and looked at her. Isn't she the young sister-in-law of the village chief? I wonder what she wants to talk about. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Sure, Lingzhi and the others followed behind, curious but not asking much. When they returned to the youth commune courtyard, Miao Jiao Jiao led her to a back room. "Please sit." Miao Jiao Jiao brought her a small stool and asked, "What is it you want to discuss?" "My name is Wang Rong, and I am from the village chief's family," Wang Rong explained with a smile. "Actually, I watched your performance with Meng Bao Bao today. It was very good. I wonder if you're interested in taking the County Arts Troupe exam in March this year." "The County Arts Troupe?" Meng Bao Bao's eyes lit up and she exclaimed in surprise. Wang Rong nodded. "Yes, I am a dance instructor for the County Arts Troupe. I can recommend you too for the exam. I hope you'll give it a try." Jiao Jiao, Meng Bao Bao hugged Miao Jiao Jiao's arm happily and shook it excitedly. "Let's go. Let's go." She had been thinking about trying out for the arts troupe again, but after not training for over half a year, she felt a bit unsure. Usually, big arts troupes are very competitive, and without a recommendation letter, it's hard to get in. But the County Arts Troupe's exam isn't that difficult. With her skills, she should be able to pass. So she planned to start training and performing well in the county troupe. Then, next year, she would ask the leaders for a recommendation letter to take the Military District Arts Troupe exam in Beijing. That way, she'd be one step closer to her dream. And when that time comes, she'd be ready to confront the person who caused trouble before and get her revenge. Miao Jiao Jiao frowned slightly. "I haven't learned much singing or dancing, and if I don't have any special talents, I probably won't get in, right?" Miao Jiao Jiao hesitated a little. Besides not having any talents, she also felt a bit reluctant to leave the countryside. It seemed she was also a little attached to him. Farm work in the countryside is tiring, but it also makes a person strong. When she wasn't busy, her days were relaxed and comfortable. Miao Jiao Jiao quite liked this slow-paced life. She had a good plan. After 2 years, when she took the college entrance exam again, she would go to Beijing. Then, after the exam, she would visit home to solve the issues with the pill and her background. By that time, the higher-ups would likely loosen their restrictions, and many people living in temporary shelters would be able to return home. At that time, Han Lingzhi and the elderly should also be ready to go back. It would be convenient since everyone would be in Beijing, making it easier to meet often. As for what major she would study in college or what career she would pursue, she hadn't decided yet. She was naturally a bit lazy and not always proactive. Many things she did only because she was pushed to do them. But whenever something came up, she would try her best to handle it, so she didn't think it was a big problem. Still thinking about it, she realized she might be a bit too lazy. At that moment, Wang Rong said slowly, "Even though you haven't learned to sing, your voice is very nice. With professional training, you could be really good. You are slim and flexible, so learning to dance wouldn't be a problem. I'm a dance teacher. If you're willing, I can stay a few more days in the countryside to teach you a dance, and it could help you prepare for the exam." She was willing to do anything to bring this talented girl under her wing. There was more than a month before the exam, which was enough time for her to practice. Hearing this, a small spark of interest lit up in Miao Jiao Jiao's heart. But she still planned to talk to Han Lingzhi first before giving her answer. After spending so much time close to him, she had unknowingly started to like him. If everything went well, she might even start dating him. That would mean a long-distance relationship, possibly one where they wouldn't see each other for a whole month. So, she thought it was necessary to discuss her plans to go to the County Arts Troupe with him in advance. Miao Jiao Jiao. "Sorry, I think I need to think about this a bit more. Can I give you my answer tomorrow evening?" Wang Rong was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected such a good opportunity, and the girl didn't immediately agree. But she also understood that maybe the girl had her reasons and felt a bit more understanding. "All right, I'll wait for your message tomorrow evening." Wang Rong nodded, then smiled and looked at Meng Bao Bao. "What about you? Are you sure you want to take the exam?" Meng Bao Bao's eyes widened in surprise. "I want to go with Jiao." Miao Jiao Jiao quickly interrupted her. "Bao Bao, this is a great opportunity you can't miss. You should go." During practice these days, Meng Bao Bao had secretly expressed many times how she regretted not taking the exam seriously at the time. It was clear that the other person loved singing very much. This girl's dream is to stand on stage someday and sing. She also hopes her dream will come true. But this girl is too clingy to her, always wanting her to do things together. She wasn't even sure if she should go to take the exam, so she definitely couldn't let this girl follow her around and mess things up. Miao Jiao Jiao continued, "You love singing so much and are so talented. You should shine on the stage." But Meng Baobao sniffed, and seeing Miao Jiao Jiao's serious look, she felt both warm and a bit sad inside. Finally, she nodded at Wang Rong. "Teacher Wang, I'm willing to go." Wang Rong, sitting nearby, also noticed the interaction between the two girls. She felt happy about their close bond and also hoped that these two sisters could go to take the exam. After hearing Meng Baobao's positive answer, Wang Rong smiled and said, "Good. I'll remember that. After Jiao Jiao gives me her reply tomorrow, I'll write a recommendation letter for you." Meng Baobao. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. All right, you two should rest early." Wang Rong stood up and looked at Miao Jiao Jiao. "I'll wait for your reply tomorrow night." "Okay, take care." Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao saw her off to the gate of the Jiqing courtyard. After she left, the two of them passed by the living room, where a few people sitting there hurriedly came over. Lingzhi asked curiously, "Jiao Jiao, that person just now seemed to be from the village chief's family. What did she want with you?" Miao Jiao Jiao didn't hide anything, since everyone would find out later anyway. She simply told everyone Wang Rong's purpose. When they heard she wanted her and Meng Baobao to take the county arts troupe exam, everyone was very envious. This opportunity is even rarer than returning to the city from the Jiqing. If she passes the exam, she will not only get a city household registration but also a job. And this job is very honorable, much better than working in a factory. But even though everyone was envious, they didn't feel jealous. Everyone knows that Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao are capable, or else no one would be interested in them. This time, even Ma Fong and Jia Yu are aware of their limits and haven't had any unrealistic ideas. However, after hearing that Miao Jiao Jiao didn't immediately agree, Lingzhi got anxious. "Please don't be foolish. This is such a good opportunity that others are fighting over and might not get." Others also advised, "Yes, life in the countryside isn't always easy. You should seize this chance." Seeing everyone's worried faces, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a warm feeling inside. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will think carefully." The next day at noon, after work, Miao Jiao Jiao went straight to find Han Lingzhi. After explaining her purpose, she asked, "What do you think? Should I take the exam?" Han Lingzhi looked at her with his black eyes and asked, "Do you like dancing? Or do you enjoy performing on stage?" He was very happy that she took the initiative to talk to him this time. Although joining the art troupe seemed like a proud thing, he cared more about her opinion. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head and said, "I don't know. I haven't tried before." Han Lingzhi said seriously, "Then try it first. If you really don't like it, you can quit later." He planned to confess to her again when they went shopping in the county town. He also wanted to tell her that he would return to Beijing after the new year. When he gets back to Beijing, he will work hard in the military to improve his skills and status so he can bring her there. For him, whether she stays in the art troupe or not doesn't matter. What matters is that she is happy and likes what she does. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded and said, "All right." Actually, she had thought about it a lot last night. Her biggest reliance is the spirit spring space. With this golden finger, she feels confident doing anything. But what if one day the spirit spring space disappears or can't solve a problem? So she still needs to keep moving forward and not stay in the same place. If she encounters problems she can't solve, what then? Now, she has a chance to break through herself, which might help her find a future path when she's feeling lost. So, before asking Han Lingzhi, she already had her answer in her heart. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. That afternoon, after work, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the village chief's house to find Wang Rong. "Teacher Wang, I want to try." "That's great." Wang Rong's eyes lit up with happiness. She couldn't wait and said, "Why don't I start teaching you to dance today? If you practice for a few days, you'll get the hang of it. Then you can practice on your own." Jiao Jiao nodded. "Okay, I'll go tell Meng Baobao and ask her to come too. She can practice singing nearby, and you can help her watch." Wang Rong smiled and nodded. "Sure, go call her." Then Jiao Jiao found Bao Bao Meng. The three of them went to an open space at the edge of the forest to practice. Wang Rong looked at the two girls and said with a smile, "You two are about the same height, like sisters. If you join the art troupe, you might perform together on stage." Jiao Jiao and Bao Bao Meng looked at each other and both smiled. A few months ago, when Jiao Jiao first arrived in this era, she was 160 centimeters tall and weighed 160 jin. After 2 months of exercise, her weight dropped to about 90 jin. Once her weight decreased, thanks to the magic spring water, her height also changed. Her height, originally 160 centimeters, gradually grew to 163 centimeters and then stabilized. Jiao Jiao was very happy with this. Bao Bao Meng was already 163 centimeters tall and weighed about 100 jin. She was young, and in the past few months, she ate well in the countryside. Her height grew to 164 centimeters, and her weight increased to about 110 jin. The height difference between them wasn't much, but their body build was quite different. Fortunately, Bao Bao Meng wasn't a dancer, or she might have had to go through a tough weight loss journey. Wang Rong first talked with Bao Bao Meng about her situation. When she learned that Bao Bao Meng was from Beijing and had previously taken the military district art troupe exam, her smile grew even wider. That's good. You studied singing in school before. Picking it up again will be easier. Have you thought about what song you'll sing for the exam? Meng Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Sure, I like this song too, and I know it well. Wang Rong nodded. Your voice is good, but you still need to work on your emotions. Focus on practicing that. Also, you've taken the art troupe exam before, so you know they might ask you to sing other songs. You should prepare 1 or 2 more songs in different styles. Meng Bao Bao nodded gratefully. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Wang Rong smiled and shook her head. No problem. Go practice over there. If you have any questions, just ask me. Although she was a dance team teacher, having been in the art troupe for a long time and rehearsed many dances, she was also familiar with singing. Moreover, she was good friends with the singing team teacher. They often discussed dance and songs together, so she had some knowledge. In the art troupe, versatile talents are more popular. That's also why she believed in Miao Jiao Jiao. Wang Rong turned to look at Miao Jiao Jiao. Let's go. Bring the iron axe, and we'll find a suitable long tree trunk. Before leaving, she specifically reminded her to bring the iron axe, as they planned to make a practice prop. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Okay, then the two cut a long tree trunk, peeled it, and tied it horizontally between 2 big trees. The height of this horizontal trunk was roughly at Miao Jiao Jiao's chest level. After finishing, Wang Rong stepped forward and said, I'll first teach you some basic skills. Watch me. The county art troupe only has one dance style, which is traditional dance. So Wang Rong demonstrated the basics: leg presses, shoulder presses, foot-leg back combinations, split jumps, high kicks, and back bends. Her years of dance training showed they were all very precise and smooth. Miao Jiao Jiao watched with wide eyes. After the demonstration, Wang Rong said, Now you try. Miao Jiao Jiao had previously practiced martial arts, so she valued leg exercises, and she had no trouble with leg presses. She also did well with split jumps, high kicks, and back bends. However, she was less familiar with shoulder presses and the foot-leg back combination, so they were a bit challenging. But the difficulty wasn't too high. After all, her body was very flexible thanks to the healing spring water. So, Miao Jiao Jiao practiced about 20 times, and she almost mastered the basic skills. Wang Rong was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. She really didn't expect this. Someone with no dance background managed to learn the basics so quickly and so well. It was truly surprising. At first, she was a little worried, afraid that Miao Jiao Jiao wouldn't dance as well as she sang. But now, she wasn't worried at all. Someone who is talented in both singing and dancing can succeed in either. Wang Rong looked happy and said, Practice your basic skills again today. Tomorrow I will start teaching you dance. I hope you won't let me down. She actually had confidence in Miao Jiao Jiao. Saying this was just to motivate her better. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded and said, Okay, Teacher Wang. That night, Meng Baobao slept directly in Miao Jiao Jiao's room. When Miao Jiao Jiao went to find her earlier, Meng Baobao's older cousin already knew about her participating in the county art troupe exam and was very happy. When he heard that Meng Baobao would be practicing singing at Miao Jiao Jiao's place and wouldn't go back to sleep late at night, he quickly arranged for his wife to help pack Meng Baobao's clothes and toiletries and sent them out. He also thanked Miao Jiao Jiao and asked her to take care of Meng Baobao. Since the two villages are not far apart and the elementary school was on holiday, there was no need to rush back and forth. After guiding the two of them on site, Wang Rong left first. Around 10 p.m., Meng Baobao's throat was sore from singing, and Miao Jiao Jiao's limbs were numb from practicing. The two of them slowly returned to the Jiqing courtyard. Once back, they washed up, got into bed, and fell asleep under the covers. The next afternoon, after finishing work and eating, the three of them arrived at the practice spot on time. Wang Rong had Miao Jiao Jiao practice her basic skills first, then gave some guidance on Meng Baobao's singing, before officially teaching Miao Jiao Jiao dance. Learning to dance is similar to practicing martial arts. You need to remember the movements clearly and practice repeatedly until you do them smoothly. Wang Rong showed her a dance they had rehearsed during the New Year holiday. This dance is quite simple. Come, follow me and dance it about 10 times. Then I will point out your mistakes. Miao Jiao Jiao. Okay, then the two began practicing dance in an open space. After completing 10 repetitions, Wang Rong said, "All right, I'll keep the beat and you try to dance once so I can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wang Rong clapped her hands to keep the rhythm and first let Miao Jiao Jiao dance once. After watching, her eyes showed a hint of surprise and she praised, "Very good." Although some moves were a bit off and the rhythm was a little slow, it's still quite good. Since it was her first time learning to dance, being able to dance like this was already impressive. "Here, these are the correct ways to do these moves," Wang Rong said, stepping in to guide her hands-on. They practiced continuously for nearly an hour, and Miao Jiao Jiao had memorized the entire dance. Wang Rong was very pleased. "You have a good memory and natural talent for dancing. But some moves still aren't quite right, so you need to practice more." She originally thought it would take at least 3 days to teach Jiao Jiao this dance, but unexpectedly, it was done in just one night. After another guiding session tomorrow, she could go back to the art troupe and tell her friends the good news. After hearing her teacher's praise, Miao Jiao Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded happily, saying, "Thank you, teacher. I will work hard." Meanwhile, at the pig farm, a tired figure staggered into the thatched shed. In the middle of the shed, a dim oil lamp was placed on a table. Under the faint light, the woman's face gradually became visible. Her tired face bore a few light scars. Her nose was oddly tilted to one side, looking a bit ugly and frightening. Her almond-shaped eyes were dull and lifeless, with tightly pursed lips, all showing she was very unhappy. "Oh, you finished washing your clothes?" Wang Dazue leaned against the wall, bored, scratching lice from his hair, and continued, "Did you wash them well? If not, you won't be allowed to eat today." "Yes, I washed them well," Bai Yan said softly, her voice faint like a mosquito. Wang Dazue scratched his nose and said, "All right, I left some food in the pot nearby. Go eat." She didn't bother to feel disgusted and directly poured the small iron can into her mouth. Glug glug, the porridge was finished in a few sips. But Bai Yan's stomach was still very hungry. Today, she spent the whole day cutting pig feed. In the evening, she fertilized with manure, and at night, she was sent by Wang Dazue to wash clothes. All day long, she was busy like a spinning top, so tired that she felt numb all over. She wasn't always this exhausted, but since the overbearing Wang Dazue came half a month ago, he often ordered her to do chores. If she didn't obey, he would hit her. She had gone to the small leader twice to complain, but without proof, no one believed her. When she returned, Wang Dazue beat her again. After several times of being pushed around, her weak body couldn't fight back, so she finally had to give in. Such hard days are really too difficult to endure. Bai Yan's stomach was burning with hunger, and she couldn't help but tears of frustration flow down her face. She really wished her family could help her escape this terrible place. Thinking of this, Bai Yan remembered that a letter was delivered by the mailman at noon, but she was too busy to read it then. When she first came to the farm, she wrote a letter home, and after a month, she finally received a reply. Bai Yan wiped the black paint from her hands on her clothes, then hurried to the bed, took a letter from under her pillow. Under the oil lamp, her excited heart and trembling hands finally unfolded the envelope. But as soon as she saw the beginning, her eyes darkened. Stupid girl, you insisted on going to the countryside when I told you not to. Now look at you, doing such shameful things in the countryside. You've completely lost face for the Bai family. Seeing this, Bai Yan's heart suddenly ached unbearably. She had been hoping day and night that her family would give her some comfort. But instead, they immediately criticized her. She had clearly written everything in detail in the letter. It was obviously that mean girl Miao Jiao Jiao who seduced her man first. She only responded appropriately. What's wrong with that? Why can't her own family understand her? Her chest filled with anger, Bai Yan bit her bloodless lips and forced herself to keep reading. She read for a full 10 minutes before finally, with great disappointment, she looked up. The letter said that if she had been a young worker in the countryside before, her family could have used connections to bring her back. But since she made a mistake, her family no longer had the ability to help her. They told her to reflect on herself at the farm. After 2 years of reform, her family would try to find connections to bring her back to the city. The letter also mentioned that recently the family was short on money, so they could only send her a little money and some ration tickets. They said they wouldn't send anything else in the future, and she should save and use her resources carefully. White Yan looked at the envelope. Inside, there were 2 large ration tickets and 1 cotton ticket, nothing else. So, would she have to survive on just these few things for 2 years? At the farm, she couldn't get enough food or stay warm. Every day, she woke up cold and hungry. Her family was so heartless, completely ignoring her.
No.
She couldn't believe it. When she was a young worker before, her family sent her money and tickets every month and told her not to be stingy. They had enough money. Could it be that because she made one mistake, her family had given up on her completely? White Yan's eyes shimmered with disbelief. She was angry and anxious as she read the letter again. Finally, she looked up and burst into tears, crying loudly. Why? Her loud crying startled Wang Dazue, who was busy digging nearby. He scolded angrily. Are you crazy? Why are you crying so loudly at night? Did your parents die, or what? Your whole family is dead. White Yan, furious, glared back with fiery eyes and retorted fiercely. She couldn't stay in this terrible place for 2 months, let alone 2 years. What should she do next? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her head. Wang Dazue grabbed her hair tightly and pulled hard. You little brat, you haven't been hit today, so you're itchy, huh? How dare you curse my family? Let go. Let go. White Yan angrily tried to scratch him with her arms, but she couldn't reach him. Wang Dazue slapped her several times, making her dizzy. She could only beg, please stop. Let me go. Humph. If you dare oppose me, you'll wish you were dead. Wang Dazue pushed her to the ground and quickly climbed onto the bed, pulling the blanket over himself. Just now, she was so anxious that she didn't even put on her cotton coat and got out of bed to hit someone. It was freezing cold this winter. Bai Yan sat on the ground, her eyes lost their color, and tears kept flowing. She couldn't understand it. She just couldn't understand. Why had she fallen to this point? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Bai Yan's eyes gradually hardened with a look of anger and hatred. Ever since she met that despicable person, Miao Jiao Jiao, everything around her changed. Jia Yu no longer complimented her, Ma Fong was no longer pleased with her, and others also ignored her. Even the man she had liked for many years not only ignored her, but also seemed to be interested in that despicable person. What hurt her the most was her once proud appearance was ruined by that person. Now, she looked like neither a person nor a ghost, and everyone could bully her.
Ha.
How could she not feel resentful? How could she not hate? But right now, she had no power to take revenge. Thinking of this, Bai Yan suddenly had a bright idea. Yes, since she couldn't deal with Miao Jiao Jiao herself, she could find someone to do it for her. She had already decided who to ask. Bai Yan quickly got up, took out paper and pen from a wooden box, and started writing a letter. After more than half an hour, she finished. A faint smile finally appeared on her face. Humph, Miao Jiao Jiao, with your abilities, how could you possibly defeat her? In the following days, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao continued practicing at their usual place. One was practicing dance, the other singing, and they worked very hard every day. Teacher Wang Rong also noticed one flaw in Miao Jiao Jiao. That was, when she danced, she was too focused and kept her face stiff, rarely smiling. She only cared about her dance performance and forgot about the audience below, which was not good. The core of the art troupe's performance was to bring joy and happiness to the audience. If the performers themselves didn't smile, how could they make others happy? So, before leaving, Wang Rong advised Miao Jiao Jiao, "You have great talent and excellent looks, but your dance expression is a bit lacking. That won't do. Once you've practiced all the dance moves thoroughly, you must also focus on practicing your eye contact and expressions. This is very important." Miao Jiao Jiao nodded seriously and said, "Okay, Teacher Wang, I will definitely do it." Because of this, Miao Jiao Jiao made a special effort to practice expressions during her lunch break in the space every day, facing a large mirror. She also looked for books and TV shows about dance charisma to improve her skills. After many days of practice, she made quite a bit of progress. Soon the new year was approaching. Although these days there are no longer New Year holidays, there isn't much farm work to do either. So, the local commune leaders held a small meeting and decided to give a few days off. The holiday would last from the 26th day of the lunar month to the 8th day of the new year, giving the villagers a good rest after a year of hard work. On the 26th day of the lunar month, as soon as the holiday started, Miao Jiao Jiao arranged to go to the county town with Han Lingzhi. She also needed to keep her promise to buy him clothes. Before leaving at noon, Miao Jiao Jiao put on the hat, scarf, and clothes Han Lingzhi had given her before. When she appeared in front of everyone dressed like that, Lin Ju and others were stunned. Usually, everyone was working in the fields, wearing dark or gray clothes that were easy to clean. Seeing Miao Jiao Jiao looking so fresh and different, everyone was both envious and amazed. Lin Ju said, "Wow, Jiao Jiao, that red coat looks great on you. You're so beautiful." Huang Daidi said, "Yeah, I almost got blinded by how pretty you look." Others nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, it really looks good." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Thank you." Lin Ju winked at her and asked, "Are you going out with Comrade Han?" Miao Jiao Jiao nodded and admitted, "Yes." Huang Daidi covered her mouth and laughed. "No wonder you dressed so beautifully." "We understand, haha." Just as they were talking, someone entered the room. "Jiao Jiao, are you ready?" "Let's go." It was Han Lingzhi. He was wearing a military coat today, looking very handsome. Miao Jiao Jiao looked up and smiled. "Yes, let's go." After they left, Ma Fong shook her head and sighed. I really envy you." Jiao looked at her. Her lips trembled, but she didn't say anything. They walked along the road to the town.
Han Lingzhi looked at her seriously.
"Jiao Jiao, it's been a month since I told you I liked you. We've been in contact every day during this time. What do you think of me? Do you agree to be my girlfriend?" If she didn't agree, he would keep trying harder. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't hesitate and nodded directly. "Yes, I agree." She had already decided what to say to him this time. Han Lingzhi was surprised for a moment, then broke into a big smile. "Really?" Jiao 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 snorted. "Of course. Don't you want to?" "I do. I do." Han Lingzhi's face lit up with happiness, smiling like a fool. Jiao Jiao Jiao's lips twitched. First time seeing this guy so happy. He seemed a little silly. Han Lingzhi asked, "It's noon now, and there's no one on the street. Can I hold your hand for a while?" He had wanted to hold her hand for a long time but was afraid it might be too sudden for her. Now that Jiao 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 was finally his girlfriend. If he didn't seize the chance, he would be a fool. Jiao Jiao Jiao's ears turned red, and she quickly stretched out her hand. Hold it, but only for a little while. Her hand was cold, so she wanted him to warm it up. Han Lingzhi saw this and was happy inside. He nervously reached out his big hand and held hers tightly. Then he changed his angle. At the moment their 10 fingers intertwined, both of their hearts fluttered slightly. Han Lingzhi slowly relaxed, feeling a little relieved. Her small hand was really soft. Although a bit cold, it felt very comfortable. Jiao 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 bit her lip and a faint smile appeared on her face. Yes, it was as warm as she imagined. But he seemed a little nervous, with sweat on his palms. Jiao 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 wanted to pull her hand back and wipe his sweat with a handkerchief. But as she tried to pull away, Han Lingzhi held her tighter. His voice was gentle, but with a hint of pleading. Jiao Jiao, let me hold your hand a little longer, okay? Jiao 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 couldn't help but laugh and cry. Your hands are all sweaty. Let me wipe them first, then I'll hold your hand. Han Lingzhi shook his head. No, I'm afraid if I let go, you won't want to hold it anymore. Jiao 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 thought, this guy really has trust issues. As they approached the town, Han Lingzhi reluctantly released her hand. Can we hold hands again on the way back later? Meow, Jiao Jiao. When they took the bus to the county town from the town station, Han Lingzhi deliberately chose the seat at the very back. After sitting down, he spoke. Jiao Jiao, I have something else to tell you. Meow Jiao Jiao. What is it? Han Lingzhi. I plan to return to Beijing after the new year, around March. A look of surprise flashed in Meow Jiao Jiao's eyes. So sudden? Actually, I decided this a long time ago. I just didn't know how to tell you before. Han Lingzhi pursed his lips and continued. Didn't I say there was something I would tell you sooner or later? Do you still want to hear it now? Meow Jiao Jiao turned to look at him and nodded. Of course, I want to hear. Go ahead. Then Han Lingzhi quickly recounted the story about his sister-in-law's family from 3 years ago. By the end, he pressed his lips tightly, and his eyes were already reddening. After hearing this, Meow Jiao Jiao also felt a deep sense of sadness. No wonder Han Lingzhi's personality became so cold. His biological mother caused the death of his most beloved sister-in-law, which no one could accept. But there was also a former fiancé involved. Thinking of this, Meow Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered hearing Bai Yan confess to Han Lingzhi in the reed thicket and how he rejected her, making her angry and asking if he was still thinking about someone. Could that person be his former fiancé? But now isn't the time to ask about these things. Seeing that Han Lingzhi's mood was not quite right, Meow Jiao Jiao quickly moved closer to comfort him. Lingzhi, this isn't your fault. You shouldn't carry all this alone. Han Lingzhi looked up seriously at her. Do you really think that way? Meow Jiao Jiao looked into his eyes and said softly, one word at a time. You are you, and your mother is your mother. The mistakes she made, why should you bear them? Moreover, if your sister-in-law and brother-in-law were still alive, they wouldn't want to see you blame yourself for so many years. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi's eyes flickered slightly. Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu had also said similar words to comfort him before. At first, he always felt guilty towards his sister-in-law's family and fell into endless self-blame. But later, as time passed, he gradually understood. If he had really killed that person back then, he didn't know if he would regret it later. But when he dreams at midnight, his heart might hurt. After all, she is his biological mother. He couldn't let go of her. Let it be. She has already been punished. Although not deadly, losing her most precious skill in painting would cause her pain that lasts a lifetime. If they return to the capital, they will be strangers and have no connection anymore. Thinking this, he felt a little relieved. At this moment, the girl's voice sounded again in his ear. It's good to go back to the city. When you develop well in the military camp, I will also be proud. Han Lingzhi looked up and met a pair of sincere, smiling eyes. Suddenly, he felt a warm feeling inside. Jiao Jiao, thank you. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for not looking down on me. Meow Jiao Jiao hummed softly. Now I am your girlfriend, so don't keep saying thank you, or not in the future. Otherwise, I might think you don't like me and are just being polite.
No.
I like you. Han Lingzhi's eyes tightened and he grabbed her hand. I won't be polite to you anymore. Don't think too much. Jiao Jiao quickly pulled her hand back. Don't get excited. We're still in the car. If someone sees, it wouldn't be good. Seeing curious looks around, Han Lingzhi immediately sat up straight and cleared his throat. All right, I understand. They were quiet for a moment, then Jiao Jiao suddenly said in a low voice, if I get into the county's cultural troupe and you stay in the capital, we won't be able to see each other. We can only keep in touch by writing letters. Han Lingzhi's eyes darkened, clearly thinking of this problem too. We will write once a month. When I'm on leave, I'll come to see you.
Okay.
Jiao Jiao nodded softly. Let's meet more before you leave. In this way, they would be in a long-distance relationship. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to see him often after more than a month, she felt a little reluctant. Han Lingzhi's lips curved slightly, and he nodded in response. Okay. After arriving in the county town, they went straight to a department store. As soon as they entered, Xiao Hong sitting at the cosmetics counter saw Han Lingzhi. Her eyes lit up, and she was about to stand up and say hello. Suddenly, the man pushed open the door and welcomed a beautiful young girl wearing a bright red coat. They whispered and laughed together. The handsome man and pretty woman looked like a perfect pair. Xiao Hong's eyes froze for a moment, and she sat back down in a daze. A few waiters at the nearby counter saw this and looked in her direction. They saw two figures not far away. Oh, it's that man from last time. He looks good, and everyone remembers him well. Most importantly, the usually proud Xiao Hong took the initiative to show interest and was turned down. They joked about this privately, and they laughed about it for a long time. The girl next to him probably is his girlfriend. Sure enough, they are a good match because they both have high looks. Miao Jiao Jiao felt several faint glances from nearby looking at them. She turned her head and then looked up at Han Lingzhi, teasing him. Look, you're so handsome today that you've caught the attention of the female waiter. Han Lingzhi didn't look, but instead looked down at Miao Jiao Jiao and asked, Do you like my outfit today? Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. It's okay, pretty good. Han Lingzhi is tall, about 180 centimeters or more. He already looks handsome, and wearing a military coat makes him look even more spirited and stylish. Han Lingzhi's lips curled slightly. That's good. I dressed up for you. Miao Jiao Jiao. This guy sometimes speaks such sweet words. Her face turned slightly red, and her heart beat a little faster. Let's go, let's go. I'll buy you clothes on the second floor. Miao Jiao Jiao waved her hand and quickly slipped toward the staircase. Han Lingzhi watched her go, smiling and shaking his head. They arrived at the men's clothing section. Miao Jiao Jiao looked around and pointed at the black coat hanging at the top. Please get this coat. The clerk saw her fashionable outfit and wasn't worried she couldn't pay. He quickly and skillfully took down the coat. Here, take a look. Miao Jiao Jiao handed the coat to Han Lingzhi. Try it on. Then Han Lingzhi put on the black coat, and Miao Jiao Jiao picked out a black beret for him to wear. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and looked at him, nodding. Not bad, quite handsome. She reached into her pocket to pay and hand over the money and ticket, but Han Lingzhi stopped her. I'll pay. Miao Jiao Jiao glared at him. No, we agreed that I would pay. Then she placed the money and ticket on the counter, and with a smile from the clerk, she finished paying. She folded the military coat she had taken off earlier and put it in a bag. Han Lingzhi, wearing the new clothes, went downstairs with Miao Jiao Jiao. Han Lingzhi looked toward the shoe area nearby. Since we're here today, I'll buy you a pair of shoes. He had wanted to buy them last time but was worried they wouldn't fit, so he didn't. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. No need, I have enough shoes. Han Lingzhi said, You only have 2 pairs of cloth shoes and 1 pair of work shoes at home. Buy a pair of soft dance shoes. They'll be good for when you go to the art troupe audition. Miao Jiao Jiao was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected him to notice so carefully. She was about to suggest she could buy them herself, but she stopped herself. They had already spent nearly 100 yuan on her coat and hat today. She thought that, based on his idea, she probably didn't have much savings left, which was why she made the suggestion. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. Okay, if I get into the art troupe, I'll pay you back when I get my salary. If I don't, I'll pay you back once I have money. Although they were in a romantic relationship, Miao Jiao Jiao didn't like to spend his money recklessly. She had her own money, but it wasn't convenient to use it. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi frowned slightly. Jiao Jiao, you don't need to be so polite with me. We're dating now, and we'll be married someday. My money is for you to use. Feel free to spend it. You really shouldn't worry about it. Miao Jiao Jiao scratched her head. Let's go buy shoes first. We'll talk about the rest later. She was used to relying on herself and wasn't comfortable depending on others. After buying the shoes, Han Lingzhi bought some pastries, candies, and snacks to give to Miao Jiao Jiao. When they returned from the county town to the village on foot, Han Lingzhi suddenly took out a large handful of money from his pocket. He handed it to Miao Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, use this first. If you need money, just tell me. Miao Jiao Jiao. Big brother, that's really generous. Little goldfish. Some readers think the male lead wasn't ruthless enough in what happened more than 3 years ago. But he was only 17 then, a young man who had just started his training in the army. What could he really do? The higher-ups had already warned him that if he harmed his own mother, his uncle's parents, Grandpa and Grandma Wu, would be in danger. At that time, the Han family's situation wasn't good either. The Miao and Han families had been close for decades, and if he hurt Miao Shiyu too much, their relationship would completely fall apart. Han Lingzhi's father, who had long been stationed at the border as a general, was the one who suffered the most from all this. He was torn between his family and the woman he once loved. By the time he rushed back, everything was already too late. It was a time of law and unrest. If his father had truly lost control, he would have destroyed not only himself, but also the entire Han family. As the head of the family, he had to think of the bigger picture. The same went for the male lead. If he had gone too far, the other powerful families would never have forgiven him. He injured his former fiancée Miao Shiyu and his mother, taking away what they valued most in life. That was already the harshest revenge he could take. In the end, I just want to say this. The past is gone. The living shouldn't carry hatred forever. So even if they meet again later, Han Lingzhi will treat them as strangers. If one day he becomes strong enough and those people still refuse to change, then he will strike back without mercy. I won't spoil any more. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Let's watch the main characters grow together. In the end, Miao Jiao Jiao didn't take the large sum of money. In her mind, even if she didn't earn money from the special spring space and was poor, she still wouldn't take his money. She had her own hands and feet, and with her work points, she could support herself. Why would she need his money? Whenever possible, spending your own earned money feels the best. This is a belief held by a strong, independent woman who relies on herself. However, Han Lingzhi clearly doesn't think the same way. Since he has already confirmed his relationship with Jiao Jiao, they will definitely get married in the future. As a man, he believes his earnings should be used to support his wife. But Jiao Jiao refuses to accept money, probably because she doesn't yet fully trust or like him. So, he has to take a different approach. Since she doesn't want money, he decides to give her food instead. He often goes into the mountains to hunt wild game or buy food from the local shop to bring to her. At first, Jiao Jiao felt shy and kept refusing, waving her hands and saying no. But eventually, she couldn't resist anymore and accepted his gifts. Quietly, Jiao Jiao mutters, "I'm not shy, I really don't want it. I have plenty of things in my space, comma." After successfully giving her food, Han Lingzhi felt their relationship became much closer. Next, he invites Jiao Jiao to go hunting in the mountains. He wants to show her his manly side, so she admires him more and likes him even more. Lately, Jiao Jiao feels that Han Lingzhi is a bit clingy. Since they went to the town a few days ago to buy clothes and confirm their relationship, he has been coming to see her almost every day. And he often brings many things with him. She doesn't want it, but he insists on giving it to her. He always looks at her with sad eyes as if saying, "If you don't take it, I'll be very sad." This makes her wonder if she's really wrong. In the past few days, she has thought carefully. She realizes her previous ideas had some problems. She is used to living alone. She is used to earning everything herself. Now, her life has been interrupted by someone else, and she hasn't fully adjusted. As Han Lingzhi said, they will definitely get married in the future. So, She needs to get used to his presence and accept his kindness. In today's world, showing love to a wife often means earning money and sharing it all. So, his actions are understandable. Alright, since that's the case, Jiao Jiao can only accept it. But she also knows that love and marriage are mutual, and she understands this very well. So, whenever Han Ling came over at noon or in the evening, she would prepare delicious food for him and secretly add a little more spiritual spring water. This would gradually improve his health, making him stronger and more robust. Later, he wouldn't need to worry about tough training in the army. Since she had this idea, she felt less conflicted inside. Han Ling also occasionally took her to the forest to catch some wild game, and their relationship gradually grew closer. Soon, it was New Year's Day. All the young people gathered together to celebrate. Early in the morning, Wang Gang, Cui Dazhuang, and Jia Yu went to town to buy New Year's ingredients. The other women, like Miao Jiao Jiao and Lin Ju, started cleaning the house. After tidying up the entire courtyard inside and out, Wang Gang and the others returned. Lin Ju smiled and said, "They're back. The batter is ready. Come on, let's put up the couplets and window decorations."
All right.
Wang Gang happily rushed to the kitchen to bring the batter. Cui Dazhuang and Jia Yu quickly moved tables to the door to prepare for putting up the decorations. Huang Daidi and Ma Fong took the ingredients to the kitchen to organize. Miao Jiao Jiao sat on a small stool, preparing wild game, a wild rabbit. This rabbit was caught yesterday by her and Han Ling using a trap. There were 2 rabbits in total. Han Ling took one home, and she kept the other. Lin Ju was a good cook and prepared the New Year's meal, with Huang Daidi helping in the kitchen, Miao Jiao Jiao assisting with side dishes, and Ma Fong tending the fire. The other 3 young men chopped firewood, fetched water, and everyone was busy and happy. There were 7 people in the courtyard, and they made 8 dishes for the New Year's feast. When the table was filled with food, everyone first set off a string of firecrackers at the gate, then sat down smiling. The oldest, Wang Gang, holding a cup of tea, stood up and said happily, "Today is New Year's. Let's toast to celebrate the new year, wishing everyone everything goes smoothly and happiness forever." "Sure. Come on, everyone." Lin Ju cheerfully invited everyone to stand up and raise their cups. "Happy New Year." The sound of clinking cups filled the air. Everyone looked at each other and burst into laughter. At that moment, all their past worries and troubles were forgotten. Joyful laughter lingered in everyone's hearts, leaving memories that would not fade. For Miao Jiao Jiao, this was the happiest and liveliest New Year she had ever experienced in her 18 years, and also her first one in this new and special time. She had known the pain of loneliness many times before. She hoped that from this year on, every New Year would be just as joyful and unforgettable. In the middle of the meal, Jia Yu and Ma Fong raised their bowls at the same time, wanting to toast with Jiao Jiao again. Seeing how in sync they were, Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and smiled as she clinked bowls with them one by one. All the past misunderstandings and grudges seemed to fade away in that moment. As the meal came to an end, Lin Ju suddenly began to cry while eating. "Jiao Jiao, I'll miss you so much when you leave." Huang Daidi's eyes turned red at once, and everyone else looked reluctant to part with her. Jiao Jiao quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe Lin Ju's tears, smiling helplessly. "Sister Lin, I haven't even left yet. Besides, I might not even pass the exam."
Who says that?
"You dance so well, you'll definitely pass." Lin Ju wiped her tears roughly, pretending to sound fierce. "If you don't take it seriously, I'll come after you." All right, I'll do my best." Jiao Jiao smiled, though her nose stung a little. Huang Daidi secretly wiped her own tears and said with a smile, "Remember to come back and visit us during holidays. I'll cook something delicious for you." Wang Gang and Cui Dazhuang nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're always welcome here." Jia Yu scratched his head. "You like wild mushrooms, right? I'll pick some for you next time."
Ma Fong snorted.
"Don't forget us country folks once you move to the county town." Jiao Jiao. "I haven't even left yet, but everyone's already talking like I have." That New Year's meal was filled with laughter and warmth. When they finished, it was only around 3 in the afternoon. Since it was still early, Miao Jiao carried some pastries and went to the neighboring village. She first visited her cousin Meng Baobao's uncle's family to wish them a happy new year, and then headed to the thatched hut. Miao Jiao loudly called outside the thatched shed, "Grandpa Wu, Grandma Wu, Grandpa Wang, Happy New Year! Jiao is here." Grandma Wu happily came out, quickly took her hand, and led her inside. "Come, have some chicken soup I just made." Grandpa Wu smiled warmly and stood up. "Happy New Year, little Miao." Jiao smiled and placed the pastries she was holding on the table. "Happy New Year. I bought some soft, sticky cakes in town. I hope you like them." Grandpa Wang opened the cake package, took a bite, and gave a thumbs up with a smile. "Delicious. I like it." Han Lingzhi brought her a small stool.
"Sit down.
"I'll go get you some chicken soup." Jiao quickly stopped him. "No, I just finished eating and can't eat anymore," Han Lingzhi said. "Then just sit for a while. You can drink it later." It was cold inside the winter shed, so Han Lingzhi specially found someone to bring a heated iron basin. They lit charcoal in the middle, and everyone sat around it, feeling warm and cozy. Grandpa Wu looked at Jiao with a smile. "Jiao, I heard from Lingzhi that you're preparing to audition for the county art troupe. How's your preparation going?" Jiao politely replied, "It's going okay. I practice every day." It was early February, and there was about a month left before the exam. She had become very skilled at the dance her teacher, Wang Rong, had taught her. Recently, she also practiced expressions in front of a mirror in her space, and she had improved a lot, so she felt confident. Grandpa Wu nodded. "That's good.
Just your best.
Don't put too much pressure on yourself." He liked this girl more and more the more he looked at her. She was straightforward and quick in her words and actions, very suitable for his grandson. Grandpa Wang stroked his beard and smiled. "Don't worry, old Wu. Little Jiao will definitely do well." Grandpa Wu also smiled. "That's right. After all, she's my granddaughter-in-law. She's capable." Hearing the teasing from the elders, Jiao felt a little shy. Grandma Wu spoke up. "Lingzhi, take Jiao for a walk down the mountain and chat. Bring her back for dinner tonight." Her grandson would leave in a month, so they needed to help the two get to know each other better.
Han Lingzhi nodded.
"Okay." Watching their figures walk away, Grandma Wu sighed happily. "It's so good. My Lingzhi finally sees the light after the clouds." Grandpa Wu nodded happily. "Yes, now we don't have to worry about him being all alone in the future." Grandpa Wang chuckled. "That kid is lucky. With his looks and personality, you can't find a girl like that in 10 or 20 miles. Who would have thought he'd meet her?" Grandpa Wu proudly raised his head. "Of course, my grandson is the best." At the foot of the mountain, Han Lingzhi and Miao Jiao walked side by side. Han Lingzhi looked into the distance and smiled slightly. Jiao, I am very happy today." Jiao nodded. "Me too. Is it because I am here?" Han Lingzhi looked at her. Jiao was surprised for a moment, then mischievously blinked and said, I guess. Han Lingzhi stopped walking, bent down to look at her, and said, "It's because of me." His eyes were focused and full of affection, as if he was saying it must be true. Jiao felt a little flustered by his sudden action. She quickly looked away awkwardly and started walking forward. "You're overthinking it." Han Lingzhi smiled and then quickened his pace to catch up. The two of them, bored at the foot of the mountain, decided to go into the forest to chat and look for some wild game. Not long after entering the forest, a big hand suddenly grabbed her hand. She pouted in displeasure. "Hey, that guy was really bold." Han Lingzhi held her hand gently and said softly, Jiao, let me hold your hand for a while. Last time, you didn't let me hold it for long." "Humph." Jiao couldn't stand his gentle voice, feeling a bit like a cat with claws. Finally, she awkwardly scratched her head and generously said, "Fine, hold it." Anyway, her hands were cold. Intersection. Han Lingzhi's eyes were full of warmth as he sighed. "I still remember the first time we met here in these woods. Time really flies." Jiao thought about their first meeting and looked a little embarrassed. "By the way, when we first met, you probably didn't like me much." Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed a bit ugly back then when she was chubby and dark. And she had also been overly hopeful, doing something kind but ultimately bad. Han Ling's eyes flickered slightly, and he responded cleverly. No, I just think you're quite special. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. How could she not be special, especially with her eye-catching figure at the time? This guy is really quite clever. But she's also curious about why he likes her. Thinking this, Miao Jiao Jiao asked without blushing or hesitating. Why do you like me? Han Ling's eyes paused in surprise, clearly not expecting her to be so direct. Then, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, he chuckled and said, I'm not sure either. Maybe because I think you're very special? Miao Jiao Jiao. All right. Clearly not satisfied with this answer. Seeing the little expression on her face, Han Ling smiled softly and said, or maybe it's because you have many good qualities. How so? Miao Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. You're straightforward and lively, cheerful and cute, talented in both arts and sports, and a great cook. With such excellent qualities, of course I like you. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit proud. Well, I must be excellent then. Hee hee. Han Ling smiled as he looked at her and asked, and you, what do you like about me? Miao Jiao Jiao tilted her head and smiled honestly, because you're handsome. Her looks really do add a lot of points. Han Ling wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he nodded and said, good, that's a perfect answer. Pfft, you're really funny. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. This guy is so modest. Since that's the case, Han Ling turned around, his handsome face with dark eyes shining like stars. While we have time, let me show you my face enough. Miao Jiao Jiao. This guy is really full of himself. Erlang's hand. No, I see it every day. I'm tired of it. Han Ling's lips curved into a smile, and he insisted, no, you should look again. Maybe you'll see something different. Miao Jiao Jiao was a bit confused. What's different? She leaned in closer and looked carefully. A handsome face, thick eyebrows, high nose. As handsome as ever. He shook his head and said, no, it's still that face. But you probably didn't wipe your mouth well during dinner today. There's a rice grain at the corner of your mouth. As he spoke, she tiptoed and gently took the rice grain from his mouth corner. Then, she lightly flicked it. The rice grain disappeared into the grass in front of them with a small puff.
Lingzhi.
He originally wanted to act cool and attract her with his charm. Why did the scene suddenly change? He awkwardly rubbed his forehead and sighed. You little girl. Really? What? Miao Jiao Jiao looked up at him. Humph. She knew he wasn't thinking about anything else. He probably wasn't trying to take advantage of her again. He used his charm to tempt her, so she could do the same. Thinking of this, Miao Jiao Jiao blinked and said, then look and see what's different on my face. She deliberately pushed her face forward. Han Lingzhi lowered his head and met her bright, smiling eyes. Her smooth, white skin glowed softly in the sunlight. Under her curved eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttered, and her lively eyes sparkled. Below her delicate nose, a small, pink, moist and shiny mouth. Han Lingzhi's breath caught. His heart also started to race. He cleared his throat and said in a deep, magnetic voice, you look more beautiful than yesterday. Ha! Miao Jiao Jiao proudly lifted her little head. Of course, I look more charming every day. Before she finished, her body was suddenly pulled into a strong, warm embrace. Han Lingzhi let go. Miao Jiao Jiao blushed and struggled, but then she heard a hoarse, gentle voice from above. Jiao Jiao, just for a little while. Okay. This voice was full of tenderness she had never heard before. Miao Jiao Jiao's heart trembled slightly, her heart pounding. There was an indescribable, tingling feeling. Gradually, she gave up resisting. The two of them quietly embraced for a while. In the forest, a distant bird's cheerful chirping came from the branches. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of winter's coolness. But Miao Jiao Jiao didn't feel cold at all. She was wrapped in a warm chest. Not only was she not cold, but she was feeling very warm. Miao Jiao Jiao gently closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It seems to have a sweet smell. Is this what love feels like? They were almost embraced for 3 minutes. Finally, Miao Jiao Jiao pushed away Han Lingzhi. That's enough. If someone sees us here, it wouldn't be good. Han Lingzhi didn't want to let go of her soft embrace, then said, let's go a little further into the forest so no one can see us. Meow jiao jiao. Still addicted to hugging. No, you didn't ask for my opinion before hugging me. I'm angry. The baby is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Here's a funny picture. Does the girl's bangs and little sheep braids look cute? Oh, intersection, comma, intersection. Oh, ha. Seeing the mischievous smile flicker in the girl's eyes. Han Lingzhi couldn't help but laugh and cry. This girl, she was teasing him on purpose again. It was my fault. Han Lingzhi looked at her sharply. In just over a month, I will be leaving. Will you miss me? Miao Jiao Jiao honestly replied, we've talked about this before. We can keep in touch by writing letters. What's there to miss? Han Lingzhi's eyes darkened slightly. Yeah. Miao Jiao Jiao noticed the expression on his face and softened her tone a little. We all have our own things to do. When we're busy, we probably won't think about it. When we have free time, we'll write letters and miss each other. Time passes quickly, and we'll have chances to meet. Han Lingzhi smiled and responded, okay. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at the sky. It was almost evening. She said, let's gather some firewood and head back. Han Lingzhi nodded. All right, let's go. The two of them walked back while picking up some branches and logs. Ahead, there was a small dirt pit covered with fallen leaves. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't look carefully and accidentally stepped into it as she passed by. Her foot twisted and she fell forward suddenly. Han Lingzhi quickly dropped the firewood in his hand and with quick reflexes, caught her in his arms. The world spun around them. Their balance was off and they fell to the ground together. Han Lingzhi landed on her back, with her body pressed against him. When they fell to the ground, they were just 1 centimeter apart, facing each other. At that moment, their eyes met. A strange feeling spread through her heart. Miao Jiao Jiao's mind was completely blank now. She had never been so close to Han Lingzhi before. His handsome face, enlarged in her view, made her feel lightheaded. Oh, this beauty was almost too much to handle. Her hands and feet didn't know where to go. A fresh, sweet scent wafted into her nose. The girl's soft body hugged him tightly. Her whole chest was pounding. Han Lingzhi's eyes grew deep and sparkling. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her tightly. His eyes shone like a starry sky. He looked at her expectantly and asked, Jiao Jiao, I want to kiss you. Is that okay? Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao's face turned red with embarrassment. How was she supposed to respond to that? Her heart was pounding loudly. She was too nervous to look into his eyes. She could only turn her head away and avoid looking at him. Seeing her obvious reaction, Han Lingzhi's eyes lit up with happiness. Then he tilted his head and kissed her lips she had been thinking about day and night. Miao Jiao Jiao's mind went blank for a moment. It felt like an electric current passing through her heart. It was tingly and numb. She trembled and felt excited. His kiss was deep and passionate. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't resist at all. She was only able to faintly feel his affection as he kept taking more. Halfway through, she pushed him away, blushing deeply. I can't breathe anymore, she said. Han Lingzhi's eyes showed strong desire and longing. He gently lifted her face. With a deep, tempting voice, he said, Be good. I'll stop after one more kiss. Before she could respond, his lips pressed against hers again. This time, the kiss was even more intense. Miao Jiao Jiao almost fainted from it. She slightly opened her mouth, about to gasp. Han Lingzhi took the chance and greedily pressed his lips to hers, stealing her breath. Their tongues tangled in a passionate, forgetful kiss, growing even more intense and fiery. At this moment, everything in the world was very quiet. Everything around slowly became blurry, until she returned to the youth cadre compound. Miao Jiao Jiao still hadn't fully reacted. From the kiss in the forest to going to the grass shed for a meal, and then being sent back to the compound by him, she was in a daze the whole time. When she finally returned to her room in the backyard, closed the door, and entered her space, Miao Jiao Jiao completely let go of her image and lay down on the grass in her space. Staring at the sky, she was lost in thought and muttered to herself, "Did I lose my first kiss? Yes, you did. Stolen by that guy Han Lingzhi." Thinking about that scene, her face grew hotter and hotter. Her chest suddenly started to rise and fall with excitement. "Stop, stop. Don't think about it." She shook her head, and her emotions gradually calmed down.
Sigh. She didn't know why she sighed.
During this new year, her days were more exciting than her previous 18 years.
But
That kiss, it seemed pretty good. Feeling sigh? Oh. New Year's Eve. Firecrackers burst one after another in every household, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone in the youth cadre compound sat around a bonfire lit with firewood, chatting, telling jokes, and the mood was very warm. For the next period of time, Miao Jiao Jiao's days remained busy. During the day, she practiced with Meng Baobao. At night, someone would invite her out for a date. Of course, since the successful kiss on New Year's Day, she no longer let him get so close. Kissing is addictive. If she impulsively got too close and was seen, it wouldn't be good. On Lantern Festival, everyone in the youth cadre compound agreed to go shopping in town. After shopping, they all made tangyuan, sweet rice balls. In a cheerful atmosphere, everyone happily ate a bowl of brown sugar tangyuan. This year was finally over. The temperature in the south rose quickly, and by late February, right after the new year, spring plowing began. Villagers threw themselves into the fields, working tirelessly every day with hoes or rakes to and fertilize, waiting for early March to start planting. After working hard for about 10 days, it was March 1st. Miao Jiao Jiao took a day off and went to the town. This time, she was going to deliver goods to He Ge, the black market boss. The last delivery was on January 1st, 2 months ago. During that time, Miao Jiao Jiao prepared a lot of supplies. She brought 1,500 pounds of coarse rice, 1,000 pounds of refined rice, 1,000 pounds of white flour, 500 pounds of soybean oil, 1,000 pounds of vegetables, 500 pounds of brown sugar, 1,000 pounds of fresh fruits, and 500 pounds of meat. The transaction went smoothly again. Miao Jiao Jiao earned 6,000 yuan plus a bunch of tickets, certificates, and other items. With her savings from before, she now had a total of 11,300 yuan. She also had about 100 tickets and 100 sets of stamps, gold, silver, jewelry, and jade. Even without the supplies from her space, she was quite a wealthy woman now. That's great. Since she was planning to take the art troupe exam on March 10th, she wasn't sure if she would pass, but she still mentioned it to He Ge. During the delivery in April, I might be in the county town. Do you have someone I can contact there? When He Ge heard this, he immediately smiled happily. Haha, to go. What a coincidence. I was just about to tell you. I got promoted here and was assigned to be in charge of the county town. So we can still do business together then. Sounds good. Give me your address, and if I go to the county town, I'll look for you. Miao Jiao Jiao was also quite happy. It's always best to deal with familiar people. But I'm not sure yet. If I don't go to the county town, I'll still come here on April 1st for the delivery. You'll need to arrange someone to check on it then. He Ge wrote down the address and quickly nodded. All right. Don't worry, I'll handle everything properly. Before leaving, Miao Jiao Jiao said again, I've almost collected all the tickets, certificates, and other items. Next time, just bring the money for the transaction. I don't need the other things anymore. He Ge responded generously, okay, I understand. Take care and go safely. This time, she earned the most money, and Miao Jiao Jiao felt very happy. As usual, she went into a small alley, hid in a concealed space, and took off her makeup. After coming out, she had only just walked a little. A girl suddenly ran out from a nearby alley. She wasn't paying attention and almost bumped into Miao Jiao Jiao while rushing straight ahead. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly moved aside, and the girl accidentally hit the alley wall. Oh no! How do you walk? The girl covered her head and glared at Miao Jiao Jiao. She had a small, fair, oval face, round almond-shaped eyes, and a lively, innocent look. But her words were a bit unreasonable. Miss, you bumped into me. You need to apologize. Miao Shuyu said this on purpose. Seeing Miao Jiao's appearance, she was quite surprised inside. She didn't expect to see such a pretty girl in a small place like this. She even felt she was outshined. But being pretty doesn't matter. Coming from a small place doesn't make her impressive, and she's so rude. She had to make her apologize. Miao Jiao caught the disdain in her eyes and said coldly, "Which I saw me bump into you. It's clearly you who didn't watch where you were going and bumped into me. How dare you ask me to apologize? That's funny. You're unreasonable." Miao Shuyu bit her lip and argued, "If you didn't bump into me, how did my head hit the wall?" Miao Jiao was speechless. "First, I didn't bump into you. You ran into me, and I just moved out of the way. Second, you're the one walking carelessly and hitting the wall. Who's to blame? If you really don't want to stop, just ask the wall to apologize. See if it responds. Anyway, I have things to do. Please don't block the way." After saying that, she pushed her aside and prepared to leave. For the first time, Miao Shi felt humiliated like this and was furious. "You're not allowed to leave." She stepped forward and grabbed Miao Jiao's arm, her almond eyes blazing with anger. "You cursed me, and now you want to walk away? I'm going to tell the local leaders about you." Anyone who dares to provoke her wouldn't have a good ending. Using the leader's name to threaten her would surely make her give in and apologize. Tell the leaders? Miao Jiao sneered coldly and turned to look at her sharply. "What do you want to tell them? I cursed you? Which part of what I said isn't true? I happen to know how to get to the local office. Let's go and ask the leaders who was right about what just happened." Just as she finished speaking, Miao Jiao grabbed Miao Shuyu's collar and pulled her forward. Hey, let go," Miao Shuyu hurriedly protested. "Why is this person not following the usual way of doing things? She looks so fierce. Normally, anyone hearing about going to complain would be scared. She ran away secretly, and I can't let others find out. I won't complain anymore. Let me go," she said, struggling hard and then running away quickly. Seeing this, Miao Jiao didn't chase after her. She was just trying to scare her earlier. Leaders wouldn't bother with such small matters to avoid making a joke. She needed to go back early to do other things and couldn't waste time on unrelated people. Right after Miao Shuyu ran out of the alley, her third brother, Miao Shubai, caught her. "Xiaoyu, why are you running around? You made me look for you for a long time." Third brother, Miao Shuyu's eyes sparkled as she happily stepped forward. "I'm just curious and wandering around. I won't go far." Miao Shubai frowned slightly. "You're new here, so don't run around. Come back with me." He was dressed in a military green uniform with messy hair, looking very bright and handsome. "Oh," Miao Shuyu pouted sadly and could only follow him helplessly. She finally escaped from the guest house but was caught again. It's all that woman's fault. It seems she still needs to find a chance to go to the countryside. She must see Brother Han and meet that fox spirit mentioned in by Yenxin's letter. The two walked to the guest house, where a few people were waiting at the door. One of them was the Commune leader, Uncle Wang. Seeing them approach, Uncle Wang hurriedly greeted with a smile. "Two young comrades, you've come from afar. Why not rest for a while? Maybe you're not used to it. Why not stay at my house?" These two are the son and daughter of the Beijing city leader. They came especially for his son's celebration. He couldn't afford to neglect them. "It's okay, Uncle Wang. We've already rested this morning," Miao Shubai said politely with a smile. "My sister and I were just bored, so we took a walk nearby. The guest house is quite nice, so I don't want to trouble you anymore." Wang Qing stepped forward and patted his shoulder, smiling. "Shubai, don't be polite to my family. If there's anything you're not used to, just tell me, and I'll help you arrange it." They get along well because they are both members of the propaganda department of the Beijing Military District Art Troupe. That's why he specifically invited Shu Bai to join the wedding banquet. Miao Shu Bai smiled happily. All right. You're getting married tomorrow, so go prepare. I want to eat lots of wedding candies." Wang Qing grinned. "Haha, okay. Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight." Miao Shu Bai nodded. "Got it." Uncle Wang saw his silly son joking around with the son of a big city official, and he felt very happy. "Young friends, go rest first. Later, I'll have someone come to pick you up, Miao Shubai replied. Okay, uncle. Take care. After they left, Miao Shubai said to Miao Shuyu, let's go to the room. I have something to tell you. Once in the room, Miao Shubai asked directly, tell me, what is the real reason you came with me this time? Miao Shuyu blinked and pretended to be confused. Third brother, what are you talking about? Wang Qing is getting married. We're friends, so I came to congratulate him. Miao Shubai frowned slightly and looked at his little sister. He said slowly, what were you doing sneaking out while I was sleeping? Miao Shuyu stepped forward, took his arm, and shook it gently, acting cute. Third brother, I was just bored and went for a walk. Don't think too much about it. Miao Shubai raised an eyebrow at her. Really? Miao Shuyu nodded seriously. Of course, he looked at her and said, you promised in front of Mom and Dad that you wouldn't cause trouble this time. Just stay close to me and don't run off. He could guess her thoughts easily. She wasn't planning to meet that person. But maybe that person didn't want to see her. Miao Shuyu smiled sweetly. Yes, I understand. Don't worry. Then rest for a while. We'll eat together later. Miao Shubai stood up and went to the room next door. Looking at the departing figure of third brother, Miao Shuyu bit her lip and thought to herself, it seems I will have to find a chance to go to the countryside tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the educated youth courtyard, after Miao Jiao returned home, she closed the door and entered her space. These days, she has been busy practicing dance and spring farming, so she hasn't had time to take good care of her space. Today, she took a break and decided to tidy up her space again. Although she traded a lot with Hauge recently, items like rice and flour were all grown in her space. After each sale, she immediately planted more using her mind, so these supplies are still plentiful. As for meat, although it's being used up, luckily, the spiritual energy in her space helps the animals grow quickly and reproduce a lot, so she doesn't need to worry. Miao Jiao wandered around and found there wasn't much to organize. Bored, she took out a piece of blue cloth and started designing a jacket using her mind, following a clothing design book. After 30 minutes, a blue jacket was finally finished. Miao Jiao happily looked at it. But she noticed the left sleeve was shorter than the right, and the collar was uneven, higher on one side and lower on the other. Her mind alone wasn't enough. She couldn't even sew it herself. She originally wanted Han Lingzhi to make her a piece of clothing before he left. But forget it, her clumsy hands just can't learn it. She thought it would be better to ask Aunt Lu for help, since her family has a sewing machine. Thinking this, Miao Jiao quickly found 2 different colored fabrics and left her space to visit Aunt Lu's house. At that moment, Aunt Lu was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and Uncle Li was chopping firewood in the yard. Seeing Miao Jiao arrive, Uncle Li greeted her with a smile. Jiao is here. Have you eaten? If not, come over and eat with us. Miao Jiao smiled and replied, no need, uncle. I've already eaten. I came to ask Aunt Lu for a favor. Hearing the noise outside, Aunt Lu quickly wiped her hands on her apron, smiled, and came out. Jiao, you're here. What can I do for you? Miao Jiao said, well, Annie, I want to ask you to help make a few pieces of clothing. Sure. What style do you want? Aunt Lu nodded happily. Miao Jiao brought forward the cloth in her hands. Here are a few feet of white fabric and blue fabric. Please help me make 2 shirts, one for a man and one for a woman. Also, that blue fabric, could you help me make a men's jacket and pants? I've written down the measurements on this paper. Please take a look. Widow Lu looked at the fabric and smiled, saying, this fabric feels quite comfortable. Are you planning to make clothes with your partner, Comrade Han? Miao Jiao nodded with a smile. Yes, he will go to the capital city in mid-March, so I want to send him a few clothes. Hearing this, Widow Lu quickly nodded. All right, I'll finish them within a week. Miao Jiao said, that would be great. When they're ready, I'll pay you for your work. As Widow Lu was about to carry the fabric into the room, she quickly waved her hand to refuse. It's just a few clothes, no trouble at all. You helped me a lot when I got married, and I haven't properly thanked you. Please don't feel awkward. Miao Jiao wanted to say more, but was stopped by Widow Lu. In the end, she could only thank her and leave. Today, Hongqi town was especially lively. It was said that the son of the commune secretary was getting married, and the sound of firecrackers echoed continuously through the streets. Outside the secretary's house, two figures were walking slowly. One was a young boy, dressed in a neat military green uniform. His hair was slightly messy, with delicate features and a handsome face, and a bright smile that was hard to look away from. The other was a small young girl, wearing the most popular camel-colored coat in Shanghai. She carried a matching small leather bag and wore black T-strap leather shoes. Her long hair was braided into a fishtail style at the back, and her fair, rosy face had light makeup. Her big, round apricot eyes made her look especially sweet and charming. These two were Miao Shubai and Miao Shiyu, coming to the commune secretary's house to attend the wedding feast. As they walked, they received many admiring and envious looks. Before entering, Miao Shubai reminded Miao Shiyu, "I might be a bit busy later. Just sit quietly in the banquet hall and enjoy the feast. I'll come find you after I finish." Today was his good friend's wedding. He needed to stay by the groom's side all day, helping with drinks and other chores, so he would be busy. Miao Shiyu nodded politely. "Got it, third brother. You go ahead and do your work." Seeing her obedient, Miao Shubai smiled and patted her head. "All right, I'll go now." He then approached Secretary Wang from the commune to say hello. "Uncle, congratulations." Secretary Wang smiled warmly and responded, "Shubai, you're here. Wang Qing is behind. I'll take you to him." Last night, when they all had dinner together, they introduced themselves again, so Secretary Wang was less formal and called him comrade directly. After the group in front disappeared from sight, Miao Shiyu's eyes sparkled. She smiled slightly and quickly headed outside the door. "Big brother Han, I've finally come to find you." Miao Shiyu first asked around in town about how to get to Shirtu village. When she heard it would take at least half an hour on foot, her brow furrowed slightly. It had rained heavily last night, leaving the ground full of potholes. She was wearing new leather shoes today. If she walked such a long distance, she worried they might get worn out. So she looked for other ways to reach Shirtu village. When she heard that there were ox carts at the town entrance that could take people there, she hurried over. At the place, she politely asked, "Sir, how much does it cost to take the ox cart to Shirtu village?" The old man looked at her well-dressed appearance and smiled. "Shirtu village isn't far. Just a dime is enough." "Okay, here you go," she said, taking money from her small purse and handing it to him. As she climbed onto the ox cart, she caught a whiff of a strange smell. The ox cart often made several trips between the town and the village day and night, with many people coming and going. It also got muddy and dusty, so naturally, it had all kinds of strange odors. Miao Shiyu endured the discomfort and sat through the ride. After about 10 minutes, she arrived at the entrance of Shirtu village. Looking at the high and low mud brick houses in the distance, she thought about how Big Brother Han had lived in this rural place for over 3 years. She felt very guilty and sad. It was still noon, and the villagers were busy working in the fields. This area was in the south. In March, they mainly planted corn and soybeans, and in April, they focused on rice planting. Time was tight, so everyone who could work went to the fields, and they were busy every day. When Miao Shiyu was walking through the village, she didn't see a single person. She didn't know exactly where Han Lingzhi lived, so she went door to door to see if anyone was home and to ask for directions. By chance, she passed by a villager's house, where an elderly woman in her 70s was busy in the yard, holding firewood. Miao Shiyu's eyes lit up with joy. She quickly went inside and asked, "Excuse me, ma'am. I want to ask if you know where the young worker Han Lingzhi lives." The old woman saw she was a stranger and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Miao Shiyu replied, "Oh, I am from Beijing. I am a good friend of Brother Han, and I happen to be passing by to visit him." Hearing this, the old woman's eyes flickered with curiosity. "Isn't this young worker Han Lingzhi involved with the girl from the neighboring village?" Sometimes, this girl comes to visit Meng Baobao, and Han Lingzhi often follows behind. She had seen this many times. Now, hearing the girl call Han Lingzhi, Brother Han, warmly and casually, it seemed like they were very close. Could there be some secret relationship between them? Although she thought this, the old woman didn't show it on her face. She was very kind-hearted and pointed the way, saying, "Turn right at that road, then walk to the grass shed at the foot of the mountain. That's where he lives." Miao Shiyu smiled, nodded, thanked her, and then left. After she left, the old woman stood at the door for a moment, then turned and went back into the yard. Miao Shiyu walked about 10 minutes until she saw the grass shed at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the dirt under her feet, she frowned in disgust and plucked some weeds nearby to wipe her hands. After finishing, she stood up, put on a friendly smile, and continued walking forward. Outside the grass shed, Lingzhi was holding 2 buckets, preparing to fetch water from the nearby well. Early in the morning, 3 elders had gone to patrol the nearby forests. This was part of their duty assigned by the village chief to protect the woods, so they worked as usual even on days off. Today, the forest they were visiting was a bit far, so they brought some dry food and planned not to return for lunch. Lingzhi thought he would finish fetching water and then cook some sweet potato porridge to eat casually. Just a few steps ahead, a small figure was coming toward him. At the moment the other person saw him, they exclaimed happily, "Brother Han, long time no see." Lingzhi looked up and glanced at her. When he recognized who she was, his eyes suddenly froze. He clenched the water bucket tightly for a moment. Miao Shiyu was very excited at this moment. It had been over 3 years. She finally saw him. Since receiving a letter from her middle school classmate Bai Yan recently, learning that he had fallen for a village girl in the countryside, she felt uneasy inside. He was supposed to be a noble young man, so how could he willingly get involved with a messy village girl? She didn't believe it at all, so she had to come personally to find out the truth. After all, they had once been engaged and grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Their families also got along well. Even if they were no longer connected now, she felt she had a duty to help him see the right path again. Moreover, she loved him deeply. How could she allow him to be interested in another woman? It was truly fate that her third brother's friend Wang Qing was getting married, and his hometown was in Hongqi Town, the same place as Brother Han. After learning this, she begged her family many times and made promises before they finally agreed to let her go with her third brother. Looking at the handsome face of the man in front of her, Miao Shiyu's eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Brother Han, how have you been these years?" Lingzhi's eyes were filled with icy coldness that couldn't be melted. Seeing the person in front of him reminded him of a painful event from over 3 years ago. And now this person was asking if he had been well? It was simply ridiculous. Seeing Lingzhi remain silent, Miao Shiyu felt something was strange. She took a few steps forward, smiling slightly, and tentatively asked, "Brother Han, it's me, Shiyu. What's wrong?" As she got closer, she finally saw Lingzhi's expression clearly. His black eyes moved not at all, staring at her expressionlessly, as if she were a dead person. Miao Shiyu's steps halted. Suddenly, she felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if she were in an ice cellar. Her lips trembled twice. Brother Han Lingzhi's face was cold as ice, and he looked at her with indifference. He said softly, "Miao Shiyu, have you forgotten my methods? You dare to appear in front of me. Do you want to die even faster?" "No." Miao Shiyu's eyes immediately turned red. She took a step back in fear. "Brother Han, so much time has passed since then. I don't blame you for what you did to me back then. Can't you forgive me?" After lunch, Miao Jiao and Lin Ju and others slowly walked towards the youth commune courtyard. Just at the gate, they saw Meng Bao rushing over from the small path in the neighboring village. "Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. I need to talk to you. Lin Jia, you all go in first," Miao Jiao said to Lin Ju, then quickly stepped forward. "What's wrong, Bao Bao? You just finished school at noon. What's so urgent?" Meng Bao ran over quickly, sweat beading on her nose. She grabbed Miao Jiao and hurriedly said as she ran towards the neighboring village, "Hurry up and come with me." The old lady from the next house said a young, pretty girl just went to see Lingzhi. Miao Jiao paused, raising an eyebrow. And then, "Oh, my sister." "What do you mean, and then?" Meng Bao stomped her foot anxiously. The old lady said that girl had a smile on her face when she mentioned Lingzhi. "You can tell something's up." Hearing this, "I ran over to find you." Let's go quickly and see what's happening, so we don't miss anything. Miao Jiao Jiao had told her about Han Lingzhi's background. That person must have heard he was returning to Beijing and deliberately came to get close. If it were a man, it would be fine, but a woman is not okay. Her Jiao Jiao finally found a good match, and she can't let someone steal him away. Seeing Meng Baobao's anxious face, Miao Jiao Jiao knew exactly what she was thinking. Having known Han Lingzhi for so long, she believed he wasn't a fickle person and wouldn't be easily swayed by others. But she was curious about who went to find him. After all, Han Lingzhi had told her before that he had no female friends. Miao Jiao Jiao took out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the sweat from her forehead and smiled. All right, I understand. Take it slow, and be careful not to fall while running so fast. Meng Baby wrinkled her nose and said, You're really not in a hurry at all. Jiao Jiao, let's go quickly. Okay, I follow you, Miao Jiao Jiao said, linking her arm with Meng Baby's. The two quickly walked down the small path. When they reached the entrance of the grass hut, they saw a girl lying on the muddy ground, crying softly. She was covered in dirt on her clothes and hair, looking very messy. Miao Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and went over to look at the grass hut. She saw the wooden door was tightly shut, and it seemed no one was home. So, the little girl had missed her chance. Then she accidentally fell to the ground and started crying from the pain. At this moment, Miao Shiyu felt very wronged. She really didn't expect that. Even after so much time, Brother Han still held a grudge against her. From the beginning to the end, she was just a victim kept in the dark about what was happening. Aunt Jiang is his mother. She only tried to build a good relationship by following what others told her, never expecting things to turn out like this. Why was he so cruel to her? She had only asked him for forgiveness just now. Unexpectedly, he kicked her mercilessly. That kick made her chest ache painfully. Her heart felt even more hurt. Now she was lost in her sadness and didn't notice two people walking over nearby. While Jiao Jiao went ahead to check, Meng Baby blinked and curiously asked, Miss, are you okay? Why are you lying on the ground? Miao Shiyu's crying paused. She had forgotten that others might pass by here. She looked up and saw a delicate, cute girl standing in front of her. Although the girl was pretending to care, she couldn't miss the fleeting look of glee when she saw the dirt on her face. Why are you laughing? Miao Shiyu suddenly snapped. Don't laugh. She was already upset inside, and being seen in such a messy state made her even angrier. Meng Baby widened her eyes and retorted angrily. What are you laughing at? I like to laugh, and you can't stop me. Humph. She wasn't someone who let others bully her. Especially since the girl was covered in mud. She just couldn't help but laugh because she was so low on patience. You are simply unreasonable. Miao Shiyu quickly got up from the ground, glaring angrily and shouting, Is this how you folks from the countryside behave? Not even helping someone who fell and then openly mocking me? Humph, just rude and uncultured country folks, always unrefined peasants who will never stand on the stage. Hey, what are you insulting? Meng Baobao rolled up her sleeves and crossed her arms. What's wrong with us country folks? We're all good at farming. Our country needs people like us. If you dare to insult us, I'll report you. And who do you think you are? Why should I help you? You're not an old grandma who needs help, so stop laughing at us. You. Miao Shiyu was so angry that her face turned purple. She couldn't find the words to reply, her heart trembling with rage. She glanced to the side and saw Miao Jiao Jiao standing calmly, seemingly still smiling. Is it you? Miao Shi looked surprised and shouted angrily, You just bumped into me yesterday, and today you come to humiliate me again. That's so shameless. Miao Jiao Jiao had been watching the argument from the beginning. But when she saw Meng Baobao not being bullied, she just stood quietly to watch. Now, when Miao Shiyu accused her, her eyes turned cold. She was about to do something, but impulsive Meng Baobao acted first.
Wow.
How dare you insult Jiao Jiao? Watch me teach you a lesson. She reached out with her hand and scratched Miao Shiyu's face fiercely.
Ah!
You brat. Get lost. Growing up in a wealthy family in Beijing, Jiao Jiao had never fought anyone before. Naturally, She was pushed back and kept screaming. Just then, Miao Shubai, who had hurried over from the town, saw the scene. Xiaoyu, Miao Shubai's eyes tightened as he quickly ran forward. Stop fighting, he wanted to step in and stop them but was blocked by Miao Jiao. She coldly said, Sir, this is a fight between two women. It's not good for a grown man to interfere. Miao Shubai looked anxious. She's my sister. She's been bullied. How can I just stand by and do nothing? Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow. She also saw that Meng Baobao was almost exhausted from fighting. So she stepped forward and pulled Meng Baobao back. All right, baby, stop fighting. You're all sweaty now. She then took out a handkerchief to help wipe her sweat. Meng Baobao, proud like a victorious rooster, tilted her head and said, See, Jiao, I'm so good. Hee, I can protect you too in the future. Miao Jiao felt a warm feeling inside and couldn't help but smile. Okay, you're the best. At this moment, Miao Shubai ran over to help Miao Shuyu up and asked with concern, Xiaoyu, are you okay? Let me see. Miao Shuyu's face was a little dirty with mud, and now she had some red marks from Meng Baobao's scratches. Her hair was messy, looking very disheveled. Third brother, Miao Shuyu immediately looked sad and started crying. Woo. They all bullied me. You have to help me get revenge. Seeing that his sister only had some scratches on her face, Miao Shubai felt relieved. All right, he said softly, wiping her tears with his sleeve. Don't cry now. What exactly happened? Although he felt upset that his little sister was bullied, he was a reasonable person. He knew he had to find out the truth first. I just said a few angry words. This person started hitting me for no reason. It hurt so much. Miao Shuyu stomped her foot, crying and angry. No matter what, you can't hit people randomly, brother. You have to help me complain to the leaders of the commune. Now that brother is here, no one dares to bully her anymore. Hearing her quick explanation, Miao Jiao stood coldly and said, This lady, you are the one causing trouble and insulting others first. Do you think we should just sit back and let you scold us? If you want to complain, I'll go with you. I remember everything you just said about us villagers. When we face the leaders, we'll see who's right. Miao Shubai was so busy worrying about his sister that he didn't notice the two girls in front of him. Now that Miao Jiao spoke, he finally saw what the girl looked like. She had bright eyes, white teeth, youthful beauty, and looked as delicate as a water lily. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Even the women in the Beijing City Art Troupe weren't as pretty. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity with her. Miao Shubai's eyes flickered with a moment of confusion, then quickly returned to clarity. He was not a flirt, and it wasn't proper to stare at a female colleague like that. Next to him, Miao Shuyu's pupils shrank, and a hint of guilt flashed in her eyes. Just as Miao Shubai regained his focus, he noticed her expression and felt something he didn't quite understand. This younger sister had been spoiled by their parents since childhood, and was a bit spoiled in temper. He had always known that. He didn't expect her to be so careless and to speak so recklessly. These days, words can cause trouble, and you can't take them lightly. Especially since their family situation was so delicate, any mistake could leave a bad impression. Despite these thoughts, Miao Shubai chose to let his sister speak honestly. Xiaoyu, is that true? Seeing her serious face, Miao Shuyu felt uncomfortable. She had already been bullied, and now her brother was helping outsiders question her. So annoying. It doesn't matter if it's true, she muttered unhappily. I didn't mean to do it. That brat was mocking me on purpose, and I just got angry and said something. Meng Baobao had a quick temper. Hearing this, she immediately retorted. You fell and stayed on the ground for a long time, covered in dirt. I kindly went over to check on you, and when I saw you like that, I couldn't help but laugh a little. I didn't do it on purpose. And you're still insulting me. Yes, she did feel a bit of schadenfreude when she saw her fall, since she thought she was competing for the affection of Jiao. But she didn't mean any harm. If that person hadn't been insulting her, she wouldn't have bothered to tease her. What's wrong with calling someone names? If I call someone names, can you just hit me? Miao Shuyu was still upset and wanted to say more, but Miao Shubai stopped her sharply. Xiaoyu, enough. Stop talking. He turned to Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao and said, Comrades, my sister insulted someone and you also responded physically. Let's just forget about this. Okay. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't insist further. Seeing their outfits and demeanor, it was clear they had some background, and causing too much trouble would be hard to handle later. Hearing this, Miao Shuyu immediately became anxious. Third brother. Miao Shubai shot her a cold look. Miao Shuyu immediately shrank back, nervously snorting and not daring to speak again. Let's go now. Miao Shubai nodded at the two of them, then took her younger sister away. Watching their backs as they left, Meng Baobao sighed. Wow, this person is so handsome and polite. How can he have such a sister? Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek. Your quick temper and tendency to fight when upset need to calm down a bit. Fortunately, that boy was reasonable. If he had been the type to blindly spoil his sister, things might have turned out badly. Did she curse at people? Meng Baobao felt a little guilty, but still leaned on Jiao Jiao's arm, trying to act cute to hide her feelings. I don't mind if she curses at me, but she can't curse at you. In her heart, Jiao Jiao was not just a good friend, but also like a sister. Seeing Jiao Jiao being insulted, she couldn't hold back and stepped in. Hearing this, Jiao Jiao's heart softened. I know. Thank you for defending me today. I'm very happy. But she turned serious and looked at Meng Baobao, continuing, Baobao, you need to understand that you can't always be so impulsive. You have to consider the situation. If you just go and hit someone because they insulted you, even if you're right, you'll seem unreasonable. She was being really rude. Meng Baobao pouted and said, and you supported me when I hit Wang Hong, the red guard from our village. That's why I said you need to judge the situation, Jiao Jiao explained. Wang Hong threw stones at your head from behind, so you had to fight back. Plus, her family isn't well off and has no support in Shirtu village. She started trouble with you first, and no one would stand up for her if you fought back, but those two people earlier are different, she continued. Think carefully, those two dressed and looked like important people. You don't even know their background, and if you get provoked by words, you might hit someone you shouldn't. What if their family isn't willing to let it go? What would you do then? Today, our little Jiao Jiao is taking on the role of Sister Sunflower to give a lesson. Let Meng Baby learn more. After all, she is the heroine's best friend, and they will need to work hard together in the future. Keep going, Meng Baby. Meng Baby frowned and asked, is it really that scary? Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her. Although this girl is clever, she is impulsive and sometimes her mind doesn't think things through. If her personality is slightly provoked, she might do something bad and offend others. Miao Jiao Jiao said, of course, you haven't experienced this before, so you don't know. But if one day you really encounter it, you'll regret it. Although she hasn't experienced it herself, she has read many novels and watched many TV shows from modern times. In those stories, there are many people who hold grudges and seek revenge. If you accidentally offend someone, they won't let go easily. Meng Baby muttered, it probably won't happen. How could it not? Miao Jiao Jiao said seriously, in a few days, we will take the exam for the county art troupe. If we both pass and join the troupe, we will meet many girls around our age. Some of them might not get along with us. If someone argues with you, and you impulsively want to fight, it could lead to you being fired. Leaders really dislike disunity. Hearing this, Meng Baby thought it made sense and nodded confusedly. Okay, I understand. Miao Jiao Jiao took the opportunity to give a very realistic example. Also, your dream is to join the Beijing Military District Art Troupe. If you get in, there will be many children of officials and their parents hold high positions. If you get into a fight with someone over a small matter, some overprotective parents might pretend not to agree but secretly retaliate against your family. Your father might be affected, and your family situation could worsen. Even if your parents love you very much, do you think they wouldn't blame you at all if something like this happened? Hearing this, Meng Baby was so upset she jumped up. No way. I'm most afraid of disappointing my parents. I absolutely can't let that happen. Miao Jiao Jiao patted her shoulder to comfort her. That's right. So, never be too impulsive when facing problems. Meng Baobao let out a sigh, looking droopy like a wilted eggplant. But Jiao Jiao, if I face this kind of thing again, What should I do? She has a stubborn personality that's hard to change, a habit she's had since childhood. Miao Jiao Jiao carefully said, so, I still think you should handle it case by case. Like that girl earlier, if she insults you, you can reply, but be careful with your words. Find something she said that you can use to threaten her into apologizing, so she won't say things that could get her in trouble or complain. If you have a disagreement with someone in the art troupe, stay calm and tell the teachers or leaders what happened, so they can help you decide what to do. In short, don't act impulsively, understand? Meng Baobao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, I understand. I will be careful from now on. Good. Also, Miao Jiao Jiao continued, the issue you had before when you go back to Beijing, you need to handle it properly. Be patient and don't trust others too easily, okay? Meng Baobao's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Miao Jiao Jiao seriously. Got it, Jiao Jiao. Thank you for telling me all this. I will remember it and learn well. Thank you. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and gently pinched her face. It's nothing. We're friends after all.
Just remember it well.
The road ahead is long and you need to grow up. Understood. Meng Baobao saluted properly, looking very serious. I will definitely do that. While they were talking, Han Lingzhi came over carrying 2 buckets of water.
Jiao Jiao.
The ice face is here. Meng Baobao secretly glanced and whispered to Miao Jiao Jiao, I won't bother you two anymore. You can chat slowly. Then she quickly slipped away. Miao Jiao Jiao's mouth twitched. This girl is still as afraid of Han Lingzhi as ever. Han Lingzhi's face was originally dark, but as soon as he saw Miao Jiao Jiao, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he stepped forward. Jiao Jiao, why are you here? Miao Jiao Jiao, with her hands behind her back, walked up and smiled. I came to have lunch with you. I haven't eaten yet. Han Lingzhi put the bucket down in the kitchen, then turned and gently pulled her into the shed to sit. You sit here first, I'll cook something for you. Okay. Miao Jiao Jiao looked around. Did Grandpa and Grandma go to check the other mountain again?
Han Lingzhi nodded. Yes.
Worried that Jiao Jiao might be hungry, he cooked quickly and finished in less than half an hour. When they sat down to eat, Miao Jiao Jiao finally asked what she had been thinking about. I met a girl here in the shed before. Do you know her? Han Lingzhi paused for a moment, then nodded.
Yes.
Before she could ask more, he explained, she's Miao Shuyu, the one I told you about before, my former fiancé. Miao Jiao Jiao looked surprised. She hadn't expected it to be that person. So she came all the way from the capital? Han Lingzhi had once told her that he had taken revenge on Miao Shuyu by hurting her ankle. Normally, someone would hold a grudge and stay far away after that. What did she want from you? Jiao Jiao asked curiously. Han Lingzhi's face turned cold. Nothing much. She just tried to talk to me, but I didn't want to. When I went to fetch water, she blocked my way, so I pushed her aside. Jiao Jiao almost choked on her drink. Cough, cough. So that's why she was sitting on the ground crying. It was because of you. Seeing that, she felt relieved. It didn't look like there was any chance of old feelings returning. She deserved it. Han Lingzhi reached out and gently wiped the water from the corner of her mouth. Drink slowly, don't choke. Jiao Jiao's ears turned red again. This guy really knew how to make her blush. They continued eating, and suddenly Jiao Jiao thought of something. Do you think she came because she heard you were going back to the city? Maybe she wanted to take you back to the capital? Han Lingzhi shook his head. Probably not. Only my grandparents and father know about that. Oh, I see. Jiao Jiao ate a few more bites, then slowly told him about her earlier argument with Miao Shiyu. After listening, Han Lingzhi's face darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. That woman needs to be taught a lesson. When I return to the capital, I'll deal with her. Better not, Jiao Jiao said softly. Meng Baobao and I didn't really suffer any loss. Miao Jiao Jiao first waved her hand, then smiled and said, after you return to the capital, getting a promotion in the army is the most important thing. Don't make me wait too long, okay? She didn't want him to live in pain and hatred forever. Life is long, so living well is the best comfort for the departed. Hearing this, Han Lingzhi's black eyes flickered, and a warm feeling suddenly filled his heart. Okay, I won't let you down. After returning to the town guest house, Miao Shubai walked into the room with a cold face, followed by Miao Shiyu. After she closed the door, she tentatively called out, "Third brother." When there was no response, Miao Shiyu bit her lip and quietly took a few more steps forward. "Brother, don't call me brother." Miao Shubai blushed and turned around, grinding his teeth. "What did you promise me this morning?" "I just left, and you slipped out secretly." "Miao Shiyu, are you getting too bold? Dare to run around alone?" "Third brother, don't be angry." "I'm fine now." Miao Shiyu relaxed a little, feeling that her brother still cared about her.
Fine?
"If I hadn't gone, who knows what might have happened to you?" Miao Shubai looked at her with frustration. "Tell me honestly, what did you go to the countryside for?" A trace of guilt flashed in Miao Shiyu's eyes, but she stubbornly said, I didn't do anything. I just went for a walk." "A walk?" Miao Shubai sneered coldly. "A walk that took you to the village where Han Lingzhi went? How do you think I found you? Trying to deceive me, third brother?" Miao Shiyu's face trembled, anxious. I didn't mean to lie to you. I'm just afraid you'll worry about me, so I didn't dare tell the truth. You still know I worry about you." Miao Shubai looked disappointed and shook his head. "Xiao Yu, you've really let me down. Their Miao family has always had a good relationship with the Han family, and their mother is even close friends with Aunt Han. More than 3 years ago, the incident involving Aunt Han's family was a pain in everyone's heart. What shocked and disappointed the Miao family even more was that it was actually something their most beloved daughter/sister, Xiao Yu, was involved in. At that time, Miao Shubai felt for the first time that her innocent and adorable younger sister was so unfamiliar to her. Over the past few years, whenever their parents mentioned this matter, they would feel sad and distressed. As one of the main culprits, Xiao Yu also paid a price for her rashness. He thought she had grown a few years older and should be more sensible, but he didn't expect her to still be so stubborn. Han Lingzhi almost decided to end her life back then, yet she still didn't learn her lesson. Moreover, she had the nerve to appear in front of others. If she hadn't cried and begged her parents recently, repeatedly promising she was only attending a celebration, he wouldn't have brought her along. Actually, he still held some hope in his heart, thinking she might have some self-awareness. But to his surprise, she still went to see him. Now, he truly regrets bringing her here. "Tomorrow, we will go to the county town to buy train tickets to go back. Tonight, you stay quietly at the guest house. I'll bring you food later." He initially wanted to stay a few more days at his friend's house, but decided against it. This sister was too disobedient. He didn't feel like staying any longer. Already so soon, Miao Shiyu immediately stood up in a panic. "I haven't even spoken a few words with Brother Han." Although he kicked her today, she didn't blame him. She still hadn't explained the situation with that woman to him, so she couldn't leave. Unluckily, Miao Shubai glared at her. "What more do you want to say to him? What good would it do? Do you think there's still a chance with him? Don't get your hopes up. Even before that incident, Han Lingzhi and her wouldn't have been possible." He had long since noticed that Han Lingzhi didn't like her at all. If her younger sister hadn't kept pestering him, the Han family would have cancelled the marriage long ago. Hearing this, Miao Shiyu's eyes immediately turned red, tears falling down her face. "Third brother, I just want to see if Brother Han is doing well. I want to apologize to him in person." "Is that wrong?" Seeing her crying, Miao Shubai also felt a bit uncomfortable. He sighed and said, "Why go through all that? When our parents went to Han's house to apologize in person, he didn't accept it. Do you think he will accept you? No matter what, I still want to speak to him in person and say sorry," Miao Shiyu said tearfully, looking at her brother with pleading eyes. "Brother, please let me go one more time." Miao Shubai sighed and rubbed his forehead, then asked, "You really just want to say sorry to him?" Miao Shiyu's eyes flickered. Seeing her like this, Miao Shubai guessed she had other plans. He snorted coldly and said, "Just tell me, what do you really want?" Miao Shiyu bit her lip and briefly explained about the letter Bai Yan wrote to her. She could hide this from others, but not from her third brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree for her to meet Brother Han. After hearing her, Miao Shubai asked coldly, "So, you mean you're worried Han Ling might go astray, and that's why you want to talk to him?" Miao Shiyu quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right. It must be that village girl who used some tricks to confuse him. I can't watch his bright future get ruined by a village girl. He laughed bitterly.
Haha.
You think someone as cold and tough as Han Ling would be easily fooled? If others don't understand him, don't you understand him even less? He continued. And what right do you have to interfere in his private life? Even if he really fell for a rural girl, it's his choice. You have no right to interfere. Miao Shubai felt very disappointed. This was the delicate girl their family had raised for years.
He thought she was smarter than this.
If their parents found out, they would be very upset. Hearing her third brother's sharp words, Miao Shiyu felt hurt inside, but she didn't show her disagreement outwardly. She insisted, no matter what, he was once my fiancé, and we grew up together. I must find out if this is true. If the girl is good, I will wish him well. Wishing him well? Don't even think about it. It's just a way to fool her brother into agreeing. If that village girl really was as bad as Bai Yan said, and Brother Han was infatuated with her, then she had to meet her. Seeing her stubborn attitude, Miao Shubai knew there was no point in persuading her further. So, I can only nod and say, okay, if you insist on doing this, then we'll go to Shurta village a bit later. But I told you in advance, during this time, you must follow my plans. Otherwise, I won't take care of you. Knowing Han Lingzhi's personality, I can guarantee he wouldn't say a word to her. Let's just do it this way. It's better for her to give up completely. When Miao Shiyu heard this, her eyes lit up with joy, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, okay, third brother, I agree. After a busy afternoon working in the fields, it was finally time to finish for the day. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly returned to the backyard of the youth commune's house and started preparing dinner. Today at noon, she ate at Han Lingzhi's place, and he invited her to eat dinner there tonight, so she needed to cook quickly. Just as she started boiling rice, Han Lingzhi came in holding a fresh big carp, smiling. Jiao Jiao, this fish was caught by my grandfather with a fishing net by the river. He asked me to bring you one to eat. Wow, that's great. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened, and she happily took the fish. Please thank my grandfather for me. I was just thinking about what to cook. How about making a fish and radish soup? Okay. Han Lingzhi smiled and looked at her. Whatever you cook, I will love to eat. Humph. Miao Jiao Jiao smugly pouted. Of course. My cooking skills are really good. Seeing her lively and animated expression, Han Lingzhi's gentle smile deepened. I'll help you clean the fish first. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. All right then, the two worked together efficiently, and the meal was soon ready. Just as they sat down to eat, there was a voice outside the door. Jiao Jiao, two comrades want to see Comrade Han. I brought them here. Miao Jiao Jiao stood up and looked outside, making eye contact with two pairs of eyes. She raised an eyebrow. Weren't these the two people involved in the conflict earlier today? Why are they here again? Could it be that they went to the thatched shed to look for Han Lingzhi and found he wasn't there, so they came here to ask? Again, you? Outside the door, Miao Shiyu saw Miao Jiao Jiao and exclaimed in surprise. Then she stormed in angrily, and when she saw Han Lingzhi sitting at the table, her eyes flashed with anger. She gritted her teeth and said to Miao Jiao Jiao, well, so it's you. Living together as a man and woman is not embarrassing at all. Next to them, Lin Ju was about to leave when she heard this. She quickly turned back with a stern look and said, Hey, what's wrong with you, comrade? Why are you opening the door so wide while eating? Moreover, Jiao Jiao and Comrade Han are a couple. It's normal for a young couple to eat together. What? Dating? Miao Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked Han Lingzhi in disbelief. Big brother Han, is that true? Bai Yan's letter clearly said that this fox spirit often seduces Big brother Han. But it never said they were dating. This changes everything. She didn't know that Bai Yan had been sent to a pig farm for a while and was completely unaware that these two had confirmed their relationship. So in Bai Yan's mind, she always thought Jiao Jiao was deliberately seducing Han Lingzhi. Big brother Han? Calling him so affectionately, Jiao Jiao sneered and lazily glanced at Han Lingzhi. Lingzhi, please take someone outside to talk. You're disturbing my meal. After saying that, she sat down and started eating by herself. Her former fiancé had come to find her, which made Jiao Jiao feel uncomfortable. But she didn't show her feelings. The more she pretended to be indifferent, the more anxious someone would become. Sure enough, seeing Jiao Jiao's indifferent attitude, Han Lingzhi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Jiao Jiao, sorry, I'll handle this right away. He immediately stood up, his face darkening, and his eyes shot like icy blades at Miao Shiyu. Staring at that terrifying gaze, Miao Shiyu trembled all over. Big brother Han. Han Lingzhi didn't want to waste words. With a fierce look, he stepped forward and kicked her out the door. Shut up. Who told you to call me that? Miao Shiyu was kicked to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. She covered her chest and said in disbelief, Big brother Han, I'm Shiyu. We grew up together. Why are you so heartless to me? Do you still have the face to ask? Han Lingzhi glared at her fiercely. Get out. Don't make me say it a second time. Next to her, Miao Shuang quickly stepped forward to help Miao Shiyu up. He looked at Han Lingzhi with a complicated expression and sighed. Brother Han, we're leaving now. No. I'm not leaving. Miao Shiyu pushed him away and rushed to stand in front of Han Lingzhi. Pointing toward the room, she asked, Brother Han, just tell me, are you really in a relationship with that woman? Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao could no longer sit still. With a loud bang, she slammed her bowl and chopsticks on the table, walked out with a cold face, and said, Yes, Lingzhi and I are together. And you young lady, please have some self-respect and stop bothering him. No, I don't believe it. Miao Shiyu shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Han Lingzhi, her voice trembling. Brother Han, I want to hear it from you. When Miao Shiyu appeared, painful memories flooded Han Lingzhi's mind. He had already been in a bad mood earlier that day, and now her sudden appearance stirred up a wave of anger inside him. If he hadn't been worried about frightening Jiao Jiao, he might have lost control right there. Hearing Miao Shiyu's question, his eyes turned cold as he forced down his anger and said in a low voice, Yes, Jiao Jiao and I are together. And another thing, I don't know you that well. Don't call me so familiarly, and don't come here again, or you'll regret it. At that, Miao Shiyu finally believed him. But she couldn't accept it. How could someone so proud and distant fall for another woman after just a few years in the countryside? She had tried for over 10 years without success. How could this woman succeed so easily? She, Miao Shiyu, was the beloved daughter of the powerful Miao family in the capital, raised with every privilege. How could she lose to a simple village girl? Thinking this, her emotions spiraled out of control. No, Brother Han, how can you treat me like this? We grew up together. I've liked you for so many years. How can you just decide to be with someone else? If it weren't for what happened 3 years ago, we might already be engaged. You're still blaming me, aren't you? I was wrong. I truly was. The moment she mentioned that incident, Han Lingzhi's anger flared again. His eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth. Enough. Be quiet. But Miao Shiyu didn't notice his expression and kept shouting, No, I won't. Is it this fox spirit who seduced you because of her beauty?
Tell me.
Before the other person could finish speaking, Han Lingzhi acted immediately. His eyes flashed with a fierce, bloodthirsty look, and he exuded a cold aura. He stepped forward and kicked her away. Then, he pulled out a small knife from his pocket and aimed it at Miao Shiyu's face. How dare she insult him? She's asking for trouble. Xiaoyu, Miao Shuabai, standing nearby, shrank back and quickly stepped in to block the attack. The knife just grazed his arm, cutting it deep. In an instant, blood started to flow and stained his entire right arm. Seeing Han Lingzhi seem to be possessed and still trying to attack, Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes twitched, and she hurriedly stepped forward to stop him.
Han Lingzhi.
Stop right now. Hearing the girl's urgent voice, Han Lingzhi's eyes suddenly paused. Then, the dark, intense emotions in his eyes slowly eased. He lowered the knife and looked at her, feeling helpless. Jiao Jiao, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly took the knife from his hand, trying to calm him down. Han Lingzhi, it's okay. I'm here. His eyes cleared a little, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Sorry, I scared you. Miao Jiao Jiao's heart tightened, and she shook her head. It's nothing. I'm not afraid. Don't worry. Han Lingzhi was about to speak when suddenly a scream and crying broke out nearby. Wow. Third brother? Third brother. Don't scare me. What's wrong? Miao Jiao Jiao looked up and saw the young man called third brother, his face pale, kneeling on the ground, holding his arm in pain. His right arm, covered by his hand, was bleeding heavily, with blood splattered all over the ground. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly said to Lin Ju, who was already frightened and stunned, Sister Lin, please go find a barefoot doctor. Oh, okay. Lin Ju immediately ran off to find someone. Miao Jiao Jiao hurried into the room, grabbed a towel, and tore it into 2 pieces quickly, then tied them together with a knot. She then knelt down to help Miao Shuabai bandage his arm and stop the bleeding. But unexpectedly, Miao Shiyu used his arm to block her. She angrily glared and shouted loudly, What are you doing to my brother? Go away. Stop the bleeding for him. Miao Jiao Jiao coldly glanced at her and pushed her aside. Then, ignoring the murderous look, she quickly started working on the wound. If Han Ling hadn't hurt someone and she was worried about what might happen next, she wouldn't have helped willingly. Miao Shi wanted to say more, but Miao Shubai interrupted her sharply. Xiaoyu, be quiet. Third brother. You actually scolded me for a stranger. Miao Shuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Miao Shubai couldn't bear it anymore and gritted his teeth, saying, Can you be quiet? He's in so much pain. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be hurt. And yet, she still has the mood to cause trouble here. Miao Shuyu swayed a little, tears starting to flow again from her eyes. She was just worried about him. Why did she have to be scolded? Just now, Brother Han kicked her twice and tried to cut her face with a knife. She was really scared. Now, being scolded and yelled at by her brother without reason, she felt so wronged. Sniff, sniff. You all hate me. Miao Shuyu squatted on the ground, covering her face and crying sadly. Seeing this, Miao Shubai's face darkened terribly. He was really fed up with his spoiled sister. She cried and made a fuss at every little thing. So annoying. After tying the towel, Miao Jiao Jiao handed him a small stool to sit on. All right, sit here and rest for a while. Once the barefoot doctor comes to bandage your wound, you can go to the town clinic to check. After saying that, she glanced at a girl nearby who was whimpering, snorted coldly, and then looked at Miao Shubai with some sympathy. Having a sister who is so stubborn and throws tantrums without caring about the situation really tires a brother out. Thank you, Miao Shubai said to her. Seeing the sympathy in her eyes, he couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Sigh, he really regrets bringing his little sister here. You're welcome, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded lightly, then said, As you saw, Lingzhi's mood isn't quite right. If your sister hadn't kept provoking him, he wouldn't have hurt anyone. So, this matter. Don't worry, I won't pursue it. Miao Shubai looked bitter and sighed, saying, This is what our Miao family owes him. I just hope Brother Han can heal from his pain soon. Since childhood, he liked to follow his second brother and Han Lingzhi. The 3 of them were close in age and had always been good friends. Although Han Lingzhi was only a few months older than him, he took good care of him. He always thought of Han Lingzhi as a brother. If not for an incident that happened over 3 years ago, they might still be good friends and brothers. But now, everything is gone. Okay, I understand, Miao Jiao Jiao said, feeling relieved. As long as they don't pursue the matter, it's fine. It seems not everyone in the Miao family is as unreasonable as Miao Shiyu. Seeing Han Lingzhi still standing still, Miao Jiao Jiao pushed him into the house. Lingzhi, it's okay now. Come inside and rest. Han Lingzhi lowered his head, pressed his lips, and responded softly with a hum. Soon Lin Ju and Barefoot Doctor arrived quickly. The commotion in the backyard was loud enough that Huang Daidi, Ma Fong, and others in front heard it and rushed over. Ma Fong immediately saw Miao Shi sitting on the ground crying and scratched her head. What's going on? Huang Daidi also looked confused and nudged Lin Ju's arm. Sister Lin, what happened? Lin Ju waved her hand. Wait a moment, we'll talk later. She hadn't calmed down yet. The fierce, almost devilish look Han Lingzhi had just shown really frightened her. The barefoot doctor squatted down to examine the cut on Miao Shubai's arm. He frowned and asked, "Young comrade, how did you get hurt? Was someone deliberately hurt you? Should I go tell the village chief? It looked like someone intentionally cut him. Who would dare to attack someone maliciously these days?" Miao Shubai endured the pain, forced a weak smile, and explained, "Doctor, it's nothing. Just a minor injury. Please bandage it." Hearing this, the barefoot doctor sighed softly. Since he wasn't seeking help, he decided not to ask further. After bandaging the wound, the doctor said, "Your cut is a bit deep. It's better to go to the town clinic for a checkup." Miao Shubai nodded. "All right, thank you." Miao Jiao Jiao stepped forward to pay for the bandaging and helped him out of the yard. Back in the backyard, Miao Jiao Jiao immediately started to chase people away. Since the recent trouble caused such a bad scene, there's nothing more to talk about. "You all can leave now." Miao Shubai slowly stood up and said to Miao Shuyu, who was still crying on the ground, "Xiaoyu, let's go." Third brother, Miao Shuyu wanted to say she wanted to stay a little longer. But as she looked up, she saw Miao Shubai with a cold face, walking forward without looking back at her. She panicked and quickly stood up, chasing after him. "Brother, wait for me." Once they left, Huang Daidi and the others curiously gathered around. "Jiao Jiao, are you okay? What happened?" Miao Jiao Jiao didn't know how to explain and could only shake her head.
I'm fine.
It was just a small conflict. "Don't worry." Seeing this, the others didn't press further. When Huang Daidi and the others returned to the front yard and asked about Lingzhi, Lingzhi just made a light joke to brush it off. She didn't want to tell others about Han Lingzhi's injury, to avoid everyone discussing it secretly. If Jiao Jiao heard, she might feel upset. In the room in the backyard, Miao Jiao Jiao picked up her bowl and chopsticks, acting as if nothing was wrong, and said to Han Lingzhi, who was sitting quietly nearby, "Dinner's ready. If you don't eat soon, the food will get cold." Han Lingzhi lowered his eyes and nodded. Okay." Seeing him like that, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a little uncomfortable inside. She couldn't help but gently touch his hair and softly said, "Han Lingzhi, this isn't your fault. I won't ask you to forgive yourself. I just hope you can let yourself go." Han Lingzhi's body paused slightly. He raised his black eyes, filled with gentle star-like affection, and looked at her, saying, "Okay, I promise you." After dinner, once Han Lingzhi left, Lingzhi specifically came to the backyard to talk with Jiao Jiao. The woman who was crying just now, she seems to be an old acquaintance of Han's. She probably likes him. You need to give him a stern warning. When he returns to Jing City, he must not get too close to her or you'll never be able to get rid of her. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, I know." Lingzhi also advised, "Although Han is a bit scary sometimes, he's doing it to protect you. You must not dislike him because of this." Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile helplessly. "It's okay, I understand." "That's good," Lingzhi continued. "Being in a relationship isn't easy. Both people need to be understanding if they want it to last." Hearing that, Miao Jiao Jiao asked curiously, "Sister Lin, you sound like you know a lot about this. Have you been in a relationship before?" Lingzhi sighed and shook her head. "Before I came to the countryside, I did have someone. But for the past few years, we only kept in touch through letters and our feelings slowly faded. Last year, we argued several times over some things and eventually stopped contacting each other."
I heard he's married now.
"I'm sorry," Miao Jiao Jiao said softly. "I didn't mean to bring up something sad." "It's fine." Lingzhi waved her hand lightly. "I've already moved on. If we broke up, it just means we weren't meant to be. I'll meet the right person someday. I just don't know when I'll be able to return to the city. I really don't want to stay here too long. I miss home." Hearing that, Miao Jiao Jiao wanted to comfort her by saying that in 2 years, when the college entrance exams reopened, she could leave if she got into a university. But she could only think it and not say it aloud. When everyone first came to the countryside, they used to study and read under the kerosene lamp at night. But later, people started to relax a bit. So Miao Jiao Jiao often found reasons to encourage everyone to review their middle and high school lessons. Her reason was simple. Even though they were now working in the countryside, they shouldn't forget what they had learned. Otherwise, all those years of studying would go to waste. Besides, There wasn't much entertainment at night. When farm work wasn't busy, studying and discussing together was actually quite nice. It could even help them later if they returned to the city or looked for jobs in town. Everyone agreed with her idea, so they continued to gather under the kerosene lamp every night to study. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Miao Jiao comforted Lingzhi, saying, "There will come a day when things get better. What we need to do is be ready for it." Lingzhi sighed and nodded. "That's all we can do." When they returned to town, Miao Shubai went straight to the local clinic. The doctor examined his wound and said it had been treated in time, so it wasn't serious. He told him to come back in a couple of days to have the bandage changed. Before going to the countryside in the afternoon, Miao Shubai had already asked his good friend Wang Qing to arrange for someone to buy train tickets for their return to Beijing the next day. He then asked the doctor if he could change the dressing and rebandage his arm the next morning, and the doctor agreed. Back at the guest house, Miao Shubai didn't say a word to Miao Shiyu. He simply closed the door and went to sleep. The next morning, after changing the dressing at the hospital, he took Miao Shiyu to visit the village secretary, Wang Qing's family. Seeing his injured arm, Secretary Wang and Wang Qing looked worried and asked what had happened. Miao Shubai casually brushed off their concerns. After having lunch at Secretary Wang's house, they arranged for a vehicle to take them to the county seat to catch the train. On the train, listening to the clattering outside, Miao Shiyu bit her lip and looked at someone lying on the berth. Finally, she took the initiative to apologize. "Third brother, I'm sorry.
It was my fault yesterday.
Please don't be mad at me, okay?" Since third brother's arm was injured, the family would surely ask about what happened. She didn't want her parents to find out, but it seemed she couldn't hide it anymore. So she first showed weakness to her third brother, hoping he would help speak well of her to their parents later. Miao Shubai was lying on the berth, closing his eyes to rest. He slowly opened his eyes and coldly asked, "Where did you go wrong?" "I went wrong because I didn't listen to you," Miao Shiyu pouted. "If you had pulled me away then, none of this would have happened. Is that all?" Miao Shubai frowned. Her eyes flickered and she muttered, "And I shouldn't have said those hurtful things in front of Brother Han." She hadn't slept well all night. The events of the day had been too unforgettable, and she simply couldn't sleep. But every time she thought about Brother Han having a girlfriend, her heart felt terrible. Although she didn't want to admit it, that girl was really pretty. Nothing like the village girl described in by Yenxin's letter. But then she thought if Brother Han liked her, she wouldn't be bad. Still, thinking about this made Miao Shiyu feel very upset. She didn't understand what Bai Yenxin was saying, but her words had caused her to be unprepared for everything. At this moment, Bai Yen, who was at the pig farm, was still happily waiting for Miao Shiyu's reply. She had no idea that the person she thought could stand up to Miao Jiao had already run away in less than 2 days. Miao Shubai was quite disappointed with her younger sister's reply. It seemed she had no idea where she went wrong. "I told you a long time ago, you can't compete with Han Lingzhi. You just had to go and get beaten. And you caused me to get hurt. Don't you feel guilty at all? Also, it's normal for Han Lingzhi to have a partner. They were having a nice meal together, but you went around insulting them. Is that how a Miss Miao should behave? Miao Shiyu, I am really disappointed in what you did yesterday. Third brother, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Hearing her brother call her by her full name, Miao Shiyu felt panicked. "I came back to Jing City with you. I won't think about him anymore. Please forgive me." After saying this, her eyes quickly turned red and tears started to fall. Seeing this, Miao Shubai shook his head and sighed, closing his eyes and choosing not to respond. Although he felt sad for his sister, he seemed to have become immune. Whether as a child or grown up and joining the art troupe, she caused many troubles, and he always helped solve them behind the scenes. If he weren't related to her by blood, he would have stopped caring long ago. When he returned home, he definitely planned to tell his parents about all this. He really didn't want to bother with his sister anymore, let her do as she pleased.
Although
3 days later, the train finally arrived in Jing City. As Miao Shi got off, she saw a familiar figure ahead and quickly waved happily. "Big brother, we're here." The person leaned comfortably against a black car. He had a handsome face, a high-nose bridge, and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Hearing the girl's voice, he looked up. When he saw who it was, a faint smile appeared on his lips, and he walked over slowly and calmly. We've arrived. This person was Miao Shulang, the eldest son of the Miao family. He is the secretary under his father. Today, he was resting at home, so he came specifically to pick up his younger brother and sister. When he saw Miao Shubai's arm wrapped in a bandage, his face darkened briefly. Then he said, "Let's go. Get in the car." After the three of them got in the car, Miao Shuling drove casually and asked, "How did you get hurt?" Miao Shubai sat in the front passenger seat and pursed his lips. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Miao Shuyu in the back seat. Big brother, third brother was hurt because he accidentally fell. The doctor said it's nothing serious. He sighed and said, "Let's talk about it when we get home." Miao Shulong's eyes flickered slightly. He raised an eyebrow but didn't ask further. Half an hour later, at the Miao family's large house. "Dad, Mom, we're back." As soon as Miao Shuyu entered the living room, she hurried over and gave her mother a big hug. "Mom, I missed you so much." Lingzhi smiled as she patted her daughter's head, then looked at her face with both hands and said, "It seems you've lost some weight after going out." Miao Shuyu giggled and said, "No way. Third brother took good care of me." Miao Hao, sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, saw their affectionate display and smiled quietly without saying anything. At that moment, his gaze shifted and he saw his third son walking in with a gloomy face. "Shubai, what's wrong? Why are you still wearing a bandage?" Lingzhi looked up and hurriedly exclaimed, "Xiaobai, what happened? How did you get hurt after just going out?" "Mom, Dad." Miao Shubai stood in front of them and continued, "There's something I need to tell you." Miao Shuyu's eyes flickered with worry and she muttered, "Third brother." Miao Shuling gracefully walked inside. Then he sat on the sofa and looked up calmly, saying, "Xiuyu, don't interrupt. Let third brother speak." Miao Hao put down the newspaper and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead." "What is it?" "It's like this." Miao Shubai quickly recounted what had happened a few days ago. After hearing this, everyone present was silent for a while. Lingzhi, who had been holding Miao Shuyu in her arms, suddenly pushed her away with a look of disappointment and said, "Xiuyu, what did you promise Mom before you left? Why are you always so stubborn?" Miao Hao looked at his daughter with a frown, feeling helpless inside. This daughter of theirs really disappointed them a lot. Miao Shuling pushed up his glasses, his lips curling into a slight downward turn, and softly asked, "Little sister, do you know you were wrong?" His gentle voice sounded strange, but it carried a cold tone that made Miao Shuyu tremble slightly. In this family, she was most afraid of her older brother. Although he looked very kind on the outside, his methods were strict and harsh. Since she was young, whenever she made a mistake, he would punish her severely, never showing mercy. "I know I was wrong."
Boo-hoo.
"Mom and Dad, older brother, third brother, I really know I was wrong." Now, she could only admit her mistake to escape punishment. She had to cry, and cry pitifully. And she had to show weakness. Thinking of this, tears streamed down Miao Shuyu's face. Then she softened her body and knelt on the ground, saying to everyone, "I'm very sorry that third brother got hurt. I promise I won't cause trouble again. Mom and Dad, please forgive me this time." Seeing this, everyone frowned. Miao Shuling scolded, "Where did you learn that trick? Crying and kneeling at the slightest disagreement. Who are you trying to threaten?" "Big brother." "I didn't." Miao Shuyu's nose turned red, and tears kept falling. "I just feel that I made a big mistake, and I'm afraid you won't forgive me, so I..." Seeing her like this, Lingzhi felt a bit sad. "Get up first. The ground is cold. What if you get sick later?" Although this daughter was a bit spoiled, she was usually sweet-tongued and liked to make her happy. Their mother-daughter relationship was very good. Seeing her daughter kneeling pitifully on the ground, she truly couldn't bear it. Hearing his wife speak, Miao Hao sighed. "Get up." At this, Miao Shuyu's eyes flashed with a little secret joy, and she quickly stood up softly and weakly. Miao Hao added, "Sit down. Don't stand there." "Thank you, Dad." Miao Shuyu sat obediently on the sofa. Next to her, Miao Shuling frowned slightly, somewhat disapproving. Is this matter settled like this? Miao Shabai turned around and said, No way. We must make sure Mom and Dad teach little sister a good lesson, or we really won't be able to control her. Mom knows you have been upset. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Lingzhi stepped forward, sat beside him, patted his hand, and then turned to say, Here's the plan. In a few days, Suyu, you will start working at the military arts troupe. These next few days, stay at home and take good care of your third brother. Also, you've been working at the troupe for over 3 years and should have saved some money. Take 100 yuan to give to your third brother as compensation for his nutrition expenses. Finally, for the next 6 months, after your weekly days off from the troupe, you must come home and are not allowed to go out with friends. What? Miao Shuyu immediately became anxious. I don't have much money left, and next week I promised my friends we would go to the movies and shopping. Since starting work, the family no longer gives her pocket money. Her monthly salary at the troupe is over 30 yuan, but she loves to visit the biggest department store in Jing City to buy new and interesting items from Shanghai or Hong Kong, so her money runs out quickly. She works very hard at the troupe, and her rare day off each week is her only chance to go out and have fun. This is her biggest joy. The thought of being forbidden to go out for half a year makes her feel very upset. Miao Shuling snorted coldly. You still want to play? It seems you don't understand what you did wrong at all. Miao Shabai rolled his eyes. Sometimes his little sister could be really frustrating. Li Jia also looked a bit upset. If you think half a year is too short, then how about 1 year? You must also give that 100 yuan to your brother. Although she loved her daughter, she believed discipline was necessary sometimes. She knew her daughter loved shopping, so she used this as a punishment to make her feel uncomfortable and learn a lesson. Mom. Miao Shiyu pouted sadly. She apologized and even knelt down, but everyone still didn't forgive her. Li Jia's voice grew colder. That's it. If you say one more word, you'll be forbidden from going out for a whole year. Okay, Miao Shiyu bit her lip. Under everyone's watch, she reluctantly took 100 yuan from her room and gave it to her third brother, Miao Shubai. After finishing, the head of the family, Miao Yinghao, slowly stood up. Let's eat. The 2 kids have been on the train for a few days and must be tired. Eat quickly, then go to bed early and rest. Okay, Dad. Miao Shiyu immediately stepped forward, took his arm affectionately and said, I didn't eat well on the train, so I was just thinking about the home-cooked food. Seeing this, Miao Shuling gently shook his head, a look of helplessness flashing across his glasses with gold frames. P.S. As I mentioned before, Jiao Jiao needs to focus on her career first, so her background will be developed later. I already have the plot planned. Right now, I'm just introducing these characters. Please take your time reading. Also, the family members are sensible, so don't worry about the heroine getting hurt later. I will make sure to give her a tough time. Little Goldfish, wishing everyone a happy new year and a prosperous year of the tiger. If I can keep it up, I believe I can do it.
Please support me.
Manhwa soon, the day of the county arts troupe exam arrived. Early in the morning, Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao tidied up. Amid the encouragement and smiling eyes of everyone, they confidently set off. Jiao Jiao and Baobao hurried along the road. When they arrived at the Yunshan County Arts Troupe, they were about an hour early. She had originally planned to take Baobao to a nearby state-run restaurant for breakfast, but the girl said she was too nervous to eat anything. Before leaving, Jiao Jiao brought some pastries. They stood under a large tree just outside the troupe's gate, each eating 2 pieces of pastry and drinking some hot water from a thermos. After finishing, Jiao Jiao asked, Are you still nervous? Baobao nodded like a little chick pecking rice. A little, but I feel better after eating the sweet pastry. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really a little foodie. Let's go. It's time to register. The Yunshan County Arts Troupe is located in the southern part of the county. In this county, full of mud brick houses, the tall blue brick buildings in the troupe's courtyard stand out. The top of the gate has a slogan, Serve the People. On the left, it says Yunshan County Arts Troupe, and on the right, County Cultural Workstation. 2 people arrived at the reception room to explain their purpose. After showing the guard a letter of introduction verifying their identity, They quickly went to the exam classroom. The classroom already had more than 10 young, lively boys and girls sitting quietly. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao found a seat at the back and sat down peacefully. After waiting for about half an hour, the room was full, with around 30 people. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Yunshan County has 5 towns, each with 6 to 8 villages, plus some people from other counties or cities. Usually, only the best candidates are recommended to come. With so many people, the competition seems quite fierce. Everyone was probably nervous, so no one spoke, and the classroom was very quiet. At this moment, a gentle, elegant young woman entered from outside. "Hello, comrades. I am Xiao Xiao, a member of the singing team. Welcome to the County Arts Troupe exam. Please hold your recommendation letters. We will have someone check them. After the check, we will call your names one by one for the next exam. Okay?" Everyone responded in unison, then took out their recommendation letters and handed them over. After checking the list, Xiao Xiao said, "There are no issues. Please wait a moment." She then turned and went to the next classroom. 5 minutes later, Xiao Xiao held the list and began calling people to the next exam room. First, Chen Jia for the dance team. A young boy stood up. He took a deep, nervous breath and then left the room. Gradually, the number of people in the classroom decreased. When it was Meng Baobao's turn, she clenched her fists tightly and stared with big, round eyes, silently cheering for her. Come on, come on." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and gave her a reassuring look, then calmly entered the main exam room. Inside, there were 5 interview judges: Teacher Zheng for the instrument team, Teacher Wu for singing, Deputy Director Sun for the arts troupe, Teacher Chen for dance, and Teacher Wang for dance. "Hello, teachers. My name is Miao Jiao Jiao. I am a young person from Shishui village. I am honored to participate in this exam." After speaking, she looked up and made eye contact with Teacher Wang, sitting on the far right. The latter gave her a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Sitting nearby, Teacher Chen noticed the interaction between the two and let out a light snort, sarcastically saying, "Oh, where did Teacher Wang find this little girl? Such a cute little girl. I just wonder how her dancing is. Don't let us down." No wonder Wang Rong looked so happy when she returned a few days ago. She was waiting here. No matter how pretty she looks. If she really could dance well, she would have joined the art troupe long ago. She wouldn't be stuck in the countryside as a young worker. It's obvious that Wang Rong found this girl as a last-minute backup, and her dancing probably isn't very good. Compared to her niece, she simply can't compare. She has been teaching her niece to dance for years, and during her performance, just now, Vice Director Sun and other teachers praised her a lot. As for Teacher Chen's provocation, Wang Rong wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "Of course, we won't be disappointed. Miao Jiao Jiao has real talent, and I believe in her." Hearing this, Vice Director Sun, sitting in the middle, showed a hint of curiosity and said, "Then let's start dancing." "Okay. Today, I will perform a dance called the Lotus Picker." Miao Jiao Jiao began. This kind of performance is without music, relying solely on her humming softly and keeping rhythm. She first rested her chin on her left hand, raised her right arm, swayed her body, and took small, graceful steps, starting with a gentle opening. Then, Miao Jiao Jiao crouched down and curled into a ball. Next, she suddenly jumped up and spread out, revealing a bright, smiling face. Wang Rong, sitting below, slightly curled her lips and a satisfied look flashed in her eyes. It seemed that this girl had listened to her advice. Her expression practice was quite good. On stage, the girl took a step forward, spread her arms, and happily jumped in the air. Then she tiptoed and spun around quickly several times in place. After spinning, she made a graceful gesture with her hands behind her back. Vice Director Sun raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Most people, after a few spins, would have to catch their breath. But this young girl kept dancing without changing her expression. It showed that she not only had good dance skills but also strong perseverance. Teacher Chen beside her looked more and more displeased. She really had underestimated her. This Wang Rong is really lucky. How does she always find such talented students? It makes me so angry. On stage, Miao Jiao Jiao still doesn't know about the undercurrent of tension below. She is immersed in her dance. She spins and jumps, moving as lightly as a swallow. Her eyes sparkle, her movements graceful, pure and beautiful like a water lily. Everyone is captivated by her elegant figure and becomes mesmerized. Wang Rong, watching from below, feels more and more satisfied, her smile growing wider. She really didn't expect this girl to dance so well. She only just got familiar with her before. It seems this girl not only works hard but is also quite flexible and talented. She's a clever little one. She glances at someone nearby with a dark face, feeling proud and almost ready to boast. Just now, this person was bragging about his niece in front of her. Now his face is as dark as a pot's bottom. What's going on? I really want to laugh. Ha ha, feeling proud. After finishing her dance, Deputy Director Sun nods with satisfaction and says, Teacher Wang, what you said earlier is true.
She really has talent.
Very good. Teacher Wu from the singing team smiles and agrees. Teacher Wang has a good eye. Teacher Zheng from the instrument team chuckles. This girl dances well. If she also played an instrument, it would be even better. Hearing everyone's praise, Wang Rong's smile can't help but grow wider, and she can't resist showing off. Maybe you don't know this, but this girl had no dance background. I only met her when I went back to my hometown a month ago. I saw her talent and taught her this dance. Teacher Wu, who is close to her, had heard about this a few days ago. Now she pretends to be surprised and asks, What? You mean you taught her this dance just over a month ago, and now she dances so well? Wang Rong looks at her and smiles. Yes, I'm amazed myself. I didn't expect her to be so talented. Who are you fooling? Someone who has never danced can't dance like this. Teacher Chen scoffs, looking skeptical. Teacher Wang, you should be more honest. Wang Rong helplessly spread her hands and said, I'm just stating the facts. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The head of the cultural troupe is usually very busy, and most of the small matters are handled by Deputy Director Sun. He is known to be fair and just in his dealings. Now, hearing two teachers arguing, he didn't take sides but looked directly at the stage and asked seriously, Comrade, is this really your first time learning to dance? Young girls of this age usually feel nervous and afraid to lie when they see such high-ranking leaders. Actually, Deputy Director Sun also thought that Teacher Wang might be exaggerating, so he wanted Miao Jiao Jiao to tell the truth herself. But Miao Jiao Jiao was not flustered at all. She calmly replied, Yes, I practiced martial arts on my own for a while before. I am quite flexible, so maybe that's why dancing feels easier for me. Hearing this, Deputy Director Sun didn't say anything more. He changed the subject and asked, Do you have other talents, like singing or playing instruments? Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, I don't play instruments and I just sing randomly for fun. When she trained with Meng Bao Bao before, she would get tired from dancing and sometimes sing along with Bao Bao. Teacher Wang also told them that if they had other talents, they should show them off. That way, the leaders would have a better impression of them. But from the behavior of another teacher in the audience just now, she could tell that person didn't get along with Teacher Wang. So, she deliberately said that, hoping that the other person would take the initiative to ask her to perform a song. Then she planned to turn the tables and prove herself, making the scene even more impressive. Sure enough, when Teacher Chen heard what Miao Jiao Jiao said, his eyes lit up and he quickly responded, Why don't you sing a song? Our county's cultural troupe is looking for versatile talents. That way, you can develop better within the group. Teacher Wu from the singing team was a bit skeptical and said, This young comrade is being tested on dancing. Why ask her to sing? Whether she sings well or not has nothing to do with dancing. Wang Rong's face twitched. She forgot to mention this to Teacher Wu earlier. She was just happy to tell the others she found a promising dancer and also found a student who could sing, but she didn't say that Jiao Jiao's singing was particularly good. Ahem, she was just worried her good friend might compete for the talent. Wang Rong's eyes flickered with guilt. It's okay, Teacher Wu. Let this girl sing. Maybe she'll do well. She pretended not to know anything, as long as it made that old woman, Chen Li, happy. Humph. She would make her regret it later. Hearing this, Teacher Chen sneered inwardly, thinking Wang Rong was just pretending to be calm. She quickly added, "Really? Since Teacher Wang has spoken, Deputy Director Sun, shall we listen to this young comrade sing?" Even if she danced well, if her singing was terrible, it could leave a bad impression on the leaders. Deputy Director Sun didn't nod but looked directly at Miao Jiao Jiao with a smile and asked, "Young comrade, can you sing?" "Yes, I can," Miao Jiao Jiao replied confidently. "I'll sing Shining Red Star." Deputy Director Sun nodded. "All right." Miao Jiao Jiao cleared her throat and started singing. "On my beautiful motherland, shining red star," flags flying everywhere as soon as she opened her mouth. Teacher Wu sitting below shivered. Their dance team had about 20 members. She and Wang Rong each guided around 10 students. Every time they performed outside, each dance team would present one act, then combine all members for another. Once, Wang Rong's dance team had a very talented student who looked good and danced well. Every performance attracted many eyes. She thought she finally had a chance when that student was gone, but then another even more impressive one appeared. This is so frustrating. After Miao Jiao Jiao finished singing, Deputy Director Sun immediately clapped enthusiastically, and the other teachers also joined in the applause. Deputy Director Sun gave a thumbs up and said, "You sang really well, Miao Jiao Jiao. I'll remember you." Miao Jiao Jiao politely thanked him. "Thank you, leader." Teacher Wu looked excited and started to recruit her directly. "Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, are you interested in joining our singing team? I can give you a solo opportunity, but the dance team doesn't do solos." Wang Rong quickly responded, Hey, Lao Wu, what do you mean? I've been supporting Miao Jiao Jiao. I personally recommended her and taught her dance. You can't just take her away from me." "I'm not trying to take her," Wu teacher laughed. "It's up to her to choose. But I have a bigger offer." He then added, "I have a good relationship with the teachers in the city youth singing team. If you perform well in the singing team, I can personally write a recommendation letter for you to take the city youth group's exam next year." "How about that?" Hearing this, Wang Rong's face darkened. She wished she hadn't been so boastful and let Jiao Jiao sing in front of everyone so soon. Lao Wu is really clever. Why didn't she notice this before? Although Lao Wu is her good friend, she definitely doesn't want to see Miao Jiao Jiao taken away.
"Teacher Wu, that's not right.
You're still in the county arts troupe. Why are you trying to lure her away?" Deputy Director Sun is still here. Wu teacher's thick skin was impressive. He smiled and said, "Everyone wants to move upward, and Deputy Director Sun is very broad-minded. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, right, Deputy Director Sun?" he asked. Deputy Director Sun remained calm, just smiling lightly without speaking. Years ago, he was promoted from the dance team. If there had been such a talented girl back then, he would have tried to take her too. But now, it doesn't matter. This young comrade will have to stay in the county arts troupe for a while anyway. Talented young people like her, whether performing in the countryside, the county, or the city, will always be praised by leaders. In the future, the reputation of the Yunshan County Arts troupe might also grow because of her. So, it's understandable that teachers from each team want to compete for her. Teacher Zheng from the instrument team smiled and said, "This young comrade is really good. If she did not know any instruments, I would want to recruit her." Teacher Chen pouted and wanted to say she also wanted to try for it. But thinking about her not getting along with Wang Rong, she decided it was better not to say anything to avoid being teased. Although Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao is the one I recommended, the final decision is hers. Let her speak for herself, Wang Rong said, though secretly hoping Miao Jiao Jiao would choose her. Several teachers' eyes looked at Miao Jiao Jiao from below. Deputy Director Sun asked, "Go ahead, who do you choose?" Miao Jiao Jiao didn't hesitate and said directly, "I choose Teacher Wang from the dance team. If it weren't for her, I might not be standing here." Deputy Director Sun looked pleased and admired her. "You're grateful. That's good." Wang Rong's face lit up with a smile, and she nodded. "Yes, I knew I didn't make a mistake," Deputy Director Sun told everyone, "since most of the time we only announce the list after the exams, but since everyone saw what just happened, I will now announce that Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao is selected as a dance member of the county art troupe. Does anyone have any objections?" "No objections," the others nodded. Miao Jiao Jiao on stage smiled and bowed. "Thank you all for your recognition." After coming down from the stage, Miao Jiao Jiao returned to the small classroom next door. The classroom was very quiet. When Meng Bao Bao saw her return, she quickly asked softly, "How did it go?" Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. Seeing her like that, Meng Bao Bao knew she had a good chance and happily grinned, showing all 8 teeth. Miao Jiao Jiao gently pinched her little face and softly reminded her, "Pay attention to your image, baby." Not far ahead, a tall girl turned her head to glance at them twice. Seeing their interaction, her eyes flickered slightly, and she snorted softly before turning her head back. About 20 minutes later, Meng Bao Bao went out for her exam. After a while, she happily entered the room. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, thinking that girl probably also made it. Sure enough, after the exam, the list announced by the person in charge included her and Meng Bao Bao as selected members of the art troupe. This time, the dance team selected 4 people, the singing team 2, and the instrument team 2. These chosen individuals all looked happy, while the losers appeared pale and looked very sad. Nowadays, joining the art troupe is a very popular job. It was hard to get a recommendation spot, but they didn't seem to take it seriously. Thinking about going back and being scolded by their families made them feel upset and frustrated. Survival of the fittest is the rule of life. Seeing these disappointed and discouraged faces, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a little touched inside. She also reminded herself silently, whether now or in the future, she must keep improving to avoid being eliminated. Before leaving, the person in charge reminded everyone, "In 3 days, on March 13th, it will be your time to join the troupe. Please be on time. Remember to prepare your household registration proof. When you arrive, go to transfer your household to our Yunshan County Art Troupe." The 8 people who were selected responded loudly together. Okay. After leaving the art troupe, Meng Bao Bao was still very excited. She hugged Miao Jiao Jiao's arm and cheered happily, "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao."
Great.
We both got into the art troupe. I will write to my parents when I get home. They will be very happy when they find out, oh, intersection, comma, intersection. Oh, haha, I am too. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with a smile, feeling quite happy inside. Although she was a bit confused at first about this choice, after practicing dancing and learning expressions for many days, she gradually felt a sense of achievement and happiness. This feeling was exactly the same as when she practiced martial arts before. Suddenly, an idea popped into her mind. She wanted to dance better and be seen by more people. With this thought in mind, she was so dedicated to dancing today. This kind of effort for a goal felt pretty good. Miao Jiao Jiao was in a very good mood. Let's go, it's almost noon. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Meng Bao Bao jumped up happily. Yes. I didn't get to eat the big chicken leg last time, but this time I think I will. Hee hee. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and say, "You little foodie, still thinking about that chicken leg, haha." Meng Bao Bao lifted her small head proudly and said, "Of course. My biggest hobby in life is eating." Oh, intersection, comma, intersection. Oh, ha. She went to a state-run restaurant and finally got to eat a big chicken leg. She and Miao Jiao Jiao each held a large chicken leg and smiled at each other. As they took a big bite, the smell was wonderful in the evening. Lingzhi and others finished work and all ran together to the backyard to find Miao Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, how was the exam?" "Surely I passed." "Jiao Jiao is so amazing. Hurry up and tell us, Jiao Jiao." Seeing everyone's anxious faces, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and loudly said, "I passed. Lingzhi happily gave her a big hug. Haha, I knew it. Jiao Jiao, you're so great. Huang Daidi also looked very happy. Yes, Jiao Jiao is truly the pride of all our young people. Wang Gang and Cui De Zhuang nodded. Of course. Jiao Yu smiled without speaking, but Ma Fong muttered a couple of sounds. Are you leaving in a few days? When she said this, everyone fell silent and looked at Miao Jiao Jiao. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, I will leave on the 13th. I can stay with everyone for 2 more days. Lingzhi sniffed. Ah, Jiao Jiao, I will miss you so much, boo-hoo. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, It's okay. The county art troupe has a day off each week. If I have free time, I will come to visit you all. Meng Baobao's older cousin was also here. Since he had no place to go during his days off, he thought staying in the countryside was better than staying in the dormitory. That's good. The other's eyes showed smiles. After chatting for a while, Han Lingzhi hurried over. Everyone wisely went back to the front yard without disturbing the two. Han Lingzhi asked, How is it? Miao Jiao Jiao's lips curved up. What do you think? Han Lingzhi's eyes lit up with joy. Congratulations. Thank you. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, Have you eaten? If not, I will cook some more rice. Han Lingzhi nodded with a smile. Okay, I will light the fire. The two went into the house together and started to busy themselves. Over the next 2 days, Miao Jiao Jiao first went to the village chief to help with the household registration transfer. Then she tidied up the storage room. She returned the cotton quilt to Lingzhi and moved the bedding directly back to the young female worker's house. If she came back to visit, she could sleep there with everyone. The rosewood dressing table was put into the storage space. Some cooking tools and other items were no longer needed, so she left them in the kitchen for the workers to use for free. The small wardrobe, table, small bench, and bed frame were not needed by others. She told the village carpenter, who took everything away and exchanged some money for it. There was still some grain left, which she asked Lingzhi to keep safe. When they returned, it would be used for meals. After cleaning, the storage room was suddenly empty. Lingzhi looked at the empty room and sighed. Time really flies. More than half a year ago, when you first moved into this room, I helped put up the wallpaper. Yeah, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded, then gratefully said, Sister Lin, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Among all these people, I will miss you the most. I will miss you too. I'm really happy you got into the cultural troupe, Lingzhi said, patting her shoulder. Then she turned her face away and wiped her tears. Remember to come back often. Miao Jiao Jiao felt a lump in her throat and nodded firmly. Okay. The night before they parted, Han Lingzhi wore the clothes that Miao Jiao Jiao had asked Aunt Lu to make and went into the mountains to catch a wild chicken. Meng Baobao brought some pastries, and everyone gathered for one last meal in the young workers' courtyard. As they ate, a small head peeked in from outside the door. It was the little iron egg, who was drooling over the food next door. Today, his mother had gone to his grandmother's house. No one was watching him, and he was too hungry to resist. He sneaked over to take a look. Iron egg? Lingzhi saw his shiny little head immediately and waved at him. What are you doing standing outside?
Come in.
Little iron egg shrank his shoulders and swallowed hard at the chicken on the table. I won't come in. I just want to smell it, he said. If he couldn't have the meat, at least he could smell it, right?
Puffed.
Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh when she saw his eager, drooling face. Iron egg, come here. Sister will give you a piece of meat to eat. His eyes lit up instantly. Really? Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. Everyone else looked on with smiles in their eyes. Little Tai Dan bit his lip, but finally stepped over the threshold. Here, take this. Miao Jiao Jiao handed him a chicken leg. Eat it, it's very tasty. Little Tai Dan looked at the fragrant chicken leg in his hand. Unluckily, tears started to fall from the corner of his eyes. As he ate, he suddenly burst into loud crying. Wow, this is so delicious. Mom, he's grown up. He finally doesn't have to hide in his room, stuff his nose, and lick candies anymore. After dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao went with Meng Bao to her uncle's house. Lu uncle praised and advised her a lot, telling her to come back often during the holidays. Miao Jiao Jiao happily agreed and also asked her uncle to help look after the elderly at the straw shed. Lu uncle knew Han Ling would leave in a few days. He thought that Bao Bao also needed Jiao Jiao's help, so he promised to reassure her. After talking, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the straw shed again. The three elders surrounded her with expressions of reluctance and chatted for a while. Jiao Jiao, you should come back to visit when you have time. Yes, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile. Grandpa Wu, Grandma Wu, Grandpa Wang, I already told village Chief Lu. If you need anything, just go to him. Got it, the elders nodded in unison. Grandma Wu looked at Han Lingzhi with a loving smile and said, Lingzhi, remember to write more letters to Jiao Jiao. Don't forget, such a handsome grandson-in-law, and he's talented enough to join the county art troupe. Many people will be watching him. She worries every day that her granddaughter-in-law hasn't married yet. Grandpa Wang added, That's right, kid. Don't be so quiet like before. Talk more with Jiao Jiao. Grandpa Wu also nodded. Yes, Lingzhi, no matter how busy you are, don't forget Jiao Jiao. Do you hear me? Han Lingzhi understood what these elders meant and quickly nodded. I will. Miao Jiao Jiao watched their interaction with warmth in her heart, smiling but not speaking. On the way back, Han Lingzhi held her hand again in a quiet place. I'll take you to school tomorrow morning. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. No need. Traveling back and forth is tiring, and with my strength, what are you afraid of? Han Lingzhi wanted to speak again, but Miao Jiao Jiao interrupted. Stop fussing. We spend every day together, and I'm tired of it. Let's just say goodbye for now. In the past few days, she kept hearing words of reluctance to part, which made her feel a little sad. Tomorrow is a new day. She must go happily to report, and she can't be upset anymore. So she didn't want this guy to see her off tomorrow, or she might feel even more sad. Han Lingzhi pursed his lips. His words sounded a bit dismissive. Although he felt a little wronged, he respected her wish. All right, be careful on the way. Seeing him like that, Miao Jiao Jiao knew he was overthinking. She stopped walking, turned around, looked at him seriously, and suddenly threw herself into his arms. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and softly said, Han Lingzhi, I will miss you. Han Lingzhi's eyes tightened. He reached out and held her tightly. His voice was a little hoarse and full of reluctance. Me too. When they returned to the youth commune, a small figure was standing at the door. It's Wang Dinyo. She knew Miao Jiao Jiao was leaving tomorrow and came specially to say goodbye. Little sister Miao. The girl happily ran up to her. You're back. Miao Jiao Jiao patted her head gently and smiled warmly. Yes, have you been waiting long? Not at all. Wang Dinyo shook her head excitedly and shared her news. The basic martial arts moves you taught me, I've already taught my mom and sister. They practice every day now and my dad tried to sneak a drink the other day, but my mom caught him and gave him a good scolding. It was so satisfying. The girl puffed out her chest proudly, making Miao Jiao Jiao laugh. Dinyo, you're amazing. Your sister is proud of you, all because you taught me. Wang Dinyo looked at her with shining, admiring eyes and smiled brightly. Little sister Miao, you're my role model. I want to learn from you and grow up to be useful. Yes, keep it up. That night, the evening was very long. After being in this era for so long, Miao Jiao Jiao experienced her first sleepless night. Looking back on everything, she felt a lot of emotions inside her. No matter what, she would follow her heart and work hard step by step on the path ahead. At the Shan County Cultural Troupe Dormitory Building, Senior Sister Xiao Xiao from the singing team led a few new members to the second floor, walking and explaining. Our dormitory building has the boys' side on the first floor and the girls' side on the second floor, with 4 people in each room. This time, we only recruited 4 girls, so you can all stay in that room. This time, the County Cultural Troupe recruited a total of 8 new members, 2 men and 2 women in the dance team, 2 women in the singing team, and 2 men in the instrument team. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, which was at the innermost room in the corridor. They entered the room, and Miao Jiao Jiao looked around. The room was a bit small, about 20 square meters, with simple furnishings. At the door, there were 2 bunk beds on each side and 4 tables facing each other in the middle. A window was open on the right side at the back, and on the left was a wardrobe with 4 drawers, 1 for each person. When new dance team member Lu Xian entered, She immediately claimed the top bunk by the window on the right. I'll sleep here. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly chose the lower bunk on the left with Meng Bao Bao. Bao Bao, you sleep downstairs, and I'll sleep upstairs. How about that? Meng Bao Bao nodded quickly. Okay, I was worried I might fall from the top. The last new singing team member, Zhou Xiaofeng, was a bit shy. She shyly stepped forward and said softly, Then I'll sleep here. Xiao Xiao saw that everyone had chosen their beds and nodded. All right, you all get ready. I'll stay in the room next door. Once you're done, come find me. I'll take you to the office to handle the household registration transfer. Thank you, Senior Sister Xiao. Everyone nodded in agreement. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly climbed onto her bed and tidied it up, taking less than 5 minutes. When she came down, she saw Meng Bao Bao lying on her bed, looking like she was about to cry, trying to make her bed. Seeing her, Meng Bao Bao immediately looked at her with a pleading expression. Jiao Jiao, please help me check this. I don't know what's going on. I've made the bed several times, but it always looks wrong. She really doesn't know how to make a bed. Whether at home or in the countryside, she just sleeps on a ready-made bed and has never made one herself. Miao Jiao Jiao looked up and saw that the bed sheet was almost touching the ground at the front but slanted inward at the back, which looked a bit ugly. Get up, I'll show you how to do it, then you try yourself. This girl has a bit of trouble living independently. It seems I need to teach her more in the future. Of course, only she gets this kind of attention. After all, Meng Bao Bao is her best friend, like a sister to her. Teaching her slowly like this feels quite rewarding. Miao Jiao Jiao quickly demonstrated how to make the bed, then messed it up again and said, Here, you try. Okay. Meng Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She stepped forward and took a while to tidy up the whole bed. After finishing, Meng Bao Bao happily said, Jiao Jiao. I did it. Oh, intersection, intersection. Oh, haha. Miao Jiao Jiao praised her with a smile. Very good. Suddenly, a mocking laugh interrupted from the side. You're hilarious. You're already an adult, and you still can't make a bed. Are you some rich young lady or something? The speaker was Lu Xian, a new member of the dance team. Her aunt is teacher Chen Li, who is also on the dance team and had a disagreement with teacher Wang Rong a few days ago. When teacher Chen Li visited her house the day before yesterday, she mentioned Miao Jiao Jiao's exam situation. Hearing that Miao Jiao Jiao not only dances and sings well but also has a beautiful voice, and that all the teachers present approved her, Lu Xian felt uncomfortable. She looks good and has been learning dance from her aunt since she was young. She excels in everything she does, which made her quite proud and arrogant. For this exam, she went in thinking she would be number 1, wanting to impress the leaders. But unexpectedly, Meng Bao Bao appeared and stole all her spotlight, which made her feel resentful. Meng Bao Bao is with Miao Jiao Jiao, and seeing her not even able to make a bed naturally made Lu Xian sneer. Hearing this, Meng Bao Bao's temper flared, and she wanted to retort. But she remembered what Miao Jiao Jiao had taught her before. Stay calm and don't act impulsively. She was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so she held her words back at the last moment. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. She patted the child's shoulder and signaled with her eyes for her to observe and learn. Then she spoke coldly. Miss, your words are not correct. No one is born knowing everything. Meng Bao Bao doesn't know how to make the bed because her family loves her and doesn't make her do these chores. Isn't it okay to be spoiled by family? Also, since we are all members of the art troupe, I want to remind you. The phrase you just used, young lady of high status, involves outdated ideas from the past. If the teachers and leaders hear that, what do you think they will think? Lu Xian's eyes widened in panic. She quickly said, I didn't mean it that way. Don't talk nonsense. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her with a cold stare. Let me advise you. Watch your words. Think before you speak. You. Lu Xian's face turned pale from anger, and she suddenly couldn't speak. She clenched her teeth and turned her head in frustration. Meng Bao Bao looked up at Miao Jiao Jiao with admiration and gave her a big thumbs up. Haha, her Jiao Jiao is so amazing. Zhou Xiaofeng, standing nearby, saw this and lowered her eyes, flickering slightly but not speaking to support. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other. There was no need to cause trouble. She decided to focus on her own work. After finishing their chores, they all went next door to find Sister Xiao Xiao. She first helped them with household registration and grain transfer procedures. Once done, she introduced them to the art troupe's situation. Your military uniforms will be allocated in a week. I will take you to the logistics department to pick them up then. There are several practice rooms here, where classes are held. The cafeteria is over there, where everyone eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There is a 2-hour lunch break, so the schedule is quite flexible. Working in the county art troupe these days pays quite well, about 25 yuan a month. P.S. Can't find this on Baidu. I made it up, so no need to criticize. Plus, 20 gene of grain. Half fine grain, half coarse grain, along with half a gene of meat and vegetables. If they use more than the quota, they can also buy it cheaply at the canteen. Most people are very frugal and rarely spend money on food. Some even save grains and meat, exchanging them at the cafeteria at the end of the month to take home and eat. After Sister Xiao Xiao finished introducing everyone, she took them to the cafeteria. After eating, everyone can go back for a nap. In the afternoon, I will call you to the practice room. Okay? Everyone nodded. Soon noon passed quickly. First, everyone went to the large practice room. In front of the teachers and senior students, they introduced themselves to each other, then dispersed to their own practice rooms. Our Jiao Jiao finally had her first class with the county art troupe. The dance team of the county art troupe has 2 small practice rooms. Teacher Wang and Teacher Chen each have one. Teacher Wang Rong brought the 2 new members into their dedicated practice room and smiled at the senior members present. These 2 are your junior brothers and sisters. You should all know each other now. Everyone, please introduce yourselves and get familiar. I hope our small team can work together in harmony, dance well, and help the art troupe grow stronger. Okay, everyone clapped happily and laughed. My name is Yang Yi. I think I am older than you 2, so you can call me Sister Yi. My name is... After the introductions, Teacher Wang Rong began the official lesson. Now it's mid-March, and there is a little over a month until Labor Day. We need to rehearse 2 dances, one of which will involve cooperation with the neighboring dance team. We will perform in the countryside for a week, so everyone must train hard. No slacking off, understand? Understood. All the students responded loudly. Teacher Wang Rong looked at Miao Jiao Jiao and the new male student, Chen Jia. You 2 are beginners, so your practice tasks are heavier. Besides practicing dance with everyone, you also need to set aside time to practice basic skills. The basics must be solid. Miao Jiao Jiao and Chen Jia nodded. Understood. Teacher Wang Rong. All right, everyone focus. I will now explain the dance rehearsal plan. The whole afternoon, Miao Jiao Jiao spent her time practicing dance repeatedly. In March, the weather in the south was still quite cool. Miao Jiao Jiao wore a white shirt inside and a gray jacket outside today. During dance practice, she took off her jacket, and her white shirt, made of a light fabric, was soaked after many rehearsals. Fortunately, she was wearing a small tank top underneath, so she didn't have to worry about revealing herself. After the afternoon rehearsal ended, Meng Baobao came over to find Miao Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, let's go eat. Her roommate, Zhou Xiaofeng, was with them, and the 3 of them went to the cafeteria together. While waiting in line to get food, Miao Jiao Jiao felt like there were some faint, strange looks from nearby, but she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. When they finished getting their food and sat at a table, 2 more people entered the cafeteria. 2 members of the singing team, Xiao Xiao and Zhang Teng. Meng Baobao smiled and waved. Senior Sister Xiao, come eat with us. Xiao Xiao was nice. She had patiently helped them with various errands before. Today afternoon, during practice, she also took good care of Meng Baobao and Zhou Xiaofeng, so everyone liked her. Okay, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded from a distance, then went to line up for food with the guy beside her. After a while, they came over. Hello, Senior Sister Xiao. Miao Jiao Jiao politely greeted her, then looked at the guy next to her. Xiao Xiao introduced him. This is Zhang Teng. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Hello, Senior Brother Zhang. Zhang Teng smiled slightly and nodded. Hello, Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao. Zhou Xiaofeng also greeted her. Hello, senior sister Xiao, senior brother Zhang. Xiao smiled gently. Just call me Xiao Jie from now on. We'll be performing together, so it's better to get familiar. Okay? Everyone agreed. Zhang Teng picked 2 pieces of pork belly from his bowl and placed them in Xiao Zhao's bowl. He said, You like to eat this. Eat more. Xiao Zhao's ears turned red and she softly said, You eat too. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaofeng looked a little envious. Miao Jiao exchanged a glance with Meng Baobao. Meng Baobao raised her eyebrows and signaled with her eyes. You've had enough of that cold-hearted puppy love, and now another couple appears. Miao Jiao felt a bit amused and helpless, so she quickly lowered her head to eat her food. During the meal, 2 unfamiliar men approached, claiming to be from the musical group. After introducing themselves, the 2 men sat down to eat and chat, secretly glancing at Miao Jiao several times. Miao Jiao frowned slightly and took an egg pancake from her bowl, placing it into Meng Baobao's bowl.
Bao, do you like pancake?
Here for you.
Huh?
I don't like them. Meng Baobao was confused for a moment and instinctively said, Are you sure? Isn't it Han Lingzhi who likes them? Miao Jiao slightly smiled and took the pancake back. Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Meng Baobao pouted with jealousy. I think once you have a boyfriend, you forget about me, your friend. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao's eyes showed surprise. Jiao has a boyfriend, Miao Jiao openly admitted. Yes, for a long time. The county art troupe isn't as strict about dating as the military district, so it's okay for her to say this. Upon hearing this, the 2 men looked a bit disappointed and quickly finished their meal before leaving. Seeing this, Meng Baobao suddenly realized what was happening. This guy, it turns out, was doing it on purpose. On the way back to the dormitory building after eating, Xiao smiled and said, Jiao, do you know? Several men from the art troupe were asking about you today. Meng Baobao was surprised for a few seconds, then happily said, Really? Surely someone has taken a liking to Jiao's looks. Haha. Even though Jiao already has a partner, she was still happy to hear that she was so popular among her friends. Yes, Xiao nodded. When I went to the practice room in the morning, several people came to ask about you. I told them I just met you and didn't know much yet. Once I get to know you better, everyone will know. Also, she continued, I heard Zhang Ting say that several men think Jiao is the new beauty of the art troupe. The person in front of me has fair skin, clear eyes, delicate features, and is truly deserving of being the troupe's beauty. Wow, Jiao, on your first day here, everyone already calls you the troupe's beauty. That's amazing. Meng Baobao cheered happily. Miao Jiao held her to stop her from bouncing around and said with a smile, Bao, don't be so loud. It might disturb others. Although she was happy to receive compliments, she couldn't show it too obviously, or she might become disliked. After all, every girl in the performance troupe is quite attractive, and many people don't want to be outdone by others. Oh, I understand now. Meng Baobao immediately shut her mouth, her big eyes smiling like crescent moons. Seeing this, Xiao felt a bit of admiration and said with a smile, Jiao, you're quite calm and steady. That's good. Miao Jiao replied, Thank you, Sister Xiao. If anyone asks again in the future, please just tell them I have a partner. Xiao nodded. All right, I understand. Back in the dormitory, Xiao said, Hurry up and take your clothes to the shower room to wash. If you're late, you'll have to wait in line, okay? Miao Jiao and the others nodded, quickly going into their rooms to get their things. They placed their clean clothes in a basin and went together to the shower room. The shower room is at the very end of the girls' dormitory, close to Miao Jiao's room. On the left-hand side is the changing room. Everyone put their clothes in lockers, placed the basin on the ground, and took towels and soap to the shower area next door. This is a shared shower room with 6 shower heads, no partitions or curtains. So, whenever someone comes in to shower, they can see everything, which can be quite embarrassing. Miao Jiao scratched her head, feeling a bit awkward and uncomfortable. When she lived in the countryside in a storage room, she used to shower in a separate space. Now that she doesn't have her own space, being so open in front of others made her feel shy. Jiao, hurry up and take off your clothes to shower. Meng Baobao thought it was no big deal, as she was used to showering at the public bathhouse in the city. Xiao Xiao smiled kindly. Jiao Jiao, it's okay. You'll get used to it after a few times. She came from a wealthy family, where she always had a private shower. When she first arrived, she almost broke down seeing such a casual bathhouse. But after practicing so hard every day and sweating all over, she knew she had to shower. So she gritted her teeth and tried once. After washing, she realized no one was paying attention to her, and she felt much more relaxed. After trying a few more times with determination, she gradually became used to it and grew thicker skin. Okay, I'll come right away, Mia Jiao Jiao nodded. Forget it, I might as well wash now. I'm not a shy person anyway. My figure is good, so let them look. It won't hurt me. Ahem. When she finished changing and stood under the shower, a surprised voice came from nearby. Wow, Jiao Jiao, you have a really nice figure. Mia Jiao Jiao blushed and glared at her. Meng baby, mind your own bath and stop staring. Okay. Meng baby obediently looked away, humming a tune as she scrubbed herself. Mia Jiao Jiao looked down at her chest, raising an eyebrow. When she first arrived here, her chest was very prominent. After losing weight, it's still quite impressive, probably at least a C cup. Not bad at all. When she finished her shower and returned to the dorm, she just happened to see Lu Xian coming back. Seeing Mia Jiao Jiao and the others carrying basins from the shower room, she sneered dismissively. These people only know how to gang up and isolate her, thinking she's easy to bully. Zhou Xiaofeng kindly reminded her, Lu Xian, you should go take your shower now. It's getting late. Oh, Lu Xian replied expressionlessly, still slowly gathering her things. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaofeng bit her lip, but said nothing more. Meng baby sniffed and was about to speak, but Mia Jiao Jiao stopped her. Baby, didn't you bring a few little comic books? Lend me one to look at. Oh, okay. Meng baby shrank back nervously under Jiao Jiao's serious gaze. After a while, Lu Xian took her clothes to shower. But in less than 5 minutes, she stormed back, face full of anger. She slammed the basin on the ground and glared at Zhou Xiaofeng. Hey, why didn't you tell me there are only a few shower heads in the shower room? I wasted a trip and had to wait in line so long. Zhou Xiaofeng, gentle and shy, was completely unfazed by her scolding. She just nervously said, I told you to hurry up and go shower. Lu Xian rolled her eyes in frustration. Then you should have made it clear. How was I supposed to know what was going on inside? Next to her, Meng baby clenched her fists and ground her teeth, feeling increasingly frustrated. Miao Jiao Jiao looked at her and softly said, Go ahead. You need to give the child a chance to stand up for herself, or she might get too frustrated. Lu Xian is the kind of person who is afraid of the strong and bullies the weak. They share a dormitory, and if they don't deal with this troublemaker, it will be very annoying to see her causing trouble all the time. After getting Miao Jiao Jiao's approval, Meng Baobao's eyes lit up instantly. She became more confident, put her hands on her hips, and loudly said, Comrade Lu Xian, you talk so unreasonable. It was your good friend Zhou Xiaofeng who kindly reminded you. If you keep hesitating and not taking a shower, who can you blame? And besides, if you don't know what's going on in the shower room, just go check for yourself. Who owes you anything? Lu Xian looked at Meng Baobao with dissatisfaction. I didn't even talk to you.
Why are you shouting at me? It's Shokon Feng Xing, Meng Baobao so not?
Because you're bullying others. If you keep doing this, I'll go tell the teacher. Miao Jiao Jiao leaned against the bed, a slight smile on her face. Finally, this girl listened to what she said before. I don't want to argue with you. I'll go take a shower now. Lu Xian was anxious when she heard about reporting, so she quickly grabbed the basin on the ground and hurried to the shower room. After they left, Zhou Xiaofeng looked grateful and stepped forward to thank her.
Tangzu, gomat Meng Baobao waver her hand gasu.
It's nothing. In the future, don't be so timid. If you need to stand up for yourself, do it. Otherwise, people might think you're easy to bully. Zhou Xiaofeng looked a bit guilty and pursed her lips. Thank you. I understand. Actually, she also wanted to stand up for herself. but she's always been soft and cautious since she was young. She really doesn't know how to change that now. Hee hee, Jiao Jiao, I didn't say anything wrong this time, right? Meng Bao Bao rested her arms on the top bunk and looked at Miao Jiao Jiao with bright, unwavering eyes. Her expression was like a little kitten seeking praise and a hug. Thinking this, Miao Jiao Jiao reached out her hand. She gently rubbed Meng Bao Bao's head. With a slight smile, she said, "Yes, you did very well today." Hee hee, of course, Meng Bao Bao's little face instantly showed pride. Across from them, Zhou Xiaofang watched their interaction with envy in her eyes. It's so wonderful. She has never experienced such friendship before. In the evening, Miao Jiao Jiao read a book for a while, then fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Last night, she couldn't sleep because she thought too much, and today she was very tired after a long training session. So, she slept very peacefully that night. The next morning, a loud horn sounded outside. "Comrades, wake up. Meet at the playground at 6:20 for a group run. Latecomers will be punished with 3 laps. Hurry up." Clatter, several people in the dormitory simultaneously threw off their blankets and hurriedly brushed their teeth and washed their faces. By the time they dressed and went to the assembly, most people had already arrived at the playground, and no one was late. They ran for about 30 minutes, then grouped together to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. The new members hadn't done morning exercises like this before. After running, many of them legs were trembling, almost collapsing to the ground. Meng Bao Bao was quite athletic, but to show off, she ran very fast during the morning run, and now she was panting heavily. She leaned on Miao Jiao Jiao and coughed a few times, saying, "Jiao Jiao, I'm so tired. If I had known," cough cough, "I wouldn't have run so fast." Miao Jiao Jiao shrugged casually and said, "I think it's okay, just average." She was used to overtraining every day, so she didn't really feel tired. A dark line flashed across Meng Bao Bao's face. Forget it. She couldn't compare with Jiao Jiao. That girl was too strong. She couldn't keep up. After breakfast, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the practice room as usual. She had practiced all afternoon yesterday and remembered most of the dance moves, so today she mainly repeated her practice. A new dance partner, Chen Jia, was a lively big boy who was 1 year younger than her. Although he was tall, he had a slim build and danced with a certain grace. Since both of them were new, they would exchange tips during practice. When Chen Jia saw how quickly Miao Jiao Jiao mastered the dance moves, he was very surprised. He humbly asked, "Comrade Miao, do you have a quick way to memorize the moves? I always forget some details." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "I don't really have a special trick. Just watch carefully and practice seriously." Actually, she also has a special ability, spring water, that clears her mind. Whenever she feels tired from practice, she drinks a sip from the thermos filled with this spring water. Instantly, her mind becomes clear and alert, and she learns dance moves much faster. Hearing this, Chen Jima looked at her with admiration and said, "Miao comrade, you are really talented, just as teacher Wang said. From now on, you will be my role model. I want to learn from you." Miao Jiao Jiao quickly waved her hands and said, "No, don't. I just started learning, and there's still a lot I need to learn. Let's work hard and improve together." Seeing her modesty, Chen Jia nodded with a smile and said, "Good, let's keep working hard together." In the dance practice room, teacher Wang Rong spent some time teaching Miao Jiao Jiao and Chen Jia. First, when learning traditional dance, you need to understand the background and the emotions you want to express. The performance in a month and a half is mainly to praise and celebrate the hardworking people, so everyone in the village can feel happy and joyful. Therefore, when you dance, your emotions are very important. Smile brightly and move lightly and cheerfully. Also, once the dance is well practiced, the music and singing teams will join us for the performance in a few days. So, during rehearsals, you must keep the rhythm correct. When everything is ready, we will perform this dance with Teacher Chen's dance team next door. It seems like there's enough time, but rehearsing actually takes a lot of effort.
So, you must stay focused.
Do you understand? Yes, Teacher Wang, Miao Jiao Jiao, and Chen Jia nodded seriously. Teacher Wang Rong looked at Miao Jiao Jiao with a gentle smile and said, "Originally, for this rural performance, new performers could only dance at the end. Jiao Jiao, I have high hopes for you. If you practice well during this time, I will arrange you to be at the front. Don't let me down." Miao Jiao Jiao nodded firmly and said, "Thank you, teacher. I will work hard." Chen Jia, standing nearby, felt a bit disappointed but mostly envious. He secretly encouraged himself. He must train harder and try to dance at the front as soon as possible. At noon, seeing that Meng Bao Bao hadn't come yet, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the singing team practice room to look for her. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw Meng Bao Bao and Zhou Xiaofeng singing face to face. Meng Bao Bao. Ah, ah, ah. Zhou Xiaofeng. Ah, ah, ah. If Meng Baobao's voice is as clear as a songbird's, then Zhou Xiaofeng's voice is gentle and soft like a breeze. After singing, they looked at each other and burst out laughing. Miao Jiao Jiao walked in with a smile in her eyes. "It's already noon, and you're still practicing? You two are really hardworking. Jiao Jiao, you're here." Meng Baobao quickly ran over and linked her arm, looking a bit sad. "Actually, we were criticized by the teacher this morning. She said our voices are too soft. When we perform on stage, if the audience makes noise, they won't hear us. That's why she told us to practice more." "Jiao Jiao, that makes sense. Keep it up and you'll do well." Meng Baobao turned to Zhou Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, let's go eat." Zhou Xiaofeng nodded shyly. "Okay, the new military uniforms will only be available after a week. These days, they are wearing their own clothes." Before coming to the county, Miao Jiao Jiao packed her old clothes and shoes in burlap bags and stored them in the storage room of her space cabin. Then she found some fabrics in her space that matched the style of this era and asked Aunt Lu to help make a few clothes. She paid her a small fee and gave her 10 eggs. Additionally, she found a pair of leather shoes and 2 pairs of cloth shoes at her space that looked like those from this time, plus a pair of dance shoes given by Han Lingzhi. In total, she had 4 pairs of new shoes. Since yesterday, when she arrived, Miao Jiao Jiao was wearing new clothes and shoes. With her beautiful appearance, she naturally attracted many glances. Yesterday in the cafeteria, several people kept looking at her, and 2 even came over to talk. But today, in the cafeteria, those subtle glances from yesterday were gone. Miao Jiao Jiao guessed that perhaps her words with Sister Xiao yesterday had worked. That's good. She came to work and didn't want any unwanted romantic attention. People in this era have thin skin and value manners and integrity. Knowing she has a partner, most people wouldn't try to get close anymore. After finishing their meal, everyone leisurely chatted on the playground, walking around a few times before returning to the dormitory for a nap. The training routine over the next 2 days was similar, and Miao Jiao Jiao had already become very familiar with the dance. On the 3rd day, Teacher Wang entered the practice room with a group of band members and Zhang Teng from the singing team. "Today, members from other teams will join us for practice. Remember to keep the beat steady." "Yes, teacher," everyone responded in unison. A beautiful hometown, hardworking people are sweating. As Zhang Teng from the singing team began to sing, the band members sitting nearby started playing their instruments. The sounds of flutes, harmonicas, accordions, and eru blended together. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became lively. Yang Yi, the dance team leader, was wearing a towel around her neck, looking like a rural girl, and she jumped out cheerfully. Followed by other dance members, they danced gracefully onto the stage. Miao Jiao Jiao appeared in the middle back position. Halfway through the dance, her position shifted to the front row on the left. The girl's smile was bright like a flower. Her elegant posture swayed happily with the music, like a beautiful woman stepping out of a dream. Most of the band members were boys. Seeing this scene, some almost lost their breath and got a bit off rhythm. Teacher Wang Rong, standing nearby, shook her head and chuckled. Miao Jiao Jiao's looks were truly eye-catching. Nowadays, most girls had rosy cheeks and slightly rough skin. But this girl's skin was not only delicate but also snow-white. Standing among the crowd, she was easily noticeable. There were many pretty girls in the art troupe, but none matched her looks. However, Meng Bao Bao, who was with her, also had good skin and looked cute and refined. Thinking about how she had unexpectedly found two treasures during her trip to the countryside, Wang Rong felt very happy. She was really lucky. The next few days of training went on as usual. Soon it was the weekend. The art troupe had a day off every Sunday. Those living nearby would go home, while those far away stayed in the dorms to rest. After training on Saturday afternoon, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao packed their things quickly and hurried to catch the bus back to town. They didn't arrive in the village until it was almost dark. Just arrived at the entrance of the youth commune courtyard, Lingzhi in the living room heard the noise and quickly greeted with a smile. Jiao Jiao is back. I knew you would come back at this time. Others also came out smiling to say hello. You're back. How was the training at the art troupe? Was it tiring? It feels like I haven't seen you for a week. Jiao Jiao, you seem to have lost weight. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and said, It's okay, I haven't lost weight. I'm still the same. Huang Daidi brought out a bowl of thick porridge from the kitchen, topped with some greens and sour radish, and said, Jiao Jiao, come eat dinner. I specially kept it warm in the pot for you. Okay, thank you, Sister Daidi. Miao Jiao Jiao took the bowl and chopsticks, then sat at the table to eat. After finishing the meal, Jiao Jiao went to wash up first, then joined the late-night study session. At night, Jiao Jiao and Lingzhi squeezed into the same bed to sleep. Lingzhi quietly whispered in her ear, Hey, I have a secret to tell you. You can't tell anyone else. Jiao Jiao, curious, asked, What is it? Lingzhi blinked and said softly, A few days ago, I was going to gather firewood in the forest and I saw Ma Fong holding hands with Jiayu. Jiao Jiao choked on her saliva. Puff. Really? Lingzhi raised her eyebrows and whispered, Of course it's true. I didn't expect these two to get together. Jiao Jiao sighed a little. I didn't expect that either. One is selfish and timid, the other loud and thoughtless. No big problems, just a bunch of small faults. It's really surprising that these two ended up together. The Ma Jia pair sounds quite nice. Lingzhi stifled a laugh. You were in such a hurry to come back today that you didn't notice. Tomorrow, take a closer look and you'll see the signs. Jiao Jiao shot her a glance. You should also tell Sister Daidi the secret. Lingzhi, who has the best relationship with Huang Daidi, wouldn't keep it from her. Lingzhi nodded. Of course, I told her first. You're the third to know. Jiao Jiao said, So you also told brother Wang Gang. Lingzhi nodded again. Yes, he's the oldest and most steady among the youth. I trust he won't tell anyone else. Jiao Jiao added, Only Cui Dazhuang doesn't know, but I guess brother Wang has probably told him too. These two people are often seen together, always close. Wang Gang probably couldn't help but talk about it. Lingzhi shook her head.
I don't know about that.
Even if I told, it wouldn't matter. Anyway, we won't spread rumors. Miao Jiao Jiao thought to herself. Everyone in the youth camp already knows. Do I need to say anything? At lunch the next day, Miao Jiao Jiao paid special attention at the table. Jiayu first picked some vegetables with his chopsticks, then hesitated to eat them. When he tried to pick some pickled radish, Ma Fong hit his hand with her chopstick and said, What are you grabbing? Take away the vegetables you just picked. They have your saliva on them. Who wants to eat your leftovers? Jiayu's mouth drooped, but he obediently picked more vegetables. Okay, got it. Ma Fong was pleased and snorted softly, then lowered her head to eat her rice happily. Lingzhi winked at Miao Jiao Jiao, signaling her to watch what just happened. Next to them, Huang Daidi, Wang Gang, and Cui Dazhuang ate quietly. They didn't show much on their faces, but their corners of the mouths twitched, giving away their amusement. Miao Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and smiled silently. After lunch, Ma Fong and Jiayu didn't take a nap. One said he wanted to go collect firewood in the forest, and the other said he wanted to pick mushrooms for dinner. They went together openly and honestly. Watching them leave, Cui Dazhuang took a big gulp of water and said, I almost couldn't hold it in just now. When will these two just come out with it? It's killing me. Wang Gang chuckled nearby. Just wait a bit longer. They probably have thin skin and are too shy to say it.
Linus nodded.
They have thin skin? I think they're the thickest skinned in the whole youth camp. Huang Daidi covered her mouth and laughed. Lingzhi, your words are so funny. Cui Dazhuang looked up and laughed. Haha, I want to laugh too. Seeing everyone laugh together, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. She wondered what expressions the Ma Jia team would have if they knew their secret was already exposed. Jia Yu looked upset and complained, "You were too harsh on me just now." Ma Fong said, "If I wasn't, others might think we're dating." Jia Yu got anxious. "But we are dating. Why can't we tell them?" Ma Fong glared at him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's wait until our relationship is stable before talking about it. Otherwise, if we break up, people might laugh at us." "How could we break up?" Jia Yu looked anxious. "You promised to be responsible for me last time." "I won't allow you to leave." Ma Fong raised an eyebrow. "You still have the nerve to say that. It was your fault for walking unsteadily while picking mushrooms and almost falling. I was just trying to help you, and accidentally pull down your pants. That's not my fault. I've already agreed to be your girlfriend to help restore your reputation. What more do you want?" A hint of guilt flickered in Jia Yu's eyes. His tone softened a little. "Well, I'm not blaming you. We've been seeing each other these days, and I've started to feel something for you. That's why I want to make it public sooner." Hearing this, Ma Fong's ears turned slightly red with embarrassment, and her voice lowered unconsciously. "You should have said so earlier. In a month, we can make it official. Okay?" Hearing that, Jia Yu's eyes lit up with happiness. He nodded and said, "Okay, I agree." After lunch, Miao Jiao Jiao first visited Meng Baobao's uncle's house. They chatted for a while, then went to the thatched shed to see some elders. On the way back, she passed by Lu's house and stopped by to visit. Around 2 p.m., Meng Baobao arrived carrying a big bag of belongings. They walked together to the town and then took a bus back to the county's cultural troupe. After returning to the dormitory and putting down their things, they went to the logistics department to pick up their military uniforms. Wearing the green military uniforms, they looked completely different. Meng Baobao looked at herself happily in the mirror. "Jiao Jiao, since it's still daylight, let's go to the nearby photo studio and take a picture. I want to send it to my family." Hee. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded happily. Sure. It was also a good time to send a reply to Han Lingzhi when she received his letter. As for her family, she didn't care anymore. After all, she only received one letter from home a few months ago, and it was specially sent with poison pills. She pretended to reply, saying she would take the medicine on time and that they shouldn't worry. Since they hadn't written to her again since then, she saw no reason to bother replying. A few days ago, she also asked senior sister Xiao about the holiday plans. The other person said there would be occasional performances in the countryside during the first half of the year. In the second half of the year, she will be very busy, performing everywhere for 1 or 2 months straight. By November-December, things will be a bit easier. The group will have a few days off, and she can take a few extra days of leave. Miao Jiao Jiao plans to go home then, to find out more about the poison pill and her family situation before deciding what to do. In the Lingquan space, she often practices staff martial arts, boxing, and wood target training. After more than half a year of effort, her body has recovered to its peak modern condition. With her current strength, she can easily handle more than 10 people at once. Her household registration and food supplies are all in Yunshan County, so she's not worried about any problems when she goes back. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes turn cold. Once she figures everything out, she won't let anyone who tries to harm her go unpunished. Inside the county photo studio, as soon as Miao Jiao Jiao entered, she politely asked, "Master, how much does a photo cost here?" The old photographer looked up and saw 2 lively girls dressed in neat military uniforms. A kind smile appeared in his eyes as he said, 3 cents per black and white photo. Hearing this, Meng Baobao quickly smiled and said, "That's a fair price. Let's take a few more, Jiao Jiao." Miao Jiao Jiao nodded, "Okay." Then the two took 2 photos from different angles of themselves separately, and also took 2 group photos together. After finishing, the old photographer smiled warmly and said, "2 young comrades, I want to discuss something with you. The total cost for the photos is 1.2 yuan, but I can waive the 2 cents. Can I print a larger copy of the group photo you sat together in, to hang in our studio?" These 2 young girls look distinctive and are dressed in military uniforms, clearly members of the county cultural troupe. The photos printed and hung in the glass display window at the door will definitely catch people's attention. Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao exchanged glances and nodded together. Sure. The old photographer happily handed over 2 slips of paper. Here you go. Bring these next Sunday to pick up your photos. Thank you, master, they said, took the slips, paid, and then left. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Han Lingzhi had just stepped out of the Han family mansion. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman approached. When she saw Han Lingzhi, her eyes immediately filled with tears, and she quickly stepped forward. Lingzhi, you came back from the countryside and you didn't tell me? If she hadn't heard about it from other friends yesterday, she wouldn't have known at all. Thinking that they hadn't seen each other for over 3 years, she felt quite excited. Jiang Man's eyes showed hope as she continued. Do you have time now? Why don't you come to my house for a visit? Seeing this familiar face, Han Lingzhi's expression froze. Then, a strong feeling of disgust and hatred rose in his heart. He suppressed the dark emotions inside, pressed his lips thin, and said coldly, I have something to do. He was about to walk away quickly.
Han Lingzhi.
Jiang Man hurriedly ran forward to block his way, looking somewhat disappointed. After so many years apart, don't you miss your mother at all?
Ha.
Han Lingzhi's black eyes turned cold, and his tone was full of sarcasm. You, too? Really? I am your biological mother. And this is how you talk to me. Jiang Man's face instantly turned red with anger. Even though she did something wrong more than 3 years ago, she had already paid a painful price. Painting was her favorite thing in life and her proud career. But ever since her son cut off 2 of her fingers on her right hand himself, she never painted again. Every time she saw the missing fingers on her hand, she couldn't help but go crazy inside. She also hated herself for it. Why did she let jealousy blind her mind and do such a crazy thing back then? She truly felt remorse. Over the years, she slowly moved past the pain, and her longing for her son grew deeper. She waited eagerly for him to return, only to find out he no longer recognized her as his mother. Jiang Man, I've been waiting day and night, just hoping you'd come back. And this is how you treat me? Jiang Man was momentarily at a loss. I'm not afraid to write to you, but I thought you wouldn't even read my letters. Thinking that this child prefers soft words over hard ones, she looked pitiful and continued, Lingzhi, I truly hope you come back. All the things from before are so long ago now. I've been suffering and tormenting myself for so many years. Please forgive me, okay? Now, the Han family's position in Beijing is getting stronger. She wants to seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with her son. Han Lingzhi saw her eager face and felt more and more disgusted inside. He guessed her plans right away. If his father hadn't reminded him a few days ago to avoid conflicts in the military until he established himself, he would have already kicked her hard.
Don't come near me again.
I don't have a mother like you, he said coldly and walked away quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Man's face turned red with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, This brat was born to torment me. She didn't blame him for his cold revenge back then, but now he's blaming her? This child is just like his father, completely cold-hearted. It made her so angry. P.S. Don't worry, I will show more of this person later. She won't appear for now. After a short day off, a new day at the county cultural troupe began. Early in the morning, Teacher Wang Rong told everyone to gather in the rehearsal room to practice a dance with Teacher Chen's dance team. When Miao Jiao Jiao and the others arrived, about 10 dancers led by Teacher Chen were already there. The dance they were practicing together is called Great Mountains and Rivers of Our Motherland. More than 20 people are dancing, and 4 members need to stand at the front. Usually, each team would send 2 people, so each team would have 2 spots. But in the afternoon, the 2 teachers discussed privately, and Teacher Chen disagreed. Teacher Wang, your team's most talented member is Yang Yi. The others are not as good. I suggest you give me one of the spots. I can recommend someone from my side. This way, the performance will be even better. What do you think? Oh, Wang Rong showed no expression and pretended to be curious. Who do you want to recommend? Teacher Chen looked generous and said calmly, Let's choose Lu Xian. She's a new member, but I've been training her since she was young. Her dance skills are excellent, as you've seen. She definitely won't embarrass us. Wang Rong chuckled and said, "Forget it. Our team has many members, so there's no need to use your people. I appreciate your kindness. This person really has a lot of face, asking her to help his niece get ahead. Quite a nice plan." Teacher Chen looked displeased and said, "Come on. I'm doing this for your good. The only standout I have on your side is Yang Yi. Why are you being so polite?" Wang Rong's voice grew colder. She continued, "For such a big dance, the usual rule is that senior members stand at the front. New members haven't trained long, and they're not as mature. If something goes wrong during a performance, who will take responsibility? Besides, new members haven't practiced enough to compare with the experienced ones." "Are you joking? That's not necessarily true," Teacher Chen snorted. "Dance depends on talent and ability, not just practice time. If you're not willing, just say so." "Why mock me in such a sarcastic way?" Wang Rong curled her lips. "So, you can tell I'm mocking you? I'm not being sarcastic. I will openly say, yes, you're right. I simply disagree. I treat all my students equally. Everyone gets a chance to perform on stage, and I promise that. This time, I've already chosen 2 students, and Yang Yi isn't among them. I believe the 2 selected will meet my expectations. I'm not biased like some people who only pick favorites to stand in front. Teacher Chen, I advise you not to favor some over others. Otherwise, one day, you'll regret it." After speaking, she turned and left for the large practice room. Teacher Chen was left standing there, looking very unhappy. In the large practice room, Miao Jiao Jiao and others were working hard to learn dance moves. They had no idea about the tense rivalry between the 2 teachers behind the scenes. A few days ago, Lu Xian heard her aunt, Teacher Chen, mention something briefly, and she had been looking forward to it. But now, seeing her aunt walk in with a sad face, she knew things hadn't gone well. She pursed her lips, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Feeling upset, her dance movements became a little off, causing a chain reaction of mistakes in her routine. Wang Rong, who was carefully watching nearby, saw this and said seriously, "Lu Xian, what are you doing? You made so many mistakes. Everyone else is doing fine, but you're the only one wrong. You've been practicing all morning and this is your level? Look at Miao Jiao Jiao. She's also a new student like you, but she dances so well." After speaking, she shot a proud look at Teacher Chen. "Just this? And she still claims to have talent. In front of her, Jiao Jiao is nothing special." Seeing this, Teacher Chen's nostrils flared with anger, and she couldn't help but vent her frustration on her niece, Lu Xian. "Did you hear that? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and dance." This was the first time Lu Xian was scolded like this by her aunt, and she felt very wronged inside. The surrounding people, some watching with interest, occasionally looked on, making her feel even more embarrassed. She then looked at a pretty figure nearby and felt even angrier. "Fine, Jiao Jiao, you made me look bad in front of everyone. Just wait and see." After practicing and eating dinner at night, Jiao Jiao, Meng Bao, and Zhou Xiaofeng, as usual, rushed to the shower room to wash. After days of practice, Jiao Jiao could now stand under the shower without blushing or feeling nervous, humming a little tune as she washed. Seeing so much of the same kind of beauty every day, she felt it was just okay. Everyone has it, so there's nothing to be shy about. A week later, Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao, who had a day off on Sunday, went back for another visit. They went to the photo studio to pick up their pictures. In the dorm, Meng Bao lay on the bed, holding her photo with great delight, flipping it over and over, saying, "Oh, I think I look pretty good in the photo." Jiao Jiao looked at her own bright, smiling face in the picture and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Yes, it's really nice." Meng Bao happily said, "I need to write a letter to my family quickly so they can see me in my military uniform. They'll be so proud." Miao Jiao Jiao stretched lazily. "Let's write it then." Meng Bao Bao quickly took out paper and pen from the cabinet, excitedly saying, "I also want to put in a photo of us together. My parents have been wanting to see what you look like." Miao Jiao Jiao leaned over curiously. "How do you usually talk about me to your parents?" Meng Baobao grinned. A lot. I tell them you're really beautiful and kind. When they see your photo, they'll definitely like you too. Miao Jiao smiled. I think you're right. Carrot comma carrot after all. What girl doesn't like being praised? The following days continued with the same training routine. Miao Jiao felt more and more certain that she had made the right choice. Every time she finished dancing and was covered in sweat, the sense of satisfaction and achievement felt just like when she used to practice martial arts. She really enjoyed it. During this time, Teacher Wu from the singing team often came to see her. He thought she had great potential in singing and didn't want to waste it, so he privately taught her some singing techniques. After dance practice, Miao Jiao would go to the singing room to find Meng Baobao, and they would practice singing together. Little by little, she learned a lot about singing. Everything was moving in a good direction. Miao Jiao was full of energy every day. Such busy and fulfilling days felt quite nice. At the end of March, one day, Miao Jiao asked teacher Wang Rong for half a day off to go out. In a couple of days, she was supposed to meet Brother Hao in the county to make a delivery. She thought that it would be inconvenient to do this outside later, since the county didn't have as many trees and hidden spots as the countryside. If she wasn't careful, someone might see her taking the goods out. So she decided it would be better to buy a small courtyard house to use as a delivery spot. After all, she had traded with Brother Hao several times already. He was straightforward and honest. She believed he wouldn't ruin their cooperation for short-term gain. She had been working at the county's cultural troupe for more than half a month now. Sometimes after training, she would go out to look around for a suitable house. Meng Baobao, being her closest friend, was always by her side in the dormitory. She didn't hide her plans from her either. The reason was quite reasonable. Before Han Ling left, he gave her some money, about 300 or 400 yuan, the exact amount isn't mentioned in the story. Later, when he came to visit her, he needed a fixed place to stay, so she had to look for a house. After hearing about this, Meng Baobao was eager to help her find a place, but was ultimately turned down. After some investigation, Miao Jiao found a small yard on the remote south side of the county town that was empty. From the outside, the yard had a high wall and many rooms, with neighbors far apart, which matched her ideal requirements. However, she had asked a neighbor earlier and heard that the family had gone to the provincial capital to visit relatives. They didn't know when the family would return, so this time Miao Jiao went there just to try her luck. She turned into a hidden alley, disguised herself, and entered the area. Dressed as a female worker, she went to the south side again. Coincidentally, the family had just returned when she arrived. She saw an elderly man with white hair directing a few young men to move cabinets and tables. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly stepped forward, lowering her voice, and asked, "Sir, are you no longer living in this house?" The old man was slightly surprised, looked at her, and asked, "Do you need something?" Miao Jiao quickly replied, "Actually, I work at a nearby factory. My grandmother is old and needs care. I want to bring her to live in the city soon, so I'm looking for a place first. I noticed your house seems empty for a long time, so I came to ask. Nowadays, most housing is allocated by work units, but some people still own property that can be bought or sold privately. However, such transactions usually require introductions from acquaintances. Approaching someone directly might make others suspicious. There are several factories nearby, so she casually guessed, and the other party wouldn't suspect her. Plus, using the reason of caring for an elderly person, she could lower their guard. Sure enough, when the old man heard this, his expression softened considerably. "I see. You seem quite filial." Miao Jiao blinked and lied. "It's nothing. My grandmother raised me since I was young. Now it's time to repay her." "It's what I should do. You're very good." The old man looked at her with admiration and then said, "Come inside and take a look first, then we'll talk." "Okay." Miao Jiao's eyes lit up. She thought this might really work. The two of them entered the yard one after the other. Miao Jiao looked around. The yard was quite spacious. On the left, under a big tree, there was a stone bench and table, and nearby was a water well. On the right, there was an empty piece of land, perfect for placing goods later. There were 6 rooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 outdoor toilet. The rooms were quite large, and with the yard, the total area was about 200 square meters. The furniture inside had already been mostly moved out, but the overall decoration looked warm and simple. The old man sighed and slowly said, "I've lived in this house for decades. If my son hadn't settled in the provincial city, I'd really be reluctant to move." Miao Jiao Jiao comforted him. "Your son is very filial. You're also going to enjoy a good life." "That's great." Hearing this, the old man smiled proudly. "Yes, that's true." Miao Jiao Jiao tentatively asked, "Are you willing to sell this house?" The old man nodded. "Yes, I'll sell it. I've saved some money, and with the sale, I can probably buy a small yard in the provincial city." Miao Jiao Jiao thought to herself, "Wow, so generous. Such good judgment." "All right, how much do you want for it?" the old man said. "Since you're so considerate, I'll give you a fair price." "Just 800. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes widened. She knew that a large courtyard in Beijing was only about 3,000 yuan. A house in such a small county shouldn't cost so much. This price seemed a bit high. She said, "That's a bit too much. I don't have much savings. Please give me a more reasonable price." The old man replied, 700, no bargaining. Miao Jiao Jiao said, "I can't accept that price. I'll buy it immediately for 500. "How about that?" The old man thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. Can we go to the housing bureau today to handle the paperwork?" This showed he was eager for the money. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. "Of course." Then they counted the money together and quickly went to the housing bureau to transfer the ownership. After receiving the house and yard keys, Miao Jiao Jiao went to find a nearby locksmith. She changed all the locks in her home before feeling at ease. While she had some free time, she also went to fetch water and cleaned the entire house thoroughly. 2 hours later, looking at the clean and tidy home, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled happily.
Yay!
Now she also has her own house. She felt very happy. Intersection, comma, intersection. Haha, after locking the yard, Miao Jiao Jiao disguised herself as her previous male outfit, brother 2, and went to the address that Hao Ge, the black market boss, had left for her. Hao Ge was there too, so she directly wrote the address of her small courtyard on a note and gave it to him. "From now on, when I need to deliver, I will notify you a day in advance. You can send someone to pick up the goods the next evening. Let's do the transaction between 9 and 10 p.m. It's not good to be caught pulling goods during the day. The County Art Troupe dormitory building closes at 11 p.m., so as long as the transaction is completed before then, it's fine. She often has performances and events, so she can't always deliver on the first of each month, which is why she gives him early notice." Hao Ge agreed after hearing this. He also assured her he would arrive on time, making her feel at ease. 2 nights later, Miao Jiao Jiao successfully completed another large transaction with Hao Ge. This time, she sold quite a lot, earning over 10,000 yuan. Adding to her previous savings, she now has more than 20,000 yuan. This money could buy several courtyard houses in Beijing. When she has time, she plans to go to Beijing, buy a house. In the future, she wants to be a landlord who earns rent effortlessly and lives comfortably. Looking forward to it in the Yunshan County Art Troupe, the radio was playing passionate red songs. Great eagles soaring through the sky, spreading its wings that is our direction. It was lunchtime. On the way to the cafeteria, groups of people were lively and noisy. A female comrade approached and called out, "Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, you have a letter at the reception." Usually, when people go to the reception at the main gate to pick up mail, if there are others' letters, the guard will help call out to them. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. "Okay, thank you. Who sent you the letter?" Meng Baobao asked curiously, then her eyes lit up. "I know now. It's probably your family member. Our group has been together for a month now, so it's quite timely. That should be it," Miao Jiao Jiao said with a slight smile. "Let's go. Eat first, then pick up the letter." Meng Baobao pulled her arm and hurriedly said, "Come on, let's go quickly. I wonder if there are meatballs today. I really like that dish. If we're late, they might be gone." Zhou Xiaofeng followed behind them, her fingers unconsciously tightening a little. "Meatballs?" She had only eaten them once. The taste was really good and unforgettable. The troops' meals were quite good, with limited supplies of grains, meat, and vegetables for everyone. Her family was not well off. To save money, she only ate coarse grains and vegetables every time. After a month, she had saved some fine grains and meat. In a few days, there would be a holiday, and she planned to exchange some ingredients from the cafeteria to bring home. Her family would be very happy then. But every time she ate with Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Bao Bao, seeing them have meat dishes at every meal, honestly, she always felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Maybe she was a little insecure, or maybe a bit jealous. Over time, she didn't really want to eat with them anymore. But she had always felt too shy to say it out loud. Now, hearing Meng Bao Bao talk about meatballs with a look of wanting to eat, it suddenly hurt her nerves. Zhou Xiaofeng felt a wave of sourness in her heart. They were all members of the troupe, so why was her life so hard? And they were so carefree and happy? All of this was because they came from wealthy families, so they could be carefree. Why was fate so unfair to her, making her born into such a poor family? Thinking of this, she suddenly lost her appetite. You all go ahead and eat. I suddenly don't feel well. I'll go back to the dorm to rest. I'll come later, Meng Baobao nodded. Oh, okay. Take care of yourself. Miao Jiao Jiao glanced at Zhou Xiaofeng. She caught a hint of displeasure on her face, and her eyes flickered slightly. After they left, she reminded Meng Baobao, keep some distance from Zhou Xiaofeng in the future. Meng Baobao asked curiously, what's wrong? She's our roommate, and she's really nice. We often sing together. Miao Jiao Jiao squinted thoughtfully and said, I'm not sure, but I feel like she's been acting a bit strange lately. You should keep an eye on her. Meng Baobao nodded obediently. Okay, I trust you. Jiao Jiao always said what she thought, and she wouldn't hurt herself. After dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao went to get the letter. Back in the dorm, she climbed onto the top bunk and slowly opened the letter. The first line read, Jiao Jiao, this is Lingzhi. Do you miss me? I do, she thought to herself, a slight smile forming on her lips. In the letter, Han Lingzhi said he had joined the Beijing military district under his father's arrangement, starting as a regular soldier. He promised to train hard, complete his tasks, and try to get promoted soon. He also wrote, by the way, I told my father about us. He's very happy and hopes to meet you soon. As soon as I joined the army, I told my superiors about our relationship, and when I moved into the dorm, I told my roommate I had a girlfriend. If anyone tries to bother me, I won't even look at them, don't worry. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. This guy is quite straightforward. Not bad, just what she wanted. The letter also said he sent some local specialties and other things from Beijing, and she could pick them up at the post office with a receipt. He also mentioned that every month after he gets his salary, he would send half of it to her. He told her not to be frugal and to buy whatever she wanted, whether it's food or clothes. He could support her. Humph, who told you to support me? Miao Jiao Jiao snorted softly. Then, unconsciously, she bit her lip, and a gentle smile spread across her face. Her whole heart was filled with sweetness. Is this what it feels like to be loved and spoiled? At the end of the letter, Han Lingzhi emphasized, Jiao Jiao, remember to write back more. Share what you eat, what you do, and any funny stories. Don't just write a few words. It would really hurt me. I miss you very much. Take good care of yourself over there. Remember, think of me, Jiao Jiao. After reading, Miao Jiao Jiao put down the letter. Looking up at the ceiling, she felt a strange sadness inside her. She lay on the bed, burying her face in the pillow. She sighed softly, sigh. Suddenly, she missed him so much. Long-distance love is really tough. After lying there for a while, Miao Jiao Jiao felt restless and couldn't sleep. So she decided to get up and write a letter back to Han Lingzhi. What should I write? Miao Jiao Jiao stared at the blank paper, lost in thought. She started with a greeting. Lingzhi, I am Jiao Jiao. I miss you too. Seeing this, he would surely be very happy. Miao Jiao Jiao looked up, then lowered her head to write another part. About us being together, the teacher and my colleagues know now. You don't need to worry. No one dares to come close to me. Honest communication and mutual trust are the best foundation for a relationship. Then she continued writing, first mentioning how her colleagues in the art troupe call her the flower of the group. She also talked about their plans for the May Day holiday, funny stories from daily life, how they train every day, and how the teacher praises them. Before she knew it, she had filled 2 pages of letters. Even she was surprised. When did she become such a chatterbox? But at least she had explained everything to Han Lingzhi. Thinking this, her mood suddenly improved. She put a photo she took at the photo studio into the envelope, stuck on a stamp. Then she left the house and went to the nearby post office to send the letter. The following days flew by quickly. At the end of April, Miao Jiao Jiao made another deal with Hao Ge. Her savings had now exceeded 30,000 yuan. At this rate, by the end of the year, she would have at least 100,000 yuan saved. Haha, just thinking about it made her happy. She would keep working hard and earning more money. On May 1st, Labor Day, it was time for the art troupe's rural visit and performance. Early in the morning, everyone quickly finished breakfast in the cafeteria. After packing up, they took a bus to the nearest town, Changshui Town. Once they arrived, local leaders arranged for them to stay in 2 classrooms at the village primary school, one for preparing and the other for resting and waiting. After everyone quickly put away their props and costumes, they started changing clothes. Once dressed in their performance outfits, they lined up to get their makeup done. These days, makeup skills are not very good. To look good on stage, people usually wear heavy makeup. To save time, the makeup artist worked quickly, finishing each person in about 3 minutes. After finishing her makeup, Miao Jiao Jiao looked at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, she saw a face as pale as a white wall, thick black eyebrows, and bright red lips. She also had 2 big blush spots on her cheeks. She looked cute and funny in a silly way. Suddenly, she felt like she was back at kindergarten on Children's Day. Miao Jiao Jiao tried to smile at herself in the mirror. Although it looked a bit silly, her smile was quite funny and charming. Nowadays, people like this kind of look. The performance was set on a big stage in front of the classroom, on the playground. There were 2 red ribbons hanging on each side and a red banner at the top that said, 1975 Yunshan County Art Troupe's Rural Performance. The ribbons and banner were provided by the troupe. When they went to other places, they would hang them up again, making everything look festive. The playground was already crowded with about 200 or 300 people, including villagers and nearby townspeople. When they heard the county art troupe was coming to perform, some people didn't even eat breakfast and rushed over to save their spots. In the backstage waiting room, most performers were calm, except for few new members who looked nervous. The teachers encouraged everyone, telling them to relax and not be nervous. They said performing a few times would make it easier. But the new members still felt unsure inside. Meng Baobao was so nervous she was sweating. She looked worried and said, Jiao Jiao, what should I do? I've never sung in front of so many people before. My whole body is getting goosebumps, and my heart is pounding so fast. Miao Jiao Jiao wasn't feeling much better either. But she could only try to comfort her. Let me tell you a trick. During the performance, don't look at the audience. Just look into the distance and sing loudly without fear. Okay, I'll try, Meng Baobao nodded. Although she wasn't sure if it would help, her heartbeat calmed down a lot as soon as she heard Jiao Jiao's gentle words. Zhou Xiaofeng, standing nearby, also heard it and quietly remembered the method. Soon the performance was about to begin. The head of the art troupe, Director Wei, stood on stage and gave a passionate speech, which brought loud cheers and applause from the audience. The order of the rural performance was as follows. First, 2 dance teams would perform. Then the singing team would do a 4-person chorus. Next, a duet between a man and a woman from the singing team. And finally, both dance teams would perform together. There were 6 programs in total, making it quite a rich lineup. Then the announcer read the first program, and the dance team that Miao Jiao Jiao belonged to went on stage. Standing under the bright lights, Miao Jiao Jiao looked at the sea of people below and took a deep breath. As Zhang Teng's singing and the band's music began, she instantly entered her performance state. She smiled brightly, showing 8 white teeth, her eyes shining. She bent gracefully, then lifted her head, stretching her body as she spun and leaped. Like a butterfly dancing in the air, she was light and beautiful. No matter where she was, Meng Baobao could spot her at once. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed softly, "Oh my Jiao Jiao. She's so beautiful." "Yes, she really dances well," Zhou Xiaofeng murmured quietly. Lately, Miao Jiao Jiao and Meng Baobao hadn't invited her to eat together as often. She sighed inwardly, feeling a little uneasy. Did they look down on her? Was that why they didn't include her? For some reason, she always felt a bit unbalanced when facing the two of them. Teacher Wang Rong watched Miao Jiao Jiao on stage with a smile and said to the person beside her, "I have a good eye. This girl has a bright future." "Yes, I think so too," said Teacher Wu from the singing team with a smile, then added, "By the way, after this performance, could you let me work with her for a while? I think she has real talent for singing. It shouldn't be wasted." Teacher Wang Rong snorted. "Aren't you already giving her private lessons? Isn't that enough?" She had no intention of letting her go. If she did, and the girl didn't come back, she would lose out badly. Teacher Wu smiled and shook his head. "How could that be? I don't have much time in private either, so I can only teach her a little. If you truly care about her, you should agree to my request." Teacher Wang Rong's eyes paused, and she slowly said, "All right, I'll ask her what she thinks when the time comes. For the sake of this girl's future, should I let go or hold on?" Not far away, Teacher Chen looked at the stage and said, "Xiao Xian, look at Miao Jiao Jiao. She's only been in the art troupe for less than 2 months, but she can dance so well. If you don't work hard, you'll fall behind her." Teacher Chen said this on purpose to motivate Liu Xian, encouraging her to be more diligent. Of course, she also wanted to regain her pride in front of Wang Rong and make her niece stand out. Liu Xian looked at the figure on stage and paused slightly. During practice, she hadn't looked closely, and this was her first time seeing Miao Jiao Jiao perform with makeup. She didn't expect that on stage she would be so dazzling that people couldn't look away. She had to admit, Miao Jiao Jiao danced very well. But she wasn't inferior either. She wouldn't admit defeat. Thinking this, Liu Xian said seriously, "Annie, don't worry. I will work twice as hard to surpass her." Teacher Chen nodded with satisfaction. "That's good." After the first dance finished, the villagers below responded enthusiastically, clapping their hands until they turned red. The next program continued, and soon it was time for the 4-person singing group. Before Meng Baobao went on stage, Miao Jiao Jiao hugged her. "Good luck, Baobao. Remember what I told you, don't look at the audience below." "Okay," Meng Baobao nodded firmly and confidently stepped onto the stage. As expected, Meng Baobao performed very well, much more relaxed than the newcomer Zhou Xiaofeng. As soon as she stepped off stage, Teacher Wu came forward to praise her. "You all did well today, especially Meng Baobao. It's her first time on stage and she wasn't nervous at all." Thank you, teacher." Meng Baobao was very happy to be praised. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, making her look very adorable. Teacher Wu couldn't help but pat her head lovingly and said, "All right, you and Xiaofeng go rest now." Next to Zhou Xiaofeng, she saw a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "Yes, teacher." They both nodded in agreement.